What's going on, everybody? Hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Saturday, June 28th. Am I even saying the right day for you, chat? Let me know. 2025. This is NCC TV coming at you live from the steps of the Amami Airport Terminal. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know. Don't particularly care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there. All my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer. Trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and whenever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com. High risk, high reward, high on life. Or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. Wait, let me check. Yeah, I'm so confused, chat. It's a rainy Sunday for you. Okay. Yeah, so wait, if you're on the East Coast, I think it's still Saturday technically. If you're across the pond, then yeah, you're right, it's Sunday. It is Sunday. I pay my student loans. I mean, it's somewhere on that list of priorities. What's up, DJ Spill? Good to see you. So yeah, we're gonna be talking about more Ethan Klein shit today, and I know Ethan Klein shit, right? We took a little break from it. I said I didn't want to touch it anymore, but it's drawing me back in because I noticed a strange little inconsistency, or should I say consistency? There's an inconsistency in the expected inconsistency of Sloptube, in that when Sloptube is morally consistent about an item, I notice, because they're usually not. The only consistency you get from Sloptube is like, you know, woman bad, leftist bad, Hasan Bad, femoid bad. Yeah, we gotta have femoid bad. Giardia good, though they love Giardia. They have been sucking on Ethan's Giardia portal. They have been licking that shit clean. Ever since this Ethan Hasan drama came up, they used to hate Ethan Klein's guts, but then when he turned on Hasan, they loved him, and for no other reason, right? So that's what I mean about a lack of consistency in most of Sloptube. We call it Sloptube for a reason, chat. However, I'm seeing a couple little exceptions to this rule, and I'm just wondering what's going on with this. Actually, I became aware of this Sloptuber that we're going to be talking about today, and what he had said about Ethan Klein from Vadim of all people. Yeah, this person went over the question of whether, as Ethan claimed, Vadim had run away from the debate with him, or whether, as Vadim claimed, Ethan was the one that was running, and came up with the conclusion that it was actually Ethan Klein being a coward. Ethan gave a no limits invitation to Vadim to come and talk to him, come and talk to me anytime. This is the whole thing about Ethan Klein. He like forgets what he said. We'll see him do this again. This comes up again, right? With the you know, hey, I've seen what the industrial complex has done for Hasan's views, and I'd love that for me, Lord. Can I please get my own H3 industrial complex, Lord? Lord, I'm on my knees. Can I please have what Hasan? He said he wanted people to clip him. He said you could clip any of his stuff. And he keeps on trying to say, well, no, that was about the H3 podcast. That was about the H3 podcast, of course. I didn't mean, you didn't say that. You literally said anything with me, Ethan. Those were your words. Just because you forgot them doesn't mean that they're not true, and doesn't mean they won't come up in court. Because I expect if this shit ever even gets to court, which, why would it? This isn't about Ethan, you know, pursuing an actual legal case. This is about Ethan performatively hurting the femoids for the pleasure of his new audience, his new fans, the Incels, Girly Pop Nation. You're going to love those guys. You've already gotten to welcome DGG and Dan Saltman, who literally says, like, consistency doesn't matter. Truth doesn't matter. What matters is, do I win the argument with this? He's literally said that about the Hasan, the allegation of the brothel allegation, right? Dan Saltman knows that Hasan didn't do anything wrong there, right? And yet you can speculate, oh, like, I don't know, was there some human trafficking? There often are in places like brothels. Was there anyone underage? You know, at any time, at any place? Like, it's the wildest fucking thing. He knows that he's full of shit and he doesn't care. But not only that, chat, but he's willing to share the tactic of not giving a fuck about truth. And I'm sorry, Dan, but that clip is going to outlive you. I mean, not literally you, your social media presence, of course. We wish you a long and happy life, Dan. We wish you a long and happy life, right? Saltman knows how DGG and VGG work. So, chat, I was going to try to get you a conversation between Nicholas Diorio and Dan Saltman, which went on yesterday, I guess. Nick Diorio is just a quintessential Sloptuber, basically, right? He was anti-Ethan back in the day when Ethan was like turning over a new leaf, right? Just like he was anti-iDubbbz when iDubbbz was like, I don't like what I did back in the day. I want to change, right? These people hated iDubbbz for apologizing. They hated Ethan for changing. They blamed Ela. They were like, that bitch is making him change. You got with a woman and you left us incels behind and you've changed, Ethan. You've changed. You're not the same. Right? It's wild. It's wild. Don't ever trust a guy named Saltman? Why not? I don't want to damn everyone with Dan's name. I mean, but Dan blocked me. Okay, chat. Dan is the queen. Can do no wrong. Dan is the queen. No, Nick blocked me, chat. Nick Diorio blocked me. I can't stand Nick. Nick is the queen. Nick Diorio has made his VODs, and I haven't checked on a Nick Diorio VOD in months and months and months, chat. But this VOD with his conversation with Saltman is members only, right? So it's not exactly a block, but I am not going to pay $3 or whatever to the Nicholas Diorio. I shouldn't speculate about what he's going to use the money on. I'm sure that he'll be using the money for healthy snacks, chat. But just like I do, I use, the money that, goes to me. Like, look at that. If it doesn't get used to help me get my Thai visa, which is right down there, I can't believe it, chat. We are $200 away from fully funding my, education in the Thai language and my ability to stay in Thailand and my ability to stay the fuck out of the United States for the duration of the Trump administration. But yeah, like you fund me, and if it's not going to, my visa, it's going to healthy snacks, of course, right? And I love healthy snacks. Don't forget, Sloptubers were calling Ela names like witch and horseface. Yes, they were. But they just completely changed. And even though Ela knows like the shit that Nick has said, I think Ela's even commented about some of the shit that Nick said about her. And now they love him. They've adopted Nicholas Diorio, chat. They've adopted Nicholas Diorio. Look, if you're going to adopt a guy, you need to take care of him. I don't want Nicholas Diorio ending up with Giardia, all right? I want him furnished with some healthy snacks. We're talking about a whole foods, plant-based diet is what they should be. If they're going to take care of him right, treat him right. Maybe he'll get better. I don't know, chat. It's making me really question like some of my presuppositions about these Sloptubers, what I am seeing on their channels, right? Because you do have some, you do have, I mean, you still got the slurs, you still got the lefty hating, the gay hating, the woman hating, and all that shit. That shit hasn't changed, but like, I just wonder, like, chat, if they had come up in a different place. Does everybody know who's on the thumbnail? Does everybody recognize this fine young gentleman? who's a massive proponent of a whole foods plant-based diet himself, right? Chat, do we all know this guy? Does anybody know this guy? Did I say a DDG the Twitch streamer? Wait, what? I must have said something that, Sharon, I'm trying to figure out what exactly I said that sounded like that. Bowblacks, that's a guess. Yeah, it's it Bowblacks. Is it mangosteen season? Yeah, it is. They're $8 a pound in Asian supermarkets in the States. And those aren't even that good. I mean, yeah, no, it is still mangosteen season. I have found, though, to my chagrin, chat, much to my chagrin, all right, you know what it isn't? Can you hear me when I turn? Some people know. Some people out there. Oh my god, chat, that's so ugly. Look at that. It is not longan season anymore. I can't believe they were still selling these. Like, I saw them in the supermarket, and I was like, oh, cool. Longan. I love those. And I thought they were out of season, right? But yeah, they fucking are out of season. See that mold? That is nasty. Yeah, I busted into a bunch of these yesterday, and they were all either dry or they had mold. Okay, so, yeah, we got one right answer. Can you imagine Saint Nick getting adopted and rocks up next week? So thin, he has muscle atrophy, and just like, yeah, I'm not taking a botched version of Death Becomes Her potion? Wait, what is that? Is that a performance enhancing drug that we're talking about there? Is that some liver or some testicle? $8 a pound seems like a lot. These were $3 for 2 kilos. 2 kilos is what is like 4.5 pounds, right? Is that right, Chad? Have I got my conversion right? 2.2 pounds per kilo. So therefore, if 2 kilos of these things are 100 baht, then that's basically wait, divide that into half. Wait, no, what are we doing? Yeah, there's like, yeah, 4.4 pounds in 2 kilos. 2 kilos cost me the equivalent of about $3 and some change. Just like a teal super chat. That's the exact same price, chat. I bought these for the price of a teal super chat. So that means that anytime that you're doing a teal super chat, not only are you getting us closer to the butterfly goal, that is the goal where I put a butterfly in my hair, but you're also theoretically buying me 2 kilograms of mangosteen. Thank you. These are yummy. These are not, though. I'm so mad about this, chat. I'm so fucking mad. These are delicious usually, but yeah, they're definitely out of season now. It is like, it's a 50-50 shot whether you can even eat one of these when you, like, half of them are moldy inside. How the fuck did Asmongold get into my Thai home? Okay, wait. Asmongold. Where is he, chat? Wait. I'm trying to figure out that if grapes were wrong. Well, or if grapes were right. I mean, they're really good. You just have to kind of pop them open. You can freeze and boil longans in savory dishes and dessert soups if you're worried about the mold. It's almost like a medicinal soup? I'm gonna have to look into that, Charlie. It's crazy how we still don't use the metric system, right? Yeah, it makes so much more sense. Except for, honestly, chat, with temperature. Like, I don't like the metric system for temperature. I can't figure that out. Like, 30 degrees is hot, right? Like, 30 degrees and above is, like, hot. 0 degrees is, like, it's gonna snow. And then, like, 0 to 10 is, like, cold. Is that what it is? 0 to 10 is cold. 10 to...
SK Super chatted $5. Mangosteen Fund.
Mangosteen Fund indeed. Thank you, SK. That gets us started on both the butterfly goal and the bonus content goal. And I've changed it up a little bit. I added a few things, right? Let's see what I actually did. Chat, I've just been so sleepy lately. I keep on telling you, like, it's in the end of the month. I really do need to, like I ate shit this month, chat, because I had to spend money on a plane ticket to Vietnam that I didn't even use. Then I had to buy another ticket that was about as expensive to Malaysia, and a overpriced hotel, 2 overpriced cab rides, and it freaking, oh my god, chat, like, in Thailand, if you want seaweed snack and you got 100 baht, like, you can get like a big ass Dorito bag full of seaweed snack. You know what I'm talking about? Like, that's how much 100 baht buys you in Thailand of seaweed snack. I was in Malaysia and I changed out, 100 baht for a 10 ringgit. It's called ringgit in Malaysia. The currency is called ringgit. And I was just like, yeah, in case I need ringgit for something. Turns out I think they actually take US dollars and Thai baht in a lot of places in Malaysia. But I changed it out for 10 ringgit, and as I was coming back, I realized I'm not going to spend this ringgit. I don't want to be, I can't use it in Thailand. So I end up buying a bag, just like a small bag of seaweed snack, right? And it's 10 ringgit. Actually, okay, so yeah, I do have some. Oh, that's right. I have Malaysian coins left. I forgot. Yeah, there was a little bit left over. So it's not quite 100 Thai baht, 10 ringgit, but pretty close. Or like, no, it's, what is it? Oh my god. I think it's 77 baht. I think that's what it is. The mold. Oh, because the mold. That's why the Asmongold. Asmongold. What are you doing in my house, Asmongold? Have you been? This is how you get rats. You want to get rats? You want a rat alarm clock? This is how you get that shit. You leave moldy stuff around in your house. But thank you for SK for the contribution to my mangosteen fund. That literally would buy me 2 pounds. Like what you just gave would buy me 2 pounds or 2 kilograms of mangosteen, which is actually a lot more than that. I'm down to like the last few of the mangosteens. What do I have left? Oh my god, I was so gonna eat. I guess I got some watermelon and some papaya. No, did I eat all the papaya? Metric temperatures are great when doing things like working with plastics to form and melt them. Oh yeah, when it comes to chemistry, metric temps are, you pretty much use, even if you're in America, you pretty much use the it's so much easier to use the metric system for temperature. You mean DGG, but you said DDG? Aren't they the same thing? I said DGG Twitch streamer? Or I meant to say DGG and I said DDG? Oh my god, chat. DDG means something really gross, doesn't it? But it like fits. How does Waluigi like Thailand? It's pretty chill so far. Yeah, he's look, I had the air conditioner up way too loud, way too high the first month that I got here, and I ended up paying like $90 for electricity. There's a lot of money to pay in Thailand. Like, most people do not spend $90 on electricity, but I was a little bit ridiculous in terms of the temperature that I had everything at. Now I just try to keep everything around, I don't know, 29 degrees seems okay. If it's 32 to 40 Celsius, that's when you know it's super hot. Yeah, so I try to stay like right just under that. Heat wave here in UK and Ireland. Yeah, and in America as well, right? East Coast has got your heat wave just broke, right? East Coast, are you out of your heat wave? Maybe America did win. Did win what? The Vietnam War? I'm sorry, what? Oh, they won because they're using the shitty Fahrenheit. I like Malaysia more than Thailand, but I'm biased. Well, maybe if I knew more about Malaysia, I would have, and if I had more time too, because I was literally like, I had to change plans at the last minute, right? I'm about to get on the plane, right, to Vietnam, and they're like, your passport, and I'm like, here's my passport, and they're like, your e-visa, and I'm like, I got a message back, they've received my money for the e-visa. I got paid for it, right? Because I'm used to these things, like these digital arrival cards. Thailand's got a digital arrival card. Malaysia's got a digital arrival card. I was kind of thinking that Vietnam had something similar, but no, it's a straight up visa. And yes, I just on Friday, I think, chat. On Friday, I got approved. So I would have had to overstay my visa in Thailand for almost a week had I waited for the Vietnam e-visa to actually come through. But yeah, so like, you know, just at the last second, I'm like, okay, so I go to the desk and I'm like, look, I've got to be out of here by tomorrow. I meant to go to Vietnam. I can't go to Vietnam. What can I do? I was hoping I could change my ticket, right? That was really what I was hoping. And it turns out you can't change your ticket to a different destination. That's like a hard no when it came to the airline that I was on, right? I don't know, probably mostly airlines, if I'm thinking about it, right, will be like a hard no of like, you can't change your, you know, you can't buy a ticket to like, you know, New York City and then decide you want to go to Portland instead. I don't know if it's true for every airline, right? But it was true here. And so, you know, I lost that money. It was just completely that and I couldn't cancel the hotel either, right? So I ended up spending like $300 to go to Vietnam, never go to Vietnam, and then end up spending the same amount again to go to Malaysia. And I did go to Malaysia, but yeah, I'm curious why no AC? Wait. Why no AC? I mean, I do use AC. I just can't use as much as I did this first month. Oh, were you talking to somebody else, maybe? In the UK, yeah, it's common in the UK not to have AC. It's common in the UK not to be able to afford your heating bill, right? To be like in your bed with a hot water bottle and trying to stay warm. Yeah, Shin Maruku, I'm curious about what you like about Malaysia, because I went there at the last minute. I didn't plan to go there. I only had a day there. All I got to really notice about Malaysia is that Kuala Lumpur is huge. I grew up like in Phoenix, right? And thank you, whoever that was. Give me a little scare, but that's okay. Yeah, so Phoenix is, if you don't know, is, I think it's like 100 miles. Is that right, Chad? Am I remembering that right? From west to east, like, right? Phoenix, the greater metropolitan Phoenix area, or greater Phoenix, or whatever you want to call it, like, you know, the whole of, you know, Phoenix and everything around it. It ends up being, I think it's like 100 miles across east to west, which I thought was huge. But chat, my airport my hotel was 56 miles away from the airport. And then I was traveling, I met another tourist. Am I a tourist? I'm not exactly. I don't want to call myself an expat because that's gross. I met another migrant, I guess, when I was at the airport waiting to go to Malaysia, who was kind of doing the same thing with the visa. And she got a hotel at the last minute too, and hers was like the same amount away. Hers was like 56, 60 miles away, or kilometers. Asmongold would get lonely without the roaches. Yeah, I thought at least I'm in Thailand I would have like scorpions or something, but I haven't seen any deadly creatures so far. So, oh, Buffy Geek, nice 65 stream streak. That is actually impressive. With the humble jelly, just posting 3 humble jellyfish. Oh my god, Buffy Geek, you are so humble. You created those jellyfish. And the animated weasel. Congratulations. Everybody who's enjoying using those animated emojis in chat, you can thank Buffy Geek. Right? Because you have those jellyfish. You have those weasels thanks to Buffy. 0 is freezing. Yeah, 100 is in between is water. all science jobs use the metric system. Yeah, it makes sense. It's like hard as fuck to, like, you know, the Fahrenheit is unwieldy. Off to Ireland at the end of next month for a wee holiday. Have fun there. I installed Distant Horizons mod in the Minecraft cabin. Wait, what the fuck is the Minecraft cabin? Oh, wow. Wait, in the Minecraft cabin? What is that? How do I not know? Oh my god, chat. Have I just been... Is that what DDG is? Oh no. DDG is DDLG? Ew. Ew. Charlie Kelly. Thank you for turning my hair blue. And making me max headroom glitch the fuck out. Yeah, we haven't seen blue hair in a hot minute here. Wait, I gotta add these together. Wait. All right, so to just start us out with, we are at 100. Oh my god, I gotta do this right. No, we are at 10. Okay, right here, and then I'm gonna add the throne donation, or the throno. I don't know if we should. It feels like too much portmanteau, or too much something. Browser, and then there it is. So we're 1 out of 10 as far as the butterfly goal. We are 10 out of 10 as far as the okay, the browser thing goes there. 10 out of 10 as far as bonus content goes. I'll look at what we've got on bonus content in just a second. I just have to check one more thing here. Oh my god. Anonymous, thank you for the $30 contributing toward helping me learn Thai and get a visa to stay here. Yes. We're even closer, chat. That means we're down to like 170 is all I'm lacking to be able to pay off the you know, and I've got a little, I think they said that they would, like, so here's what happened. I submitted my application, I think, to the Department of Education in Thailand, and then that gets approved, I think, on sometime in like the second week of July, and I think that's when I'll have to pay the money to, I think that's when I have to pay the money, I don't even know, for the language school itself. I've already paid the deposit, so I've paid 1/3 of the money, but the other 2/3 of the money I'll have to pay in like 2 weeks or so. So we're definitely on track to get there. I like Malaysia because English is one of the main languages. That's true. Everybody speaks English there, it seems like. And if I had to be an expat, I would live in either Kuala Lumpur or Singapore. Okay. Wait, Singapore is its own country, right? Am I wrong? I will pay infinite money for air conditioning, but that's the one thing. Yeah, I mean, I tend to use the air conditioning too. We have a heat wave just broke. Yeah, that's Oh, the heat wave just broke. Yeah. It's too hot and humid there. I don't know how you do it. You get used to the heat. You know, honestly, a lot of the effect of heat is like a lot of it is psychological. Right? A lot of what the most miserable part about the heat is that you're just like, I don't know. It's not just the heat, but it's freaking out about the heat. DDG is the Twitch that used to date the, wait, DDG? There's actually a person named DDG? What does it stand for? Wait, there's a DDG, there's a streamer named DDG on Twitch? Yeah, so we always call Destiny's community, which is actually DGG, we always call it DDG as a joke, right? Or so I don't call it. Some people call it DDG, chat. Some people call it DDG. And I never knew exactly what the reference was. I thought it was because they're perverts or something. They're hentai. They're all living in hentai mind palaces over there, like There are a bunch of comment. That's Destiny's demographic, right? Chat is basically Kamashita. Wait, no, I did this wrong. I think we're at 40. I think we're actually at 40. Yeah, we're at 40 out of 100, so 40% of the way there already. Amazing. It's raining right now, but another heat wave coming. Yeah, the whole East Coast, it seems like. Seems kind of scary being around people that don't speak your language. Yeah. Again, that's also a psychological thing, right? Which, when I'm saying that, I mean, like, obviously, chat, obviously, heat, there's a physical danger for you, right? Of you know, heat exhaustion. There's so many things that can happen to you with heat that are bad, but a lot of my reaction to just being slightly too hot is psychological, just like a lot of my reaction to being around people that don't speak my language is that it's scary. It is scary. It is scary. So, I mean, obviously there's things that you can do if you really need to communicate with someone. The universal way is to just like say something into Google Translate and then put it on Thai and then show it to the person. And it'll say a fucked up version, a fucked up Google translated version of what you said, right? So still not the greatest communication in the world, still takes a lot of extra time. But if you want to get something across, if you want to get a point across, like, oh yeah, here, let me give you an example, chat. The person that works in the office at the apartment complex, I had to pay my rent the other day, and he does speak some English, but if you hit most Thai people with something that's kind of nuanced and has like a lot of clause, you know what I mean? Something that's, you say something in an overly complicated way, it's like there's going to be a lack of understanding there, right? So so I, you know, asked him, like I get there right as he's hanging the sign that says, we're going to the bank, we'll be back in an hour, right? Or no, it doesn't say we'll be back in the hour. It just says, you know, I'm not here right now. I went to the bank, right? Basically. So I'm trying to ask him, when will you be back? And he's like, doesn't understand at first. And then I was just like, and then he's like, oh, back. So he focuses on that word. And then he says something to his phone and shows it to me. And it says, I'll be back in an hour. Right. So it's like, you know, he understands the word back and he understands what I'm asking. Right. But which is to say that he knows more English than I know of Thai for sure. But to say like I will be back in this amount of time, right? He had to, you know, go to his app. So that's the kind of thing, right? It's not like everybody has a little bit of understanding of English. Most English speaking people here have a little bit of understanding of Thai, and you either kind of like try to meet in the middle, or you use an app to translate, or you find someone who knows both languages. Okay, anyway, chat, what are we doing? I'm super sensitive to heat. It sucks. I think it's just like acclimation, but maybe not for everyone. I mean, I'm sure that you know, people are different. So for some people, the heat may not be as tolerable as it is for me. If I leave the US, I need to find somewhere cold. I wonder how many made it through that heat wave a few years ago. Wait, where? Malaysia used to be a British crown colony. So a lot of things are similar-ish enough. The only thing I also noticed about Malaysia, though, was like very strict, like what, drug laws? Like very strict. Like I don't think it's quite, Singapore is like infamous for this kind of stuff, that they have rules that if you violate, you were kind of fucked in Singapore. You might, I mean, like the famous one I think was some kid got like caned.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Are you slurping the waters of kindness? Only Thai phrase I know.
Oh my god, I need to learn that one. I wonder if that's with dwam. Is dwam the word that for slurping, or just to use like gen, like you eat the water to imply? I need to look. Wait, chat, I want to find this out. Davy, that is a cool phrase, okay? And the fact that The fact that I don't know it is driving me crazy. Let's see. Are you slurping the waters of kindness? That's so awesome. It's like you gotta hydrate in Thai. In Thai. Let's find it in Thai. In Thai. Was it this, Davi?
คุณกำลังดูดน้ำแห่งความกรุณาอยู่หรือเปล่า
Oh my god.
คุณกำลังดูดน้ำแห่งความกรุณาอยู่หรือเปล่า
Wait. I don't recognize any of these words. Wait. The phrase slurping the waters of kindness doesn't have a direct idiomatic. Oh, JD. Yeah, I know what this is, right? Doesn't have a direct idiomatic translation in Thai. Oh my god. They're trying to translate it as if it's an English phrase. However, the concept of kindness and generosity is deeply ingrained in the Thai culture. Yeah, they're just suggesting to convey the sentiment. You can use words like JD, which is a kind heart. Like if you're good-hearted, if you care about people, you have a JD, which is to say you have a good heart. Unlike JD Vance, who is the opposite of JD. He shouldn't be allowed to be called JD, chat. Like we should take that name from him. His name means good heart in Thai, and he's the opposite of this. He does not embody the Thai concept of JD. Yeah, I'm not finding even like a reference to this slurping the waters of kindness, but you got my Namjai. Namjai is waters of kindness. Yeah. Oh, wait, did you get like a... Oh my god, this is about Songkran. Ah, so during Songkran, apparently people say Sawasdi Pi Mai, or Happy New Year. Which is different. God, Mai means so many different things in Thai. Sawadi Pi Mai. Or wait, did they actually change it to Sawasti during... Sorry, I'm like looking. I got hung up on this chat. There's a minor little stun lock here. I just want to find... I saw something about Nam Di, which is like good waters, and I think that might be part of what my god, I saw it in the like the Google thing where you Nam dash Jai. Wait, Nam dash Jai, that's water heart? kindness is... Oh my god, let's see. Site can't be reached. What the fuck? Anyway, chat, I'm gonna have to get back to this later. I'm sorry, I got like... I thought I could figure this out. I thought I could figure out the phrase that... I could reverse engineer the phrase in Thai that Davy is referring to there, but it's just gonna take too much time. And we've got a lot of Sloptube to get through here. So I'm gonna move us on. I just remember my roommate at college told me this. Yeah, I feel like I could almost figure out what you're talking about. Highly recommend Pimslure? What is Pimslure? Not Pimpslure, Pimslure. Is that like a French thing? Thai pronunciation seems very daunting. Yeah, well the key is the, probably the cadence is important, as is the tone. The tonality is hugely important. I showed you the difference between the word for horse and the word for dog, and it's literally just the tone. The, you know, the like, you know, like the word is kind of like the same, but you got a different tone in it, right? And I think oh yeah, pet and pet, which means spicy, and pad, which means 8, right? So I give this example of a woman stepping on the airport and saying the stepping on the elevator and saying pad to me, and me repeating back to her pet. Because like I couldn't remember the exact word for 8. Like I was saying 8. I was trying to say 8, but I was saying it wrong, and I was saying it in a way that sounds just like I'm saying spicy, right? So it's like she says, you know, floor 8, please, essentially. And I turn to her and say spicy, and she's like, she doesn't know Thai. I'll have to do it myself, right? But I did know that she was saying 8. I just did not apparently know how to pronounce 8 correctly. I have a personal thermostat called an ember wave. My body doesn't regulate temp properly, so heat would be dangerous for me. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I don't want to give like advice for everyone. Like not everyone's the same. Like for some people have lower tolerance for heat than others. But I found that I had a higher tolerance for heat than what I realized. Once I, you know, kind of just, once you sort of force yourself to deal with it. Well, it's, I don't know. How do I explain it, chat? Heat relaxes me. And it's ever since I worked as a, delivery driver, delivering Middle Eastern food to the both to the downtown of Seattle and to like a hill that's like right above downtown. So I'm like riding a bike up and downhill all day, and I just like it like my first day it was like 100 degrees, and for whatever reason, isn't all fear psychological? Yeah, well that's what I mean. It's like a fear. A lot of my aversion to heat is fear-based, right? Some of my aversion to heat is, you know, my body like watching out for itself, right? But a lot of it wasn't. Thai people are some of the kindest people I ever met. They will look out for you if you need. There's a certain sense of fairness here that I really do appreciate, and that you definitely don't see in the United States, right? DDG are his initials. Okay, so is he called DDG? How do I not know about this person? I thought I know about all streamers. Woke plus women equals wow. Singapore is a city-state, its own country. That's what I thought. Woke plus men equals women. The worst portmanteau I've ever seen. Woke men are women. Oh my god. Wait, Hasan came up with that? Apparently, chat, something else that Hasan's community may or may not have come up with was the JD Vance meme. Right? They the meme that got the Norwegian guy kicked out of the country may have, and I'm not sure about this, but may have been one that somebody in Hasan's community came up with, right? So there's that. I assume that everywhere in Thailand where there's a heavy metal Buddhist chants wherever you walk. Damn. I gotta go to some of that. Max Headroom video scared the fuck out of me. Oh my god, Tempotronica. When you said that, at first I thought you were saying fellow chooms. I thought you were speaking Cyberpunk 2077 to me. Choom. Wait, it's a mod pack. Cabin is a mod pack. Oh my god, I gotta... Okay, what should I be playing? Minecraft, I'm a passport girl. Is that like... Does that imply that I'm trying to find love in the land of smiles? Only 100 miles from the sun? I get heat stroke far too easily. I'm trapped at home until the heat wave breaks. Damn. Malaysia, yeah, okay, so I'm trying to get through the comments here. VGG demographic 2. They love the short stack goblins. True. Yeah, maybe more of a VGG thing even than a DGG thing. But yeah, yeah, Thai people definitely, like, there's like a sense of justice here that, like, I don't see in the US. Like, if in the US, trans people get harassed all the time, and there's hardly ever anyone that steps in to, like, defend them, right? But in Thailand, there was an interesting story where, oh my god, chat, I hope I'm retelling this correctly. It's been a while since this happened. I'm hoping I'm remembering this correctly. So, a trans woman in Thailand, who was, engaged in some sex work, met an Israeli man who was interested in paying her for sex work, right? And all was well and good until he changed the terms of the arrangement and had like 4 of his friends show up to be included in the deal, right? That was not the deal that they had made, and she wanted no part of that. And yet they tried to force the issue with her, right? And I think a guy on a Grab bike, right? Which Grab is like a so like a ride sharing service, and it's kind of like Uber and Uber Eats, right? A guy that was, yeah, essentially a gig worker on his motorbike got off and you know, helped her out, like defended her, right, against these guys. So yeah, like there's a lot of there's a sense that if somebody's being treated unfairly, that you should help them. In different countries, they will usually purposely overprice you if you look foreign. That's true. And you're not really helping anybody by paying higher prices. Obviously, you know, haggling over every bot is also is annoying as well. And you know, in general, it is hard to, you know, it's hard to afford things if you're getting, you know, Thai people don't get paid a lot. So, you know, it's understandable how when they feel like they can charge a higher price, they will. But in terms of especially like rent and stuff like that, right? Then you're dealing with the landlord. You're not dealing with a, you know, Thai person that is struggling to survive, right? You're dealing with a Thai landlord there, and it's almost incumbent upon you to try to do your best to negotiate that price to, you know, to below what they quote you, because, you know, the more that tourists come in and pay, like overpay for housing, the more that housing goes up for everyone, right? So yeah, it's probably a happy medium there. Yeah, I'm more sensitive to cold than heat. Me too, Lizzie. Me too. Luckily, I don't have to deal with that anymore. I think the coldest it gets here is like 50, in the upper 50s Fahrenheit. Oh, antidepressants make people more sensitive to heat? I never knew that. Heat jacks me up, but only in the last few years. Also, I'm a Gen X gal, probably age. I don't know. Is there a thing? Wait, I'm trying to remember in JoJo Part 5, right? One of the stands, it like ages you, but did that really not come through? Davy Cliff with the super chat. Why is Israel making everything about them? It's literally causing massive backlash. Hasbro used to be done by the cutthroat media geniuses, and they just became lazy. Yeah, no, like Thai or Israeli tourists. Look, I mean, I don't want to paint with too broad a brush, but yeah, Israeli tourists are getting a really bad name for themselves here, right? As much as people in Thailand, I think, you know, like some of the people that were killed on October 7th were Thai workers, were from Thailand and probably being kind of exploited in Israel. But there is some reason, you know, it's not, Thailand doesn't, like, you know, there's not like a natural you know, side that Thai people, you know, take in this issue, right? But yeah, the Israeli tourists, as of recently, a number of Israeli tourists have caused a lot of problems. Ooh, here, chat, let me show you maybe like an example of this, right? Let me see if I can find this. Oh my god, how many videos will there be when I type in? Oh my god, chat, there's a lot of videos on Israeli tourists. Yeah. I'm trying to find a particular one though. All right, let me show you this really quickly before we get going. All right, so that's an Israeli tourist on the right. Now I'm not entirely sure about the situation here. So like, you know, I've heard versions of the story where like she's got her shoes off. Somebody's upset about that, and she's kind of crashing out here, right? She's not replying in a way that makes sense, right? Yeah, my money builds your country. An Israeli tourist in Thailand was filmed allegedly refusing to remove her shoes. Yeah, a lot of businesses want you to remove your shoes, reportedly insulting the staff and saying after being asked to follow the restaurant's government. Yeah, so she says, my money builds your country. So somebody says, go back to your country, and her response is, my money builds your country.
Go back to your country. Thank you. You are not welcome here. I'm sorry, but your money, but my money, okay, build your country. Oh, wow. Okay.
Damn. Bad move there.
Go back to your country. You are not welcome here. I'm sorry, but your money, but my money, okay, build your country. Oh, wow. Okay.
This went absolutely viral in Thailand. That clip right there went absolutely viral. Now, like, the reason that I don't want to like come down on her too hard is I have heard some explanations that she she had an injury to her foot maybe, and she didn't want to take off her shoes for that reason. And I think she might have even asked somebody, you know, like when she came in, she asked somebody working there, hey, is it okay if I leave my shoes on? Like I hurt my foot or something like that, right? So I don't know entirely the situation behind this. She may have had a good reason for having her shoes on. That being said, it's about as insulting as you get. Like, right? You know, that's as domineering, like, you know, shut up, I'm rich. It's essentially what, and look, I mean, you know, Thai people get enough shit from tourists already, from tourists with that same fucking attitude, right? And it's already, you know, tourists being here, you know, spending money like it's nothing to a Thai person who, you know, works really hard to get like a day's wage, you know, which is a fraction of what you just saw somebody that's, you know, coming into your country waste. And then you're going to say something like, my money builds your country. That doesn't fly here. That does not fly here, right? That's not, that was not a good move by our Israeli friend there. In America, a law degree is a JD, Juris Doctor. Definitely not a good heart. That's what I've heard. What is an ember wave, chat? I'm hearing people talk about an ember wave. I don't know what that is. Tourism is... Oh, yeah, it's definitely a double-edged sword. Personally, I wouldn't want an Israeli to take off their shoes. I mean, Ethan Klein announced he's not shoeing Sean anymore. He said he was trolling, but his post is signed and dated, which feels like his lawyer made him do it. Oh, wow. Israeli tourists in Egypt are some of the funniest and most annoying people to watch, up there with the Saudis. Wait, Israelis take... wow. I mean, look, I know that the countries like Egypt and Israel have you know, the countries get along, right? I didn't think that the I didn't think that Egypt would be like a good place for Israelis to vacation, right? I just thought that in general, yeah, like that maybe Israelis don't have a good reputation in Egypt, right? Ethan, yeah, so not suing Sean. Well, that's one lawsuit off the table then. What was the thing he said about suing Taylor Lorenz, chat? Somebody in one of my previous videos.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Okay, just because you have a law degree doesn't make you completely evil.
Doesn't make you just like 99%. Yeah, that's true. Well, they were just saying that it was like, you know, that JD, which in Thailand means good heart. You're a kind person. You care. You're empathetic, you know, right? It doesn't describe your stereotypical lawyer in the U.S. But you're right that there's a lot, you know, like people that work for, you know, as public defenders, right? People that you know, do that not because they have to, but because they want to. There are a lot of lawyers that do good work and sometimes even do so. What is it? There's pro bono, and then there's one other word. Oh my God, I'm trying to remember the other word for not charging your client, but it does happen. How does that lead to weird colonial insults? I refuse to be barefoot anywhere. I just avoid places I have to be. Yeah, I mean, my whole deal is like I guess I gotta get a I guess I gotta get a pedicure now. Like, right? I don't know. Yeah, I gotta get, I need to get some sandals. Everybody around here wears sandals. And I don't even, you know, paint my toenails usually. Israel's vacation everywhere. That's right. Israelis vacation everywhere. I mean, you would think there'd be some places that they would want to, that would be better or worse though, right? I don't do good work, but I got parents to feed. That, yeah, there's a lot of reasons to need money, including student loans, including parents, including that fucking accent and talking to the Thai staff like that. No, she's like talking to everyone in there like that. It's not just, I mean, like, I think it's mostly other tourists maybe in there that are, I mean, there's probably some Thai people in there too, but I think it was other customers that she was talking to. The staff had said that she could take off or she could leave her shoes on because it was a special situation. But then when somebody else says, like, because like somebody else comes in there and they see somebody with their shoes on and they know that this is a place where you take your shoes off. They know that they just took their shoes off. They know that everybody takes their shoes off here and it's a sign of respect, right? For the place of business. And they just see like they see an Israeli woman with her shoes on and, you know, they make the assumption that she just doesn't give a fuck, right? She just doesn't care. And that may not have been the case, right? She may have gotten special permission to leave her shoes on, but yeah, definitely her response is what got her into trouble, right? She probably could have explained the situation, but yeah, she wasn't interested in that. Oh, yeah, Funkmaster Kaw, one of a bunch... Wait, one of a bunch of antidepressants who sweats a shit ton? It was textbook extortion after he posted that Instagram story stating as much. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, the Funkmaster is talking about the case against Shonda Black by Ethan Klein. If I was an Israeli, I would need a vacation too from all the genocide. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of reasons not to want to be in Israel right now. I can certainly understand that, but there's also a lot of reasons not to go to Israel in the first place, right? Not to be a part of that whole project. You got a pedicure the other day? I'm like afraid to get one because I have this one toenail that, like, when I was a kid, I used to I broke my toe and it kind of grew back weird and it was always getting ingrown. And for some reason, like, when I went to the doctor, they were like, oh, we need to do your surgery. We're going to remove part of your toenail. And that fucked it up even more, right? It, like, they fucked me over. The surgeon, like, cut too much. Like, they were trying to go down into the toenail and, like, kill off, like, part of it so it didn't grow as far on the side. And they ended up killing off too much of it. And it just like fucked up my toenail. So since I have one toenail that doesn't look like the other ones, I don't like showing my feet, I guess, for that reason. And so, like, I'm embarrassed to get a pedicure even because then I'm like, look at my gross toenail, now fix it. Like, I don't know. It seems mean. If I were, yeah, maybe she just thought they were foot fetish people. Maybe. Did you know there's an armpit fetish, chat? I did not know about this until I saw a video. Wait. I'm sorry. Wait. You're saying JD means sucker or mark, but I think it translates into more like goody two shows. Oh, Hebrew word, frere. No, I have not seen words on that Hebrew word. armpit fetish is huge in Jav? Nail techs see everything. I don't think they will care. Erudite is willing to accept money to show armpit. So this was the thing that Ethan was saying to Hasan. Too much information. Yeah, pretty much. I had that happen too. Now every time I get a pedicure, they lift and trim the corners. It gets ingrown. Oh wait, when they lift and trim the corners, it makes it ingrown. It's like if you don't try to break the rules and get special treatment, you are a frere. So it's like a sucker. It's like a God, there's a word for this, right? Saman isn't lying. That's real lore. Wait, who's Saman? Pedicures are to unfuck your feet, Irene, and they get people with fungus. You're nothing, girl. Thank you. That's the first time I've taken "you're nothing, girl" as a compliment. I did not know about that fetish. I know armpits have a special place in gay male culture. I just know Hasan and his armpits. Well, I mean, like, chat. I'm like nervous, right? But you know,
Debbie Cliff super chatted $9.99. You can get paid for armpit now. I think I'm becoming a conservative. Just go on Google Images, people.
Simon. Oh, Simon said that about erudite. About the who is Simon? So like not so erudite, who was recently somehow was brought FD Signifier onto hers and Destiny's old podcast. I don't know what was going on there. I don't know if like FD agreed to that, kind of as like yeah, Destiny hates my guts, so if I go on his old podcast, it's like, you know, it's like Sam Cedar pooping in your clogging up your toilet, kind of. Oh no, chat. I just realized that, oh no. There are loads of armpit fetish memes. I think we're at 80 now. But I guess, like, I mean, I don't know. Do I want to understand if your partner is into armpits, you're in for a treat? What, do they tickle you? What do they do? Is it a tickling thing? Felix of Chapo has talked about how even his grandparents thought Israelis were the rudest people. What if I'm a gay male my whole life and I don't know a thing about armpit? I don't know anything about armpits either. Yeah, I don't. This is area. I don't even. I don't want to say like I don't understand the fetish, because that sounds like too much like I'm calling people weird for having it. And it's just like, you know, like it's a fetish. Like I probably have fetishes that I don't even know about. Like a fetish is like the most. I only have normal fetishes. Wait, they lick your armpits? Doesn't that tickle? Okay. Erudite uses pits and has a foot mirror that does weird sexual stuff. A foot mirror? Oh, wait. So she's got a mirror showing her feet and she'll take off her shoes. Is that what you're saying? Then gets mad when people sexualize her? Why call it a fetish? I mean, I guess because it's sexual? Touching her deodorant stains, promise you'll stop for me. Wait, what? So chat, like, I mean, I was about to demonstrate. I was like, I feel like I show armpit all the time. That there's like all kinds of like, there's all kinds of JoJo poses that I do that show armpit. And now I'm just like, wait, am I like giving people free, like free kink, material? Should I be charging for my armpits? Oh my God, chat. Wow, I guess I don't know that much about Erudite. She's apparently brought me up on stream, at least once, kind of randomly, just because she was surprised at how much, she was surprised at how many viewers I had. She didn't really say anything more, right? But yeah, that implies that either she like follows me or she's watched my videos before. Otherwise, I don't think that my streams would be coming up. Yo, Donk Bonk, thank you for the follow. What a time to click in. Yeah, we're talking about armpit fetishes, I guess. I like women's armpits, whatever. I mean, like, look, there's nothing wrong with that. Unless you don't like, I mean, I get, you know, like, you're not like objectifying people. You're not looking at women in your life as walking armpits. You know, I think there's nothing, you know, I don't see a problem with that. Not super into seeing armpits though. So some people don't like to see armpits. Wait, do armpit people, do they like them shaved or do they like them not shaved? Like, do they want to see the armpit dry or do they want to see the armpit sweaty? Like, and I'm just trying to understand the fetish because, like, honestly, there's a lot of fetishes that I just don't understand. I just watched the Evil Asmongold Reddit video and it was great. That's on our, oh yeah, I should probably get to this. Thank you, Vrixton, for prompting me to do what I should have done a little while ago. And wait, let me see if I can. Wait, am I still on top chat? God damn it. Some of you don't show up in top chat. James Charles is into it. For me, I like them unshaved. A single body part fetish always confused me. Walking armpits? Wait, what? As someone who dated someone with an armpit fetish, I can safely say you're not bringing in a secret subsection of pit lovers, Irene. Don't worry. Wait, are you saying my armpits aren't sexy? Thanks. I'm pretty sure that, I don't know what standards, like, you know, armpit people are going by, but I'm pretty sure I got sexy armpits. I mean, I don't know. I'm fully a BDSM, and yes, it is a fetish. Also, he is being very rude. Wait, who's being rude? Ethan is being rude? Okay, so this is the one I wanted to touch to touch on. The armpit guy is being rude. Oh my god, I just watched the Evil Asmongold Reddit video. Yeah, so that is on the bonus content poll, of which 115 of you have voted on so far. The top vote getter at the moment is Shonda Black's reaction to Ethan's lawsuit, right? Not Ethan's suit. I hope no one was thinking that Shonda Black was going to roast Ethan on his fashion choices, right? It's not that. It's the lawsuit that was supposed to go on against Shonda Black that Ethan has apparently now canceled. So 49% of you are voting for that. That's in first place. Second place is Ethan Klein responds to Vadim. And we might even have Vadim come by if that one gets chosen. Who knows, chat? yeah, I don't know. Sometimes he's up kind of late. So third place is Adam Friedland on Stavi's World. And fourth place, wow, the Asmongold subreddit thing is in fourth place. But it is an option, right? And the bonus goal works like this, right? You see how this number here, right there, that is how close we are to the bonus topic. So if this number gets to 100 by the end of the stream, we'll get one bonus topic here. Wait, I'm trying to, this one, right? These are the bonus topics. This number right here, right? If it gets to 100 by the end of the stream, I'll stick around and I'll cover some more topics, or I'll cover another topic if it gets to 100. If it gets to 200, I'll cover 2 topics. If it gets to 300, oh my god, chat, that's a lot of topics, but I'll stick around and cover them all. And 400, I think it's only happened once or twice, so I don't even know what happens if we hit 400. I feel like I owe you something special at that point. Maybe Armpit. Maybe Armpit.
Cliff super chatted $9.99. This is why people should only participate in normal stuff like latex dog outfits, screaming German at the cross, liking milk from the bowl.
Screaming German at the cross? Okay, I can get with that. Yeah, latex dog outfits complete with a hood. I mean, like, what's better than that? And also learning a foreign language for your fetish, right? If your fetish involves learning a foreign language, your fetish is goddamn educational. And I gotta give that like a special, I like armpits either way, but usually in porn or spicy pics, since those are consenting. Okay, so you're not like trying to look at people just accidentally showing armpit. You're trying to look to the people that are like, look at my sexy pit. Oh my god, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry. It's a real fetish. Let's treat it like a real fetish. And let's have some respect for the diversity of human sexual interest, right? Shaved versus unshaved, it depends entirely on the person, I would imagine. Yeah, that's okay. So it's up for argument. It's up for debate. Do they ever have debates? I want to go to is there like armpit talk? We can go and see some debates between armpit talkers that are like, I like the shaved pits for this and this and this reason. And there's another person that's like, I like them when they're unshaved. I think it's better. And then somebody else is like, I like them when they're a little bit sweaty. And then somebody else is like, I like them when they're very dry. The person has just taken a shower. And there's like, I don't know, like maybe even a little bit of like powder on them. Maybe you like them very dry. I don't know, chat. It's like, up to your taste. Speaking broken French with an awesome accent is very attractive for me. What about terrible French? Oh wait, so Columbia Rican's talking about the big beautiful bill. So they brought out a new version of this bill. They're gonna try to get a vote on it this weekend. And Columbia Rican's mentioning safety net cuts, public land sales, clean energy repeal, more money for the immigration crackdown and asylum fees, and a $5 trillion debt limit hike. Yeah, this is the bill that was supposed to part of the whole thing that Trump was promising was to deal with the deficit, deal with the debt, and in no way does this do that. In no way does this do that because they got too greedy. They had to have a big beautiful tax cut for all the fucking super wealthy. And just to clarify things, it's okay like to mention things that are happening as long as you're not like spamming them. And you understand that in some cases with breaking news, like if it's like, there was a shooting, there was a bombing, something like that, I usually won't cover that breaking news until we know more about it, right? Because there's a lot of misinformation flying around in the very beginning, and I just don't want to further propagate any misinformation that might be out there. So I try to kind of wait for, till we know a little bit more about it. But yeah, the tax bill is potentially getting voted on. I think it's from what I've heard though, there's a lot of uncertainty about whether they're even going to be able to pass it. I don't understand furry, even though I'm into animal cosplay. I just don't get the cartoon version of it. I like when it's more real. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I think the art is really cool. I don't I've dated furries before. I mean, I don't have the I don't have a persona or anything, right? But I've never found it to be that weird. Obviously, within the furry fandom, there are a lot of fetishes, just like there are, anywhere, right? So, there's definitely stuff within, under the umbrella of furry that I don't get. But I feel like just I feel like people don't understand that it's not. I don't think it's just about sex. From what I've seen, it's not just about sex. It's a lot of it's about fun. And I guess self-exploration, I would, for lack of a better term. I heard the big beautiful bill would be one of the largest wealth transfer. Oh yeah, one thing I did hear is that Chuck Schumer has forced the Senate to read. Are they going to have to read all 109 or all 920 pages? It is an obscenely large, impossible to read bill. There was even a section in there about AI that Marjorie Taylor Greene voted for, and then when she was made aware of what she'd actually voted for, she said, "Oh, I never would have voted for that. I didn't know that was in there." Right? So yeah, they're voting on stuff they haven't even read this shit, right? But yeah, Chuck Schumer, maybe the first useful thing he's done in a long time, forcing them to read the bill. That being said, chat, no doubt they will probably get a speed reader to read the bill as fast as possible. I started on time today. Wait, what? But then there's there's the sad emote. I don't know if that's a good thing. I started on time today, but I took way too long with chat. Anyway, so yeah, what I was trying to get at is that we've got the butterfly goal. We're at 6 out of 10 out of that. If we get to 10, I will put a butterfly in my hair. Maybe this one, because I have not done this butterfly in a while. We also have the bonus content goal. That is what you're voting on right now if you're on YouTube chat. If you're not in YouTube chat, feel free to come over and vote on, it's at youtube.com/nocommentchick. Just click on the stream and you too will be able to make your voice heard on the vote. Right now, Sean the Black reacting to Ethan's lawsuit is in the first place. Ethan Klein responds to Vadim is in second place, and Adam Friedland on Savvy's World and Asmongold's subreddit is evil. It's a new video essay about Asmongold's subreddit. I'm curious what that's all about, right? Those are tied for last place. So again, this number goes up anytime you do a super chat, super sticker. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne, which right now we're funding my Thai visa, right? Which I have to pay for a year of language school up front to get it. And we're almost there. I think we're like $170 or so away from reaching that goal. So that's coming up, and that's on throne.com/nocommentchick if you want to contribute to me learning the Thai language and being able to talk to people here and being able to stay in the country and, more importantly, stay out of the United States. So we got that going on. Also, if you sign up for my Patreon or if you support me on Twitch, whether it's through getting yourself a sub, which gives you jellyfish and weasels and all kinds of things, all kinds of emotes, all kinds of animated emotes you get with a Twitch sub. If you gift Twitch subs or if you throw bits my way, any of that counts towards this number right here. It makes it go up. If it gets to 100, we do one piece of bonus content. If it gets to 200, we do two pieces, etc., etc. right? So that's how it works. And what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that I also appreciate my Patreons. And if you're a Patreon of mine at the $5 level or higher, you get a fancy shout out every stream, usually twice at the beginning and end of each stream.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Your AF newswoman Irene, if I ever tell you otherwise, punch me in the face. DA Newsroom.
Wait, I think that means fantastic newswoman, right? That's what that means. That's what that means right now. That's what that means right there. So anyway, yeah, thank you to my Patreons, and thank you to Davy Cliff for the super chat as well. Thank you to Oral Ellipsis, Temporal Insanity, Steven Sayers, Funky Monkey, Sarah, thank you to Nadia Yvette, thank you to Moe Noe, thank you to Jules K, thank you to Izzy Mandius, thank you to Infallible Fowl, thank you to Hot Ham Radio, thank you to Good for Gabby, thank you to Buffy Geek, thank you to Animus, and a fancy thank you to Zara Xerix, to Rachel K, to Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star. There we go, Patreons. We're at 100. Oh, wow. All right, so right as I'm starting the actual stream, we have reached at least one level of bonus content. Again, if this gets to 200, I will do the top 2 items. Oh yeah, the other, here's, I'm like, I feel like there's something that I'm not telling them, and indeed there was something that I wasn't telling you. It's that when you donate, you can tell me in chat which of these topics you are supporting, which of these topics you want to see win, and I will be more than happy to put your money where your mouth is, turning your donation into a percentage and adding it to the total vote score of the topic of your choice. So, right, that's a way, even if the thing that you like is not winning, that you can kind of nudge it in that direction by, you know, when you donate, you can tell me it's for this, it's for that, and I will add a percentage for on your behalf. David Dayan has the prospect report reported an estimated 15 plus hours. Oh, for them to read out the big beautiful bill. Posted info on Rom and his affiliate in Discord. If anyone's Rom. Rom Emanuel? Yeah, so chat, like, you know, it's okay to mention like a breaking news item. Just understand that I may not, you know, I may not cover it. I may not even mention it, depending on what I'm doing, and that, you know, as long as you don't spam it, right? Because again, when I'm talking about a certain topic, I kind of owe that topic to the chat, and I can't always, like, you know, take away from it to cover something that's just happening. And in general, I don't cover, just so you know, I don't cover a lot of breaking news for the reason that we don't. Yeah, Big Beautiful Bill would be one of the largest wealth transfers from the poor to the rich in history. That is true. The vote to debate passed about an hour ago, so now they're presently fully reading it, because yeah, the Dems are finally acting somewhat like like an opposition, right? That's Chuck Schumer that asked for the big beautiful bill to be read aloud, and maybe just to underline how big it is, and therefore how much is hidden in it. That's why they make bills big like that, because they want to put little things in there that that would not get that would not get approved otherwise. Wait, I'm sorry, but who, Rom and his affiliate? I just don't know who Rom is, Rave. Rom is Ethan's lawyer. Okay, thank you. I forgot. Did you see Legal Mindset tried to put in his 2 cents about the Klein lawsuits? Lawsuits are getting crazier by the minute. Wait, you watched Sorkin's master class? Is this Aaron Sorkin or the other? Oh my God, Chad, I get the Sorkins mixed up. How to meditate, how I will escape the cycle of reincarnation. I mean, it depends, right? You know, some people meditate so they can come back and help others. Some people meditate for liberation. Some people meditate on armpits, and that's okay too. Speaking of main topic, edged enough, I think so. Sorkin's life is awesome. Just getting high off coke for wait, which Sorkin is this, chat? Maybe I don't know all the Sorkins. Anyway, I'm a fantastic news lady. Let's get on to the news with friend of the show. Friend of a lot of shows. Oh yeah, chat. So the other thing that I was going to throw out there before we get started. Oh my God, is this a new? Yeah, Quipman has been posting a lot on Ethan Klein. A little content warning for all of you. This is Quipman. He is a that we're gonna react to, right? Quipman is a commentary streamer, right? And not a great guy. In fact, you know, the whole thing about Sloptubers being like vaguely right-wing coded, I would say that Quipman is more like far-right coded, right? From my understanding, he is an actual fan of Nicholas Fuentes, right? Despite the fact that I think that, you know, I don't know, chat, you know, Fuentes is anti-Semitic. It's kind of a weird thing for Quiham to be a fan of Fuentes, but that's what I've heard. Yeah, I guess, wait, I'm trying to decide what to start with. I guess we can start with this one. But yeah, nonetheless, chat, you've got this guy calling out Nick DiOrio, calling out Ethan Klein, and kind of calling it as he sees it, in saying that Ethan is acting in bad faith on a number of issues. And the first one of those issues that we're going to talk about is fair use. All right, so
I don't buy.
Oh, that wonderful voice, All right, you can tell that he's got a lot of his father in him, chat. Maybe a little bit of his mom as well. Let's try and, in fact, yeah, like just listening to this guy, right? I'm kind of curious about what he watches, right? Like some of the knowledge that he's pulling together sounds like knowledge that he might have gotten from Hasan's stream, from watching Hasan. Some of it sounds like stuff that I might say. I'm not gonna, you know, accuse him of, you know, stealing my takes or anything like that, because for all I know, he came up with this shit on his own, right? But let's take a look at this guy. Yeah, he's British, and latest news, a U.S. representative has probably lost control of their bladder because they're old as hell. No doubt. Fuentes is a new age Bannon loser who predicts the future. Right. But yeah, the content warning, chat, is that you're going to get...
Narwhal_by super chatted $5. Are we going to find out Quiham is like Christine Bale in The Prestige, and he's not that he's complex, but it's twin brothers running a channel?
Ooh, I've never seen The Prestige, but that's an interesting theory right there. You know what my theory about this guy is, though? here's my theory. All right, now Quiham, Quitman, I think he's called. I can't remember his name, Chad. I'm always mixing up his name. Wait, what was a hate crime? Who's his father? Obviously, Chud Logic. But yeah, Quitman is look, you're gonna hear he loves to say the R slur. All right, there we go. He loves to say the R slur. Unlike Chud Logic, he's not like a 40-year-old man shouting a playground taunt at the top of his lungs. He is about at the age that you'd expect somebody to, you know, to use that word copiously. That accent? Oh, the accent was a hate crime. Oh, sorry. I'll try to do better. But yeah, so you're gonna hear slurs. He is not a great guy. He doesn't have, you know, great takes like the Cumtown guys. Probably a little worse, right? Because with the Cumtown guys, they'll say shit that is offensive, but the joke is always on those with power. With Cumtown, right? With Quitman, it's not so not that you can't make that assumption, right? I mean, he like, you know, from what I've seen, he's just kind of, you know, hates trans people, hates gay people, and probably, I don't know. I don't even want to, have I heard him say racist stuff? No, but I wouldn't be surprised if he did, I guess. I don't know that much about this guy. But what I do know is that he is bucking the trend of Diorio and Willie Mack and the rest of Sloptube in calling them as he sees them. And as such, chat, I have to offer a certain level of begrudging respect that even though, yeah, like the content warnings stand, just understand that, you know, if you don't like hearing people say slurs, he's probably going to say a couple slurs here. He's probably going to call everyone the R slur, and he doesn't even know my trick, which is just like, you know, just call him Chud Logic if you want to say that. Since Chud has taken such ownership over the R slur, I feel like his name might as well just become a euphemism for that slur. So, you know, it's kind of, Irene, if he's British, then it's highly likely that he's super racist. Possible. Quitman is definitely okay, so that's the other thing. Yeah. So we were asking, like, you know, what is, you know, like what went wrong? Like, why is he like this and shit? You know, why does he have some good qualities amidst a whole bunch of really bad qualities? And it's probably where he, how do I say this?
Derby Cliff super chatted $9.99. Nick Mullen won Zoran the election. He activated all those young 40-year-old podcast bros. He's the new Lenin.
That's right. Nick Mullen is the new Rogan and the new Lenin. Their powers combined, chat. Their powers combined. And thank you for the super chat. What I'm trying to say, chat, is that, like, Quiham, yeah, I will use this phrase. He grew up on a certain part of the internet, right? He grew up in a certain sphere of the internet, and that is the 4chan, Kiwi Farms, Killstream kind of sphere, right? And I think that's why he's this way. I think he literally is just, like, kind of, you might even call it like a social capture. Like, I've talked about intellectual capture before. I don't think anyone's getting intellectually captured by 4chan, but I do think that you can get kind of socially captured in that mindset, and that mindset, you know, sort of forms your views of the world, right? And we can see that there is definitely some brain worms crawling around in Quitman's noggin here, right? And you almost are tempted to say, if we could just extract some of those brain worms, then maybe this dude would be okay. I don't know, chat. I'm not here to try to change anyone. I'm not here to try to save anyone, but yeah, you know, this moral consistency that he's about to display on Ethan Klein despite the fact that he's obviously no fan of Hasan, no fan of anything on the left, right, chat? I talk about like Sloptubers as being vaguely right-wing coded. This guy is more like vaguely far-right coded, like, right? He's Fuentes pilled, he's Kiwi pilled, he's, you know, 4chan pilled. And yet, you know, we kind of see like an unexpected turn against Ethan Klein that is definitely tapping that incel audience, that large reservoir of lost souls, in order to try to rebuild his fallen community. So with that in mind, chat, fully 2 hours after I started streaming, goddamn, I am a yapper. Still trapped arguing about the PS2 on YTMD? Is that still a site? Oh my god, chat. So yeah, let's start the stream. Let's fucking react to this guy. Here he is. I think I have explained enough. Let's see what he's got to say about Ethan, and then we're gonna. Oh my god, let me make sure that this is the right video.
This injustice argument. This is just, again, as far as I can tell, creating pretext for a politically and personally motivated attack. Because you can't say that Ethan worked with the ADL, but I guess we can say that Denim's directly collaborates with Snark, I guess. The whole thing, the whole operation here is trying to destroy these people's lives and trying to make people think twice before they react to Ethan. Those are the two primary goals here. To me, from what I can see, those seem to be the goals.
Who's his editor?
In my opinion. Again, this guy's very litigious, so I'm going to keep reiterating my opinion. He's doing everything you shouldn't do in those people's eyes, and they are supporting him. All right.
Okay.
So.
What the fuck? Oh my god, chat. Oh. I was trying to give his editor some credit. Like, I think this is a good intro. It's a short intro. That's all. But like, what is this? What is this? What is this? Just oh no, chat. That's just sloppy, isn't it? Oh no. I like trying to give his editor some props. I don't even know who his editor is, chat. For all I know, it could be DK. Shit, it could be worse than DK actually. There's a few people in his community that have edited a video once or twice that I feel like might even be worse than DK. But yeah, what is this shit? You can't show him. You can't show Ethan Klein's face. No, I think this is some kind of mistake. I think this is just something that got left in the editing session and, you know, never taken out. So yeah, Sloptuber is gonna slop, chat. Sloptuber is gonna slop, and Slop Editor apparently, even though I think he chose a good moment to show. I like the format that he's using for the intro here for the sizzle reel. And the brevity is definitely working for him, but yeah, what the fuck is this? Everything you shouldn't do in those people's eyes, and they are supporting him. Oh. All right. Oh. It's the Quiham. It's the splash. The splash somehow got. Oh god. Okay, chat. I'm not trying to call anybody's editor out. So. At least he's got an editor, right? Guys. A new set of Ethan Klein lawsuits and a new Ethan Klein content nuke have been released today, okay? Now, everyone is immediately... I'm gonna go pee while I have a chance. You can see it very clearly. There are some people that are trying to thread the needle of not full-throatedly supporting it, but most people are just on side with it. So Willie Mack has already made a statement essentially supporting it, so never let him forget that. Nick DiOrio has currently not made a single statement. He 100% knows what it is because he was tweeting about it last night, though. So he absolutely is in contact in Ethan's inner circle, well, to a significant degree. So any claims of a lack of collaboration or communication are completely bullshit. He's either talking to someone who is talking to Ethan, or they're all talking to each other. So absolutely coordinating. Same with Mutahar. Same with his wife. Same with Dan Saltman as well. In fact, you can just look at this Library of Congress article from months ago, which I've known about for a long time. I've known that this was the plan for a while. So basically, the whole point was, and I don't know, so here's two things I've got to lay out for you, okay?
So, two things are going to lay out for you. Hasan, I think, personally, was the original target for this. Now, people might claim otherwise because, well, Ethan told Hasan to react to it, so he had explicit license. But that hasn't actually stopped Ethan before, because some of you may not be aware of this, but actually, a while ago, do you know Ethan actually made a public statement, a long time ago now, when he was hanging out with Hasan. He made a public statement on his podcast where he said, guys, you can clip my shit, post it anywhere, clip my stuff. I want the Hasan industrial complex. I want what Hasan... This is what he said. I want what Hasan's got. Clip my stuff, post it anywhere, do whatever you want with it, post it everywhere. So, people may claim that he couldn't go after Hasan or wouldn't go after Hasan because he gave explicit license to Hasan. That is complete bullshit, in my opinion, because Ethan has abandoned that before. He has given explicit license and then abandoned that idea. So, as far as I can tell, that's a bullshit excuse. That is a total bullshit excuse to claim that. Now, this Library of Congress listing, I've known about for a long time. This is someone was on JStalk's stream. I'll say that much, okay? Someone was on JStalk's stream a long time ago talking about getting stuff registered with the Library of Congress and how the Library of Congress, when you register something under copyright with the Library of Congress, there you can be awarded statutory damages for the copyright infringement of like $250,000 or something to that effect. Now, take a look at this listing. You can't actually look at it because it's off screen, but you can look up Content Nuke on the Library of Congress and you can verify everything I'm about to say to you. I'm not lying. It's literally, they would be retarded for me to claim this exists when it doesn't. In fact, you can kind of see it here. There we go. So, you see here, this is the Content Nuke Hasan Piker, Library of Congress, registered 28th of January, 2025, on a USB flash drive. So, this was set up, this was laid as like a trap, basically. So, this isn't any claim that this is about protecting Ethan's copyright. That falls completely flat to me. That's complete bullshit to me. Because it's not, it can't be about protecting the copyright. You did not care, obviously, about the money you were going to make from the Content Nuke. That was not the goal of the Content Nuke. It was not to farm ad revenue. That was obviously not the goal. It was not about people getting people to watch it on the H3H Productions channel either. It wasn't trying to grow that channel. It was not about any of that. It was about making the hit piece on Hasan, because that's what he cares about doing, is destroying Hasan and his friends. So, why would you assume this is about protecting his copyright? When obviously it's laid as a trap from the start, before anyone's even done anything with his copyright. It is...
Alright, all I got from that is that, what did he call Ela? His bleep wife? What got bleeped out there, chat? Was it W? Was it a word that starts with a W? I don't see because your shit stream. Yeah, that's right. Why are we listening to a British child about American law? Because he's Chud's son. Quiham has said multiple times he's not a fan of Hasan's, but he has defended him consistently over the last 6 months. My understanding, and like maybe I'm being too good faith here. Okay, so option one, he's trying to get in with Hasan. There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way that Hasan would have any interest in this dude. So no, right? Option two, he is somehow that fucking blur is back. Oh, you know what it was, chat? I figured it out. There's a blur because there's some information that he wants to redact, and it just got extended too far back. It got extended into the intro. I think that's what that is. Wait, isn't that akin to releasing it under Creative Commons? What, the US Library of Congress? I don't think so. Like, all right, so option 2, he's actually like somewhat morally consistent, and he's peeved with the rest of Sloptube and their, kind of team sports. The fact that they are, like, he doesn't want, like, right. So what Sloptube has done in order to embrace Ethan Klein after hating Ethan Klein is they just flip their morality every time that they change, and every time Ethan's doing something that they criticized in someone else before, then they're like, oh, well, no, this is okay. This is actually okay. No, this is good, because actually Denims and Frogan and Casey Tron are basically doing Sniper Wolf shit, right? Which they're not. And you just gotta you gotta really like lie, and maybe Quihman's doesn't feel good about telling what he knows to be lies, right? So yeah, what I'm saying, chat, is that if we look at alignments in Dungeons and Dragons, all right, some of you may be familiar with this, right? Dungeons and Dragons alignment chart. All right, here we go. Whoops. Oh, it's too big. All right, can we all see this? No, not quite. Not quite. No, it's too big now.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Isn't like half of Sloptube Muslim and they all have defend Israel to get that Ethan Klein boost is like the most cynical thing I've seen. Also Butterfly.
Wait, half of Sloptube Muslim? The only Muslim I know that's part of Sloptube is Mudahar. Something like, oh my god, I just gotta make it a little bit smaller. All right, can we see it there? Sort of, almost, not really. God damn it. So anyway, chat, you got lawful good, you got neutral good, and you've got chaotic good. Just like you've got lawful neutral, true neutral, and chaotic neutral. And then you've got lawful evil, neutral evil, and chaotic evil. I'm going to make an argument that Quiham is actually lawful evil, right? He's evil, but he is bound by a sense of propriety. And he will not... I never chat, but I have to chime in. I used to register my music with the Library of Congress in 2003 before the internet was sophisticated. Stuff like YouTube assigns an automatic archive. It is not necessary for a copyright. Yeah, that's true, Amanda. I think that Ethan's explanation for why he's doing the why he's registering for the Library of Congress is that there are statutory awards that you can get if your work is registered with the Library of Congress, and he mentioned, I think, $250,000 as being the limit, and that in order to get himself that statutory qualify for statutory damages, he's registered with the Library of Congress. I think that, or at least that's his explanation. Trying to use it to get more compensation, it's definitely a thing. Or even, if he doesn't end up taking these cases forward. Butterfly, thank you. Oh my god. It's butterfly time. Let's make this happen. something like that. Then yeah.
Blatantly creating a pretext to try to destroy the people who have accurately described him as a Zionist and possibly gone further and said insane shit about him. I don't know what Frogan Denims or Casey Tron have said necessarily, but if they have defamed him, take it through the fucking defamation courts. You don't get to litigate.
Chaotic good. We got a lot of chaotic good representing in chat. I wonder why my chat would be so chaotic good.
Your issues with someone's opinions about you through a fucking copyright court. It's a total bad faith use of this.
The most nonsensical tactic I've ever seen that isn't done by like a Fortune 500 company
System. I don't know whether that would be legally bad faith, but it is, from by any colloquial definition, a bad faith use of it. Because your goal is not to protect copyright. Blatantly so. Anyone can prove that just from the publicly available information. Goal was never about copyright. The goal is obviously about silencing political speech.
The question, though, that I want to ask, to pose to Quiham is that, look, you and I have watched enough to know that Ethan is coming at this in bad faith, right? Will the attorneys, assuming this thing goes to trial, will the attorneys for the defendants be able to, focus the judge and or jury's, attention on the, evidence that Ethan is coming at this in extremely bad faith? Will they be able to, without having the jury's eyes glaze over, assuming that there will be a jury? It's not automatically necessary for a copyright. I wanted to throw that info out there. Yeah, the upload date on YouTube is good enough to show that basically you own it. Yeah, it's just I think it's just something that Ethan's throwing in there to scare people, right? To make them think that they're going to have generational debt out of this.
And silencing people talking shit about you. That's obvious to anyone with eyes and ears. So anyone supporting this on the grounds that it's a copyright dispute is a disgusting, subhuman fucking liar. That's Willie Mac, that's Lonerbox, okay? Already.
Damn, Sloptuber on Sloptuber violence? I'm here for it.
I've seen those two doing it. So, and the idea, by the way, we are going to go over Lonerbox's coverage, because the idea that someone who is mentally AFK 6 hours a fucking day playing World of Warcraft is going to sit there. I pushed about it. He says, oh, I would get fucked in copyright court. I would get fucked in copyright court. That's not the point, is it? Take a moral stand. You obviously don't think this is okay. You don't think it would be okay for Noah Samson to sue you into the dirt for watching one of his videos while you're half AFK. If you said in a video, oh, I didn't want to engage with half these points. These points are too stupid to engage with. Would that suddenly be justification to sue you? No, obviously not. People have completely abandoned their principles and are acting in ways that only hurt them down the line. Things that only...
The only thing I'm going to disagree with Quiham on is the idea that these people had principles to begin with. Quiham, they didn't. They never did. It was never about fairness.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. I'm going to be real with you. Ethan is an awkward man who crashes out, and most of his opponents are well-spoken, good-looking. It would be easy to convince a jury he's being malicious.
He's being malicious. Yeah. I mean, unless they somehow just get hung up on the details, you know what I mean? But yeah, I see what you're saying. I don't know. Do you think he cleans up well, though? Do you think he cleans up well? Do you think that is it a seedless watermelon? It's fairly low in seeds, but it's definitely not seedless. I think seedless are more expensive. But thank you for the super chat. And interesting, yeah, you're right that there's going to be, assuming we don't even know if a jury will be involved here. Oh, what's up, Endless? Good to see you. We don't even know if this would be like a jury trial or in a criminal case, if the defendant wants trial by a jury, the defendant gets trial by a jury, right? In a civil case of this is like a copyright infringement, I don't know. I don't know how, you know, who's going to make the determination, if it's going to be a judge or a jury. But yeah, either way, Ethan is not exactly a good look. He's an awkward man, as Davy says, who crashed. Yeah. There's a lot of video of Ethan, you know, not looking too hinged, let's just say.
Hurt their careers, only hurt them down the line. Destiny, Loner Box, all these fucking losers sit there saying nothing for 40 minutes of an hour-long video. Totally silent. Check the fuck out in a 12-hour stream. And now they're on board with this. It's sickening. It's sickening. So we're going to watch the content nuke. Obviously, I already know plenty about what's going on.
But what I was trying to get at, and specifically addressed to Quiham, I really wish you'd notice that this is what commentary Sloptube is like, and that you don't exactly fit here. And why don't you fit here? Because you have a certain degree of moral consistency, right? And you're acting like, you know, these people are the aberration is for Willie Mack and Nicholas Diorio to not be guided by facts and logic. I don't think it's as much of an aberration as you think. I think that if anything, Quiham, you know, maybe they've been like morally lucky, or at least, you know, when you look at it, like, right, they're people that they've criticized have indeed been disingenuous and dishonest, right? And in this case, it's the opposite. And you're seeing they're still siding with the, you know, Leftist Bad, Hasan Bad, Femoid Bad, etc., right? And I would just hope that this could somehow be a teachable moment for Quiham, right? To just figure out like what is wrong with the group of people that you have been associated with. And I get that as a content creator, it's really hard, because if you're associating with these kind of people in terms of your content, that indicates that your audience, and you're going to see in a second chat, the kind of shit that he's getting from his audience, your audience maybe is a little bit like that too. So it might not be as easy to get out of it, but like if you're not okay with this kind of shit, you know, then you're on the wrong team, Quiham. Or I don't know. You know, he'd probably say it's not about team sports. I'm just being honest. Okay.
But it is blatantly not about the copyright. Anyone pretending it's about the copyright is a fucking liar. Is an actual fucking liar. Yeah, exactly. Lonerbox is smart. Lonerbox is smart. That's why it's obvious what's happening here. It's obvious what's happening here. He hates these people. He's been harassed by lefties. He's okay with anything happening. He's happy to ride. He got kicked out by Destiny and totally betrayed. He's happy to ride the Ethan.
I don't think Lonerbox is smart.
We're not pretending this isn't the case anymore. We're not
and compared to your average Sloptuber, maybe, but
pretending your incentives aren't obvious. They are. These people have completely abandoned any principles they once claimed. It is disgusting. Thank you for the $50.
Yeah, the principles were a means to an end.
LFG.
Hey man,
Hi there. My name is Ethan Klein, and my favorite hobby is spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on lawyers. Today I invite you into my home to share my favorite pastime with you.
We've definitely got some seeds.
Creating generational wealth for my attorney. Let me tell you guys a story. About a year and a half ago, it's a big conversation called ReactGate. ReactGate was a debate going on in the streaming community about what constituted fair use. People like Hasan, XQC, and many of the large Twitch streamers would watch other...
You know, his video's coming off like the way a Xander Hall... Have you ever watched a Xander Hall video, chat? Let's rewind that for a second. I didn't notice this the first time.
ReactGate was a debate... Let me tell you guys a story. About a year and a half ago, it's a big conversation called ReactGate. Reactgate was a debate going on in the streaming community about what constituted fair use.
This is like a Xander Hall intro.
People like Hasan, XQC, and many of the large Twitch streamers would watch other creators' entire video on their stream. They would rarely add sufficient commentary or even pause the video to speak. Most egregiously, they would re-upload the entire VOD to YouTube with the same thumbnail, the same title, so that they could cannibalize traffic from the original video. Here's what Lamino had to say about this phenomenon.
I don't mind people reacting to my videos, but I do mind when they play the entire...
So, again, if you want to get people on reaction content, get them fairly on reaction content. You believe reaction content needs to change. Get them on it fairly. Don't do this bullshit where you try and get as many people to react to this video as possible. You try and get it out to their audiences. You try and do this. And then you spring some retarded trap that isn't about the copyrighted content. It isn't about the fact, oh, I spent so much time with trying to make money off of this. It isn't about that. It's blatantly about the political perspectives, and not just the political perspectives, but more so, they're talking shit about Ethan. They're talking shit about Ethan. And he's going to try and pretend that's not the case, but it's obviously the case.
That's the case. Yeah, no, I agree. That's the difference. You remember he said he didn't mind XQC's reaction. He didn't mind Asmongold's reaction. And his excuse was because they are reacting correctly. And that the femoids, though, they're not reacting. They're stealing his video. And also, if Ethan wants to do this thing where he thinks that content needs to change, Ethan, it all starts with the man in the mirror, okay? And you're not even living up to these standards that you purport because you don't give a fuck about any of that. You don't care about ReactGate. You react to videos all the time. Your whole career, his first lawsuit that got, set a precedent in terms of transformative content was reacting to a YouTuber, right? So yeah, if he thinks there needs to be a change in YouTube, he's got to start with himself, and he's not, because he's not serious. There's nothing serious about this guy.
It is obviously the case. We can go through it.
Of my video. A face cam in the corner or the occasional interruption does nothing to address that issue. My video is still being played from beginning to end in someone else's stream or video. It's neither ethical nor necessary to feature the entirety of someone else's work. Or, they could do the bare minimum and ask...
And I gotta say, this is a video essayist commenting on streamers, right? Without the understanding of what a live stream really is about.
For permission. Something that...
It's one thing to ask another YouTuber, hey, you didn't need to react to my whole video. You only talked about 3 points on my video. Couldn't you just put in those 3 sections of my video and then react to those? Right? But to say that to a live streamer, that's a whole different thing. You're assuming that there's a lot more time in prep that goes into it than not. A lot of what a live stream is watching a video that you haven't seen before and kind of navigating your way through it and trying to figure out, it's a whole thing of I don't ever want to watch one piece of video for that long because it gets boring and there's a lot of stuff that might not be pertinent. However, you kind of have to, there's a certain degree to which you have to go through the video to find out that it's not pertinent. And then if that's the case, later you can, edit that out on the video that you end up putting up. And honestly, a live stream does not compete on the same playing field with a video. I'll say it again, chat. Live streams do not get the same are not treated the same in an algorithm as a video. So automatically, you're not dealing with competition from a live stream. The competition might come from the edited video. And if that's the case with Hasan, you kind of got to take it up with the industrial complex channels, if it's assuming it's on one of those, right?
None of the major reaction channels have ever done when they've streamed or re-uploaded my videos. But to answer your question, no, I don't want people to stream or re-upload the entirety of my videos.
Now, understandably, this made a lot of people angry because why should these content thieves, essentially, get more views than the author of the video, which in a lot of cases was happening. I mean, people don't like injustice, and this just, we all see this and know it's not right. This debate culminated when XQC wanted...
The truth about Loner Box finally comes out.
Thank you for $4.20. I'm sorry, but to a certain extent, this is like just the market. Like, are all those people going to watch those videos without that streamer? No.
Yeah, and in some cases, you know, you're talking about a video that just would not have been seen if it wasn't for the larger streamer watching it.
I don't see it as a massive injustice. Unless you're like you have to have kind of like a specific set of beliefs to think this is like a major injustice, or you're just acting on a pure legal framework. Because the thing is, I don't believe that these are offering true market replacements. The people that watch a reaction stream or react to a Lemino video are not the same people who watch a Lemino video. They aren't the same audiences. I don't believe that.
Vimios, I don't like Quiham, but he's is that his name? I'm sorry, I keep on mispronouncing it. It's Quiham, not Quiham. Okay, Quipman. I don't like Quipman, but he's been on a base arc recently. Not gonna lie, I give him credit for that. Yeah. No, I do think that he deserves a certain degree of credit for moral consistency. I do want to highlight that not all of Sloptube is, singing in this chorus of Hasan Bad, Ethan Good, when like just a few years ago it was Ethan Bad, right? Not everyone in Sloptube is as willing to just completely sell out any sort of, moral, consistency. They might have claimed it one time, and it's kind of separating, I don't want to say like the wheat from the chaff, chat. We're not trying to harvest the commentary community or anything like that. We're not trying to turn them into bread tubers, although I don't know. But you can see that, and what I'm maintaining, chat, is that like I get the feeling that Quiham was just like born on the wrong side of the internet, right? That a lot of the fucked up things about this guy, and I've mentioned a few of those. You'll hear it as he goes on, right? The dude loves his slurs, for instance, right? But a lot of this might be just a facet of sort of like what internet environment he came up as a content creator in. So
the people who watch it through XQC are XQC viewers first and foremost. They watch their streamer and they'll watch whatever their streamer gives them. They're not there for Lemino, truly. They end up watching the Lemino video, but they're not there for Lemino, and they wouldn't click Lemino. So I don't buy this injustice argument. This is just, again, as far as I can tell, creating pretext for a politically and personally motivated attack.
One of the prime suspects called into my show to debate me, in which case I'm...
Yeah, and that's the other thing Femios brings up. No one's stealing Ethan's content here. People are criticizing him. That's obviously what he has this issue with. That's the difference between Denim's reaction, Frogan's reaction, Caseytron's reaction, and Asmongold's reaction, and oh my god, who's the other? Asmongold and XQC, right? XQC adds nothing to any content ever. Like all he does is like pulls his hair back and is like, "Whoa, dude, no way, dude!" Like that. There's never any addition, right? I don't even have to watch the XQC react to know that by Ethan's standard, that should be in violation, and yet it's not. And it's not in violation because XQC is in agreement with Ethan, and XQC is forming his Hasan-hating audience.
Report that I was terribly owned. So in that regard, do you care at all about like IP or copyright, or like the fact that it's illegal? Does that matter? That it might be illegal, does that matter to you?
No.
It doesn't matter.
Well, if flat out doesn't, because...
Well, that's fair.
Watch me full screen cam, do the fucking worm, then watch your prime, then watch your prime content.
Mr.
Thank you, Max.
Kleinstein is issuing a perfidious lawsuit against Goys. Color me shocked.
Thank you, Max, for the 19.99. Hugely appreciated.
Do a week of no reaction content and see how many...
Quiman's actually better than China's improved. Femios, the one thing that I want to know from you is like, I feel like Chud has actually had some base takes on this too, right? And as much as I famously said "okay, groomer" to him in that debate, I'm kind of curious. I'm kind of curious what Chud's. I think I've seen a clip. I think somebody posted a clip to Twitter of Chud, and surprisingly base take, but it was only like 30 seconds. I'm curious what the rest of that segment was like.
How many fucking views you get?
I don't know if we'll have time to watch the Chud clip, but I think they're probably out there.
He hit the worm. He hit the worm. W Felix.
Okay, I gotta say, like, I didn't give Felix enough credit for this during the actual debate, but yeah, he really did own him with this worm, right? Ethan Klein does not have the same kind of functional fitness that Felix does, obviously, right? And it's probably coming from the fact that Felix is a skateboarder. And so he's working those core muscles, right?
W Felix. He hit the worm.
That's content, man. It's original content, at least.
W
The ultimate
Felix.
debate, bro. He hit him with the worm. Oh, why didn't I think of that
He hit him with the worm.
I kid XQC,
You're owned.
but he is
Seething.
not the one I'm suing. Despite my criticism, he's not a malicious infringer. But the ones I am suing,
What, not a malicious infringer. What is not a malicious infringer? He knowingly and deliberately
The malicious part has everything to do with their disposition towards Ethan.
uses other people's content to make himself richer. How is he not a malicious infringer?
you'll see are much, much worse. Now, ironically, after this debate and...
Exactly. It's almost like malicious infringer equals people that call Ethan a Zionist and talk crazy about him.
There you go.
That's what malicious infringer... Almost like that's what it means.
wake of this large conversation, the problem...
Honestly, chat, when he said he was going to do the worm, though, I think the reason I didn't give him credit for it is because, like, I'm thinking, like, have you ever seen the worm in breakdancing? Like, that shit's impressive. That's some core strength right there. And we're talking about, you know, both sides of the core, right? The ab muscles and the back muscles to do the actual... Has anybody ever seen the worm, like the breakdancing move? Like, you literally turn into like a waving, like, you know, you're like your body like waves on the ground. Like, it's pretty cool. Let me see if I can find an example.
You have people
Accurately call Ethan a Zionist, I should add.
Isn't XQC infamous for putting a video on and leaving it on until it's over 100%? And even when he doesn't, like, right, there's not a lot. I would say that Asmongold is reacting harder than XQC, right? XQC, very often, there's just no effort whatsoever put into it.
Low in the box's own standard. In low in the box's own words.
Malicious infringer, kind of like a vermicious knid. Nice.
Hell yeah, Ethan's a Zionist.
Hasan Piker paving the way of fair use.
Did Quiham just say free Palestine? No, he didn't. And I'm not expecting him to say that, right? But he did say that Ethan is, yeah, very obviously a Zionist.
With what's known as chair reacts, when Hasan gets up to go to the bathroom, or to eat, or to talk to his mom, or to do whatever, disappears for an extended period of time and leaves the video playing.
Married a terrorist by his own standards. Yeah, platforms a terrorist every week by his own standards.
For his chair. Mr. Chair.
Damn, this guy's honest.
They call it.
IDF had warned people to leave the area around the main airport in Sana'a. Then
This is exactly what he said Ryan Kavanaugh was doing. Well, great news, because that Ryan Kavanaugh lawsuit, I'm pretty sure he just settled it. It seems to be the case. He just settled it the other day. You know, you would have thought that if Ethan was totally in the right in that lawsuit, he would have just kept fighting it, right? You would have assumed. Has anyone ever gone back and looked at like any of the clips or anything of Ethan talking about Ryan Kavanaugh or talking about copyright infringement around that time? Has anyone seen the clips of Ethan defending Ryan Kavanaugh? Has anyone seen the clips of...
Here's the actual worm.
Ryan Kavanaugh is a Karen for reporting people sending him death threats and talking to their school and stuff like that. Has anyone ever seen any of that?
Right now. That's impressive.
It's like poetry, guys. It rhymes, okay? It's like poetry. It rhymes,
That's actually impressive.
Lawsuit.
Yeah, for real. Thank you for the $5.
Do not this operation will result in killing of hostages.
Imagine you have an 18-year-old daughter and her new Discord eDaddy Chud Logic picks her up from school every day to go on a date with her. That's some Seinfeld shit right there.
Will result in the death of the third.
Oh my god, streamers be peeing! Streamers be peeing, chat, and streamers be pooping. You got him. You got him, Ethan. How dare you take a pee while someone else's content plays and your audience is entertained with no contribution from you. Like, you should take the microphone into the bathroom with you, a la Police Academy, so we can hear the nice long pee. And that way that would be, you know, reacting harder, right? That would be, you know, you're okay then. If you take the microphone with you into the bathroom and record your pee onto stream, I think you're okay then. Now, if you have to poop, I don't know, then we get into a psychic Natalia kind of situation. I can't exactly endorse that. I can't exactly endorse the psychic Natalia, you know, actually, you know, streaming to TikTok while you're taking a poop on the toilet and then blaming it on the dog. I can't, that's no fair to the dog, all right? But peeing on stream is totally valid. Peeing on stream, 100% valid here. I hate the part of Ethan's video because it's disingenuous. Also, note seems to be the news segments Hasan, it seems to be news segments that Hasan's going to the toilet. Oh, I see what you're saying. So he's not doing it during like a video essay, right? Which would be the complaint, that somebody worked really hard to make this video essay and that the streamer is freebooting the content and they're not even there because they're peeing. Record your stream on stream. You should have like a piss cam. You should have a toilet cam. I bet there's a certain segment of chat that would enjoy that. Yeah, crazy how Hasan doesn't hire his cameraman to be on standby for the pee breaks. Yeah, I know, but you got to pee on tape. You got to pee on stream. I thought the Naked Gun was when Drebin takes his hot mic to the toilet with him. Is that what it is? Is it Naked Gun? Did I say Police Academy? Which one is that, chat? Or is it like, I almost think it's Airplane. Is it Airplane? Despite Ethan's complaints, Hasan ain't in his lawsuits. Yeah. Well, I know he's had to really twist himself into pretzels, almost like XQC doing the worm in order to accomplish that. Why are you peeing on stream? We don't want a golden shower. I mean, speak for yourself, though. We need a piss cam, says the rest of chat. Oh my god. Yeah, just to make sure we're not getting sued by Ethan. This is what you have to do. This is the new meta, chat. Ethan Klein changed content creation once when he stood up to the bold guy. When he stood up, what is the guy's name? Haas? Brian Haas or something? And beat him in court to show that you can't fake DMCA somebody on transformative content, and he's going to change it again by making sure that every streamer has to take the microphone, if not the camera, if not a GoPro, into the bathroom with them so that they are contributing something to, they're contributing their stream to the stream. That's the, you know, that's the new meta.
And it was in this setting.
Wait, that did happen once during an IRL? Wait, are you talking about Hasan? Did Hasan do this on camera? Peeing on stream would possibly make the views go up depending on the streamer. Yeah, and also probably get you banned as well. Real streamers get a catheter, like Donald Trump. Yeah, that's what you do. You got to get a catheter and a urostomy. Wait, that's a urostomy is different, right? Is a urostomy? What is the bag with the catheter? Oh my God, Funkmaster Cause got a video for me. What is this? Did Hasan pee during the DNC conference? Wait, are we about to watch Hasan do a psychic Natalia? Oh my God, chat, I feel so bad about this. Hey, at least we're not showing armpit, right? I mean, that would be absolutely unconscionable for me to show armpit. But instead, I'm going to show Hasan peeing. Oh God, I remember this part.
Oh no, you can take him, sorry.
Hold it down. It's done. It's muted. It's green, right?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No, we can hear, says chat. No, no, Hasan.
I think it's muted. I hope it's muted.
Oh, no. Oh, no. He was not muted. He was in no way muted. Damn, he's still going. Still going. Damn, that's a long piss, too. Not muting this, not muted. Literally crying. Oh my god, poor chat. Oh my god! How long does that guy pee for? Anyway, that's a long piss, Hasan. No wonder you're always gone from stream, right? This dude pisses forever.
That I formulated an idea. What if I could make a long-form, irresistible piece of content that I knew that these...
Charlie once didn't turn off the mic when he went to pee, and the chatter said that pee sounded like someone frying chicken, and that was one of the funniest things the chatter has ever said. Diaper stream win, PP Piker.
Streamers couldn't resist. They couldn't avoid the temptation of watching it the second it was published.
I don't have an issue with them.
It's not that I wanted these people.
Diet Coke is bad for your kidneys? That sounds true.
Steal my video.
All those Dr. Peppers. Yeah, if it was more recently, it's a Dr. Pepper.
I knew they would. I knew they would watch the entire video.
No,
add
you did want them to. That's a lie. Again, he does want them to. He literally does want to sue these people.
Pink pisser.
Because the goal is not protecting his copyright. Again, if he said here, I wanted them to steal it, I wanted them to infringe my copyright, that could potentially undermine his claim. That would be displaying a bad faith use of the system. So he has to say that he didn't want them to steal it, he just knew they would. That's literally part of the bullshit here. It's part of the facade. It's claiming he just knew they would do it. But you wanted them to, because the goal is destroying these people, not protecting your copyright. And anyone who's not retarded can figure that out.
To no commentary, react to it instantly, giving them no time to form an opinion. The trap was set, and it worked even better than I imagined it would. We captured pretty much every large streamer reacting to it in its entirety immediately after it was published. Now the thing is, there were a few...
Thank you for the membership, Quack. Huge appreciated. Thank you.
Oh my god, he's got P4 dancing as his, wow. This guy's more into Persona than I am.
People that went above and beyond to commit copyright infringement.
I hate how he holds that RE20.
For example, Denim...
Wait, is that an RE20 or...
here silently with nearly 50,000 live viewers. That's 30 times her regular viewership. She's working directly with the Snark subreddit moderators to siphon views, and their intentions couldn't be clearer.
Yeah, it is an RE20.
From a stickied post from the...
So working directly with the Snark moderators. So bear in mind, guys, if we don't see direct coordination, this isn't working directly between them.
Hey, look, at least he's not holding it by the XLR plug.
According to Ethan's standards. Because you can't say that Ethan worked with the ADL, but I guess we can say...
Oh yeah, go follow Endless.
...that Denim's directly collaborates with Snark, I guess.
Snark subreddit. Hey everyone, we've seen a lot of comments about wanting to watch the nuke without showing support for H3. Here's a list of creators who've supported our sub, either by...
Oh, who is Ethan's video for? I can explain that really quickly. Incels, right? Incels. Look, he's tapped out his Hasan hater audience, his potential DGG audience. They, for the most part, think he is chud logicked and are not really interested. I mean, they want to see like iDubbbz eat shit. They want to see Hasan eat shit. But they look at Ethan as cringe, and the fact that he's on their side makes their side look bad, right? So he's kind of exhausted any of the places that he could have pulled extra viewers from. Look, he lost half of his audience, probably more than half of his audience. He's trying to replenish it with like Hasan haters. That hasn't worked. That hasn't worked. His last stream, where the last stream that had yeah, the stream like after the release of the content, the second content nuke, only got about 32K like you know, concurrence in chat, right? So it's not working for him, even with this appeal to incels, right? Which is what he's going for here, right? He's going for the audience that was out there at one time to hate Frogan, to hate Denims, to hate Casey Tron, especially the Casey Tron hate audience. That's an old hate audience, right? Casey Tron has not been in shit for a while, right? So there's not that many, like, you can't really do this anymore, right? He missed his chance, right? If you would hit Frogan at the height of Frogan's hate audience, Denims at the height of Denim's hate audience when she did that thing that was interpreted as putting a hit out on somebody, and Casey Tron when she was in the midst of a controversy. I don't know, maybe you boost your audience to like 40,000, but that's still not making up. Like Ethan used to get 50,000. He used to get 50,000 on his, 32K. That's right, Femios. 32K concurrence is a lot, to be fair, but it's only boosting his audience without the drama by like 5, right? So for Ethan to turn the drama faucets on full blast and to only get an extra 5K, that's telling you that he's kind of tapped out a lot of the audiences that he's gone for. So now he's trying to, he's trying to get the incels in. The only problem he's got is he needs a more recent target. He needs somebody that the incels have been focused on more recently, right? Casey Tron, Denims, and Frogan just is not doing it.
Engaging with us directly or citing our post in their critique of H3. Here they're offering these streamers as market substitutes for my work. This is the cardinal sin of copyright infringement. The Snark subreddit has been a frequent and persistent infringer. That's how I knew when this video came out, the Snark...
So bear in mind, a long time ago, Ethan said, clip my stuff, share my stuff, do whatever you want with it. I want the Hasan industrial complex. I want what he's got. That's what Ethan said. Ethan had given explicit, blanket permission to clip his stuff and repost it.
Snarkers were going to encourage, promote, and push streamers to commit copyright infringement. I should thank the Snarkers, actually. Because of their predictability, they acted like double agents for us, incriminating their favorite streamers and serving them up on a golden platter. So... thank you, Snark. It's one thing for a sub...
Sorry, yeah.
I am opening our IP to the world. This is a message with peace and love.
You can now make your own H3 podcast. That's right, everyone.
I guess you could.
What you mean?
That's not what I mean.
Oh,
That's
okay.
not what I mean. No.
Gotcha.
You can't make a fake H3 podcast, although you probably could, actually, because I don't think anyone would mistake it.
I mean, if it's a parody, you can do whatever you want.
Anyone would mistake it. So our
Not
IP
sure
is
if it's
open.
public attraction.
Inspired
Not
by
sure.
Hassan. He has the Hassan Industrial Complex. So I want the Ethan Industrial Complex. I think it's a good idea. I like it.
Yeah, I think it's really cool.
And it's actually crazy how like many people are seemingly making a decent living from having their own clips channels of him.
Mm-hmm.
So
not just that, he wants people to make money from doing it. Not just, my IP is open. Who cares whether it's 2 years before the full IP?
It's like, please, pimp my IP. Sell my IP. Build a channel, build a brand off of my IP. That is what you're saying when you say that you want an industrial complex of your videos, right? That is what you're saying.
You fucking mongoloid. What fucking relevance does the Hasan...
There we go. We got the 18th century insults now, right? That's the 18th century version of calling somebody the arsler.
Have to this. You fucking idiot. Seriously. Immediately. Avalon. Get in Discord. You're banned from chat. Fucking idiot. Seriously. The Hasan fallout has no relevance to that. Get in Discord or you're not coming back. Seen you in chat before? Seriously, be fucking ashamed. Stupid fucking message. Actually, a mouth-breathing loser.
This is what I'm talking about, chat. You're seeing Quiham yelling at his chat over this, right? So like I said, the sphere of YouTube that he's existing in is doing the team sports thing. Hasan Bad therefore Ethan good, I guess, right? And it's making Quiham sick because there's no moral consistency. They've had to flip, everything that they once held as important to do this, especially on this copyright shit. And his chat is the same way. I mean, some of his chat, right? The chatters that he's responding to here, a portion of his viewers, right, are of the same mindset because that's where he's drawing viewers from. And I'm just going to say, it just feels kind of like he was born on the wrong side of the internet for somebody that has an actual moral compass. As twisted and as lawfully evil as it may be, Quiham has got a moral compass, and it's making him, sort of stand out as one of these things is not like the others here on commentary.
Absolute dipshit. Feel fucking ashamed. Seriously. There is no patience for the fucking cocksucking team sports on this anymore. I'm sorry. Have some fucking principles, you disgusting scum. Seriously. I get it. You don't like Hasan, but you have become absolute fucking filth. The absolute fucking filth that you would have hated before. So many of you. You're fucking scum. Seriously.
Damn.
Avalon. You especially. Everyone around me right now. Seriously.
Clips from the podcast, from our members live, from anything with me in it.
Okay, now that's a key thing here, because I heard Ethan try to retcon this clip earlier, saying that, no, I was talking about the H3 podcast. Yes, you can react to anything on the podcast. I didn't say that you could react to a video, an edited video, prepared content on the H3 Productions channel. But you heard what he said. Anything with me in it, right? Let's roll that back once more, just so we to drive home the point a little bit here.
Clips from the podcast, from our members live, from anything with me in it.
From anything with me in it. There you go, Ethan. There you go. He doesn't even remember that he fucking said this, but he did, and it makes his current claims just ridiculous. Just absolutely ridiculous.
Go for it, man. Monetize it. I will not claim. I will not remove.
Yes, that's true.
So he's not only is he not worried about people taking views from his, channel, he's also not worried about them taking views and monetizing off of his content. And he's not even talking about somebody reacting, chat. If you understand what an industrial complex channel is, if any of you watch like Hasan videos on Hasan Productions or any of those channels that aren't Hasan, they just upload his stuff. Like they edit it, they might put some titles on it. They might throw up, if they're fancy, they might throw up the news article that Hasan is referring to. But essentially, there's very little transformation of that content, and that is understood to be good. That is understood to be all right because Hasan has said as much. And Ethan is saying he wants that, right? Not only is he okay with people, reacting to his content for criticism, like by this, he's okay with people not reacting. He's okay with people just re-uploading and yes, making money from it. So where he gets off saying that now Frogan, Denims, and Caseytron have committed a mortal sin and deserve eternal punishment, chat. I say that's just an innocent sin.
It explicitly revoked this permission or explicitly revoked it regarding the content nuke. Yeah, it could totally be reasonable. That I could maybe accept that. But the reality is that much of this...
did you see the clip? Someone found Nuclear Fallout Show 105 at 50/50. I'll take a look at it.
Much of this beats with snark and stuff have been going on longer.
Doesn't this hurt his lawsuit? You'd think.
Anyway. But the point is that fundamentally, this guy did not have a problem with this type of copyright infringement. Just, 2 years ago. He wanted it. He was begging for copyright infringement. Not just copyright infringement, but people to make money off of it. People to start careers off of it.
Subreddit to admit it's engaging in copyright infringement. But how do you get the streamers themselves to admit that they're stealing content?
Well, guys, if you enjoyed not giving any views to that terrible video, follow, subscribe, throw a prime.
Coin Tomato, I don't know if you're trying to disagree there, but you are actually too retarded to format a sentence in the English language. What is wrong for Ethan to sue people that want him dead for something they actually did? They don't want him dead. Who wants him dead? You fucking...
Can't believe chat. He's here calling his own chatters chud logic. That's wild. Anyway, let me show you what somebody found. Does this play something that sent me this? This is the nuclear fallout H3 episode.
Who, his dad is a veteran. He was involved with like the Frogan veteran thing. He's got a super deep voice. Popularized for some weird.
All right, here we go.
He's not a great guy, I don't think.
Tectone.
Tectone.
Yeah.
Boom.
So anyway,
the chat had it.
Tectone and Asmongold, these people who you would be like, oh, ideologically, they're invested in taking out Hasan and owning the leftists. None of them were fucking talking about it. It was all these dipshits who are hyping the shit out of it. You should have seen their Twitch titles like, Ethan Klein nuke has dropped, all capitals. Let's fucking watch. Like, bro, I couldn't have asked for better promotion. You know what I mean? So thank you to them. And thank you for coming and disliking.
I mean, they're promoting your crash out.
And even though you guys were so desperate to try to spin the narrative in the beginning, even now, the dislike ratio is like, or the like ratio is like 82%, which in my opinion, with everything compared...
Wait, what am I supposed to be looking at here?
Considered is fantastic.
It's true. It's not that bad.
So, I mean, thank you guys. Thank you so much. I really am grateful for your guys' support there of the video. There was oh yeah, so I was getting to this point before I get into all the doc here about these specific employees. Let me see.
Oh, we're going back to that?
Well, I never got to it.
Did I get the right timestamp?
Got to it. Let me see.
Strangely enough, I truly...
Oh, he's so thankful that they reacted to the nuke here. Yeah, I mean, it definitely shows him to be disingenuous. His claim of harm from the reactions to his nuke are very much and very obviously in bad faith.
Fucking idiot. Who wants him dead? Denims? Denims wants Ethan to die. Frogan wants Ethan to die. Casey Tron wants Ethan to die. What the fuck are you talking about, you fucking idiot? And even if they wanted him to die...
Oh my god, this is wild, right? Because, like, look, what my preconception of, like, a Chud Logic or Quiham viewer, or, like, a commentary viewer in general for that matter, is like, amoral, right? They love to see the world burn. They're not under any illusion that they're acting under any kind of moral framework, right? Like the viewers, at least, right? They're just like, they just want to see the drama slop. They're here for the slop. Quiham feeds them the slop and then slaps them over the head with the just like in Spirited Away, chat. That one what is that one Spirited Away pigs like the part where they're like smacking the pigs around and stuff, right? Oh, I can't find it. It's where they turn into pigs and like somebody like smacks them. But anyway, that's what like Quiham's stream is like, right? They're coming for the slop, right? So yeah, like the fact that they are now talking like, oh no, does he have like Ethan Klein people in his chat? Like this is like a Ethan Klein fan, right? This is like the morality here is like Ethan is good, Hila is good, he's a father. If you hate him, you hate his family. Why would you be against little babies, right? You know, this is the kind of logic, right? Ethan is a victim. Ethan is always the victim. Anything that happens to his opponents is good and right, and they deserve to be immiserated. But Ethan Klein only deserves good things, right? I hope Ethan's big mouth will help everyone with their case. Yeah, me too. Pretty close to the start of Spirited Away. No, it's like after her parents get turned into pigs, I think. Right? And anyway, they're like they get turned so there's a shop that they go anyway. Yeah, it is towards the beginning, right? So Chihiro and her parents go they're on a trip. They find a theme park that has kind of been returned to the wild. It's like overgrown and stuff. And they go in to see if it's still open. And they find a shop with a lot of food, right? Just food right all over the place. But there's nobody manning the stall. There's nobody like they're selling you the food. So they just start eating and they're like, no, don't worry. We have money. You know, we'll like as soon as they come out, we'll pay for whatever we ate. They're just like hungry. But the food is so good and they just start like eating it all and they turn into pigs. And then at some point, like I think somebody comes by and starts smacking them, you know, on the back and like shoves them into the pig pen or something.
That does not justify you acting.
That's what Quimon's stream is like, right? You know, this is what commentary streams are like, right? The hogs come, they come for the slop, they get treated badly and they love it, right? That's what I'm trying to say. And it's just weird to me that you've got one of these hogs oinking about, but Ethan, what about Ethan's family? What about the skulls that got sent to him? What about CPS? You know, how, like, you know, these people victimized Ethan. Ethan has been hurt. Ethan deserves justice, right? It's kind of weird, considering how amoral these communities usually are. That you got somebody, you know, that you got either like a random Fupa Troopa in there or people that legitimately have formed. People in Quimon's audience that somehow have formed some sort of parasocial bond with Ethan, which is wild because I don't think that I think that Fimio, Fimio's, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think that like Quiham has never been like sycophantic to Ethan. Like the title of the stream is or the thumbnail is Sloptuber's turn on Ethan, but in reality, it's not that Quimon's turning, it's that the rest of the Sloptubers are kind of like turning their moral framework backwards, and Quiham and Chud are a little bit disgusted by this, you know, people that they do content with, people that they collaborate with, just being so obviously bad faith, right? They don't want to be associated with this, right? Won't somebody please think of the children? That's right. The children with Giardia. That's
grossly outside of your principles in ways that set
Quiham has always hated Ethan.
A disgusting precedent for the rest of the platform. Snark wants him dead, you fucking Hasan, or yeah, it's all the same.
Snark wants him dead. That's the same. That's the shit that they say. That's the shit that they say in my comments, chat.
Guys, just like Nick.
Oh, so you think it's okay for somebody to call CPS on a person just because they don't like them? No, I didn't fucking say that.
Oreo is Kiwi Farms. Just like Nick Diora's Kiwi Farms. So if Kiwi Farms does something to someone, they're justified in going and enacting self-defense against Nick Diorio and Turkey Tom. Right? That's how it works, isn't it, guys? That's how it works, right, guys? So calling them out, you've got no response. Dude, these people hate each other. How are you that blind? You're a fucking idiot. You're scum. You're filth, and you're just playing defense for things that are obviously...
This dude's got a little Michael Brooks in him. What the fuck?
Against your principles in any other circumstance.
A little bit.
You've given the game away. You've shown that you're allowing it because, oh, I don't like these people. You've totally given it away. You're a fucking idiot. You're total filth. Seriously.
It turns out they just do it for you. You couldn't cook up a more incriminating statement if you tried. Denim's the queen of self-owning. You prevail again.
I'm guessing that joining the Discord is like if you want to keep on yapping, if you want to keep on chirping in chat, then get in the Discord and debate me, basically.
One thing about copyright you should know is that you got to register it before you publish to be eligible for statutory damages and attorney's fees, which is the main biting force of a copyright infringement lawsuit. Well, I'm happy to tell you guys now, I, Ethan Klein, have registered Hasan Piker Content Nuke with the United States Library of Congress. Some of you guys out there sweating,
Michael Brooks wasn't anti-Semitic though. Yeah, I mean, I cannot explain how this guy is like a Jewish groiper. That part I do not understand about Quiham, like the Nick Fuentes appreciation.
Even though theoretically I could sue a lot more creators and rake in millions of dollars, but the purpose of this is not financial gain. People like XQC and Asmongold may have watched the entire thing, but I would never sue them just for doing that. I don't want to chill the reaction community into fear. Actually, the opposite. I hope that we can all unite against this type of egregious behavior that not only makes us all look bad, but could destroy the commentary community as we know.
Oh my God. That is some concern trolling right there. Yes, Ethan is just trying to protect the... What did he just say?
I hope that we can all unite against this type of egregious behavior.
Ethan, in the old days, we would have all united against you, and we wouldn't have stopped until you left the fucking internet, right? Because you would have just, you would have just been like torn apart by Lilliputians, honestly. Unfortunately, that's not how YouTube works anymore, right? The red lines that people used to draw of like, hey, we gotta, protect you. The real protecting of YouTube, the real protecting of any kind of commentary community or any sort of free speech criticism sort of place, it comes in fighting bastards like you did against that Haas guy, like you did against the Bold guy, right? Back in the day. Right? It's a threat to us all. Like spurious copyright claims are a threat to us all. Therefore, we all unite and we fucking finish the job on anybody who puts, that danger out there, right? But I don't know. I don't know, Chad. I don't know if YouTube is still like that anymore.
That not only makes us all look bad, but could destroy the commentary community as we know it.
Like he fucking cares.
Well, guys, if you enjoyed not giving any...
So, that disgusting, it's just like disgusting try pander.
But I would never sue them just for doing that. I don't want to chill the reaction community into fear.
Yes,
Actually,
you do.
The opposite.
Yes, you do.
What is a groiper? That's exactly what it is, Brixton. It's a fan of Nick Fuentes. It's a proponent of the America First movement. You listened to Westside Tyler's vid on this? Yeah, maybe. He does, like, I do hear him. It does seem like he's pulling information in from places that would be like big no-nos for the commentary community. Like I thought I heard a couple of Hasan points in some stuff that he said, and even a couple of things that I've said before. Again, that doesn't mean that he's, watching me and stealing my takes. There's every chance that he just, came up with the same thing sort of on his own, but
hope that we can all unite again.
He literally does want that to happen. He literally does. Dan is in spicy. Remember, long time ago I heard on a JStalk stream that statutory damages are awarded for infringing on copyright once it's registered with the Library of Congress. I heard that on a JStalk stream.
Okay, now this is interesting, right? He's talking about a JStalk stream. JStalk was a Destiny orbiter up until the point that Destiny got revealed as being a, as having shared NSFW pictures of people that he'd been intimate with without their consent. And then JStalk, like everybody with any sense, any iota of smarts got the fuck out of there too. Right. But, he's talking about, there was a discussion on JStalk stream about this very, phenomenon of statutory awards for videos that have been registered with the Library of Congress. So in other words, this idea had been kicked around in a DDG hangout space, right? This had been talked about before. It almost sounds like that Ethan got this idea from somebody like Dan Saltman.
Okay. Dan is in chat today saying, oh, React streamers have to check the library before they react. What is that if not chilling? The whole thing, the whole operation here is trying to destroy these people's lives and trying to make people think twice before they react to Ethan.
And ironically, doing the opposite of what Ethan just claimed that he wanted to do, right? He's actually making the commentary space less safe, not more safe.
Those are the two primary goals here. To me, from what I can see, those seem to be the goals.
This guy might be right on this, but he's definitely not a good person. I don't think he's a good person either, George Jackson. But I still wonder, like, how much of his bad takes, like, come from growing up on 4chan? How much of this comes from watching, like, you know, Kiwi Farmer aligned YouTubers and the kill stream and stuff like that? Like how much of this is just like the Ethan Ralphization of the internet at a certain time period, and how different might Quipman be if he was, you know, if he had a different set of experiences, right? I'm just noticing that he's got a moral compass that he's unable to and unwilling to twist and warp, and that's not a characteristic of very much of the commentary community.
Is to make people back off of talking about or clipping Ethan. So chilling. And then the React stuff as well. Chilling the React stuff. This is blatant to anyone with fucking eyes and ears. In my opinion. Again, this guy's very litigious, so I'm going to keep reiterating my opinion. But this seems pretty blatant to me. From everything I can see, it is not about the copyright, and there's no reason to believe it's about the fucking copyright.
Against this type of egregious behavior that not only makes us all look bad, but could destroy the commentary community as we know it.
Well, guys, if you enjoyed not giving any views to that terrible video, follow, subscribe, throw a prime.
The state of reaction content on Twitch is so broken, these creators feel comfortable looking right into a camera and saying outright, hey, I'm stealing this guy's content. Pay me instead of him. This is not a healthy environment. And with people like Hasan reacting to entire TV shows on stream, my fear is that Sony or Disney...
Why is he pretending?
Would I get in trouble, Chad, if I said I'm watching this guy's content while he's watching that guy's content, while he's watching Denim's content? Pay me instead of any of them? Would I be in trouble for that?
So, like, this is complete bullshit. This is just totally dishonest, isn't it?
Stealing this guy's content. Pay me instead of him. This is not a healthy environment. And with people like Hasan reacting to entire TV shows on stream...
So you don't care about this. That's not your issue here. That's not why you're suing these people, and blatantly so. It's obviously about their position on you. That is the case here. I'm sorry.
And that's the thing that I was saying that old YouTube would never accept, right? A dude, you know, using DMCA to silence people's criticism of his content is something that everybody would have united against back in the day.
You set this up, not because you haven't cared about React stuff in ages. We can all see exactly the line here. Put out the content nuke. Hopefully this destroys Hasan and Twitch and all this shit. If it doesn't...
Them saying that is like Wile E. Coyote being like, you know what? I'm going to really get the Roadrunner with this one, all right? This Acme purchase, I swear to God, this contraption is actually going to work. We're going to be eating Roadrunner tonight, all right? We're going to be eating the Roadrunner, right? Because this invention, this contraption, this Acme product is gonna work. We're gonna win, right? It's just like, this is like, you know, it's only a matter of time until you paint a tunnel on the side of the cliff, and only to watch the Roadrunner run through it. And then when you try to run through it to chase after the Roadrunner, you bang your head on the cliff.
I've got the failsafe. I'm gonna sue them for reacting to it, for playing it on stream. And now he's doing this absolute bullshit, which people have...
Did Ethan really try to pretend that Denim's, Frogan, and Caseytron didn't give tons of commentary, instead played it in silence? He had a different complaint for each one of them. Let me see if I can remember. For Denim's, it was that Denim said, thank you for joining us tonight and watching this video on my channel instead of giving views to... watching this horrible video on my channel instead of giving views to Ethan Klein. Frogan, I think, yeah, Frogan was like, I need to pee. Is it okay if I get up? And she got up to pee. And then he showed that clip. And then Caseytron was smoking. during the reaction. So he claimed that Casey Tron was too stoned to give meaningful, and that's a weird thing, right? I know some streamers that, you know, I don't know if it's like, you know, nerves or social anxiety or whatever, but they like to, they only get on stream, or at least this person that I have in mind only used to stream when she was incredibly stoned. And I don't think that her commentary was particularly good at that time, right? It wasn't enlightening. I wasn't learning a lot from it, but she was still making commentary. If she had reacted to one of my videos, whether she liked me or she didn't like me, right? She was, you know, pretty hostile to be all things considered, you know, but I wouldn't have a problem with her reacting to one of my videos, even if she is literally too stoned to stream. She's on there, she's making noises, she's pausing the video every once in a while. I'm happy, I'm fine. She can do that, right?
Called out before, you'll remember.
The smoking was transformative, yeah.
You go back, if you cast your...
I mean, Casey Tron, though, unlike this person that I have in mind, this old Twitch poll person that's really kind of fallen off in years since, Casey Tron, I think from what I saw, is pretty funny. Like, yeah, she's stoned, or at least in that video, she's stoned, but she makes it work for her. She's not so stoned that she's boring, right? So yeah, no, it's actually good content from what I saw.
Find back, astral project back into the past. Thank you for the $4.99. I'll be Willie. Send yourself back into the past.
Bunkmaster Cost says no such thing as too stoned to stream. I think Twitch would disagree with you.
Get yourself back into the past for a moment. Go back to Ethan Klein versus Keemstar. What did Ethan Klein do in that? What did Ethan Klein do in that? Oh, Keemstar's talking about false pedo allegations, and he's got G Fuel on the table the whole time. He's got G Fuel on the table the whole time. He's wearing the G Fuel hat. We remember this?
To exploit legal system for
Thank you for the $15
on his ex-friends, but he was sharp enough to lay traps to force Hasan and Co to self-own.
We all remember this. He's got G Fuel hat on. Look, while he's doing all this crazy stuff, G Fuel hat on. What is he doing here? What is the goal here? Is this about protecting copyright? Or is there a specific attack being made on Twitch invoking the sponsors and huge labels that could potentially cause problems for the platform? Which one do we think is happening here? You're a fucking idiot if you don't realize it's the second, by the way.
Outright, hey, I'm stealing this guy's content. Pay me instead of him. This is not a healthy environment. And with people like Hasan reacting to entire TV shows on stream, my fear is that Sony or Disney comes along, sues everybody, and sets a devastating precedent that could endanger our entire field. Now, before I tell you who the 3 people I'm suing are, I just want to make it clear that they all met this very specific high bar of criteria that I set forth earlier. These people...
I tried to watch Legal Mindset, says Alejandro, that fucking lawyer is so bad faith. According to him, it's just facts and admits several legal issues. At the end, Nick Diorio found it funny.
We're not targeted based on their gender, their identity.
Does this dude sound like Chris Kunstler? Or I'm just being racist against Brits. I thought the same thing, and I was tempted to make some title like the evil Chris Kunstler disavows Ethan or something like that, but I just didn't think it didn't make a lot of sense.
Their political beliefs, all 3 are on.
So it's just like total cap. It's just total cap. It's obviously the point that you might not have selected them out of the people who reacted to it. Ethan may not be able to be proven to have gone through and just selected people based on political.
Legal Mindset is right wing. I don't know that much about him.
No. But the point here,
whoa,
obviously, to attack people.
Either I just got a throne donation or a quit. Whoa, whoa, what was that? Oh my God. Anonymous, you just paid off the rest of my my Thai language school costs. That's amazing. Look at that. That is fully funded. Fully funded. Chat, I'm gonna go to Thai language school. I'm gonna learn Thai language. and I'm going to stay in the country for another year. And stay out of the United States for another year. That's very important to me. Thank you, whoever did that. That was really nice of you. Columbia Rican says he is right wing. He did a collab with Quartering. Oh, the legal mindset guy. I found it out when I did research on him. When I found his chat to be a bit sus. There's some very suspicious things about that particular YouTube channel. But I will speak no more because I really don't know enough about it to say one way or the other. You'll have to teach us Thai on another channel. I do go over, like, you know, phrases of Thai. Like, I mean, I think we have done some Thai content. Like, I showed you mostly, like, how the tonality, not just the like the consonants and the vowels that you speak, but the tone that you speak them with. If it's a down tone, if it's an up tone, if it's an up then down, if it's a down then up, right? That can change a word from meaning dog to meaning horse. Or in the case of my incident in the elevator the other day, one simple vowel shift that had me trying to say the word 8, right, to verify that somebody wanted the 8th floor, when in actuality what I said was spicy, right? It sounds similar to my English speaking ear, but those are two very different words, and the difference is subtle. So yeah, we do a little bit of that content already, but yeah, it would be fun to, I don't know if I'd want to do a Thai teaching channel, because I feel like, you know, obviously, you know, Thai people are gonna maybe be your best resource for that. You know, this would be more like a vlog or something where I'm learning it. How much was that? Also, it was Ravenous Oubliette. Well, thank you, Ravenous Oubliette, for the very generous donation. And yeah, that, oh my God, that gets us to, holy shit. We blew right past 200. And I think we're at 298. No, that's 198. Let's put it 298. So, oh my God, chat. We might be hitting triple bonus content today. I didn't realize Thai had tones. Oh yeah. The spicy floor sounds fun as fuck. Watch Thai GL series with us. GL series. Legal Mindset seems to be a fan of the farms. Yeah, I've seen. I think I saw one of his videos on Destiny, maybe. Helping a fellow Sam Cedar fan. Aw, well, Leftist Bad. Do people get annoyed that you haven't learned the language yet? Not really. I mean, it is inconvenient, right? There's an annoyance that they might express at the situation, but I never feel like it's an annoyance at me. I never feel like it's girls love. Wait. Oh, like a Yuri series? Yeah, but no, thank you so much, Ravenous. That is a big help. And yeah, like I'm kind of blown over that that chat has fully funded language school for me. Just like before I'm trying to think, chat. Okay, so the Throne Dono goals that I've had were for my passport. That got fully funded by chat. For my apartment, I don't think I actually asked for the full deposit for the apartment. I think I just put up like part of the deposit, but the part that I put up got fully funded. And now the language school, which I did kind of estimate, like it's around $900. You know, it's because they're charging me in Thai baht that I don't know the exact the exact amount is probably a little bit more, but like, you know, I mean, like that'll definitely help me be able to stay here. I watched Thai BL on YouTube. Some of them are borderline porn. Damn, I didn't know YouTube could show stuff like that. But anyway, thank you so much, Ravenous Oubliette. That really helps me a lot. So look at that, chat. We are let's just check in really quick with the poll. All right, so the first place. Oh my God, chat. People really want to see Shonda Black's reaction to Ethan's lawsuit. All right, so we got that. It looks like I'm definitely gonna cover that. Then we got Ethan responds to Vadim and Adam Friedland on Stavi's World. So those will be like the 3 things that we watch if we hit 300. We got 169 votes so far. You can vote too if you haven't already. It's on youtube.com/nocommentchick. That's where the stream is. If you go on the stream, you can vote there. I'm not telling you to watch the stream on YouTube. If you're more comfortable watching it on Twitch, continue to watch it on Twitch, but at least go and make your voice heard and help us decide what content to watch. And just know that every time you donate, whether it's through a super chat, super sticker, if you're getting a membership, if you're giving a membership if you're giving memberships on YouTube, or if you are supporting me on Throne, like Ravenous Oubliette just did, or signing up for my Patreon, or supporting me on Twitch, right? Even through a Prime sub, which you can do at no cost to yourself. It's just if you have Prime, you hook that up to Twitch, and then you get a free sub to a channel. If you use that on my channel, you'll get all the emotes, and you'll also have the ability to let me know which of these topics you want to see in chat, and I can put the money, I can put your money where your mouth is, adding it as a percentage to the topic of your choice, and maybe helping your favorite subject. Like if you're really keen on seeing the video essay about Asmongold's subreddit, for instance, you could put donate and then say Asmongold's subreddit, and then I would add bonus percentage to that. And then that would be the third topic instead of Ethan responds to Vadim. So that's what we're up to. That's what we're doing. I'm going to continue on the content now, but thank you so much, chat. You were very generous.
That were on the other side of him. He put this out registered with the intention of using it.
Oh, did I miss a super sticker? Thanks for letting me know, chat. The one thing that I don't get notified on is super stickers. Although I do like to put them up. Oh, look at that. There we go. Yeah, we got to call it a Shinu Ibu now because I don't want to say Doge. Doge is tainted, chat. My childhood is ruined. The Doge meme was so cute and so wholesome. And it's really sad that ranked choice voting, we should do ranked choice voting. My $5 go to Asmongold. There you go. There you go. So that like puts Asmongold over the line. And right now it looks like it'll be wait, let me check the oh my god. Yeah, it looks like I can't even tell what we'll be watching, chat, but it looks like we're gonna get three topics today. Elon, and NAFO. I forgot about NAFO and their Doge obsession. Do they just repeat the only 9 words they know? I thought you were gonna say 14 words, Joshua Keller.
Attack people that were anti-Ethan, anti-Israel, whatever. That is the goal. That is the obvious point. And anyone that sweeps for this, anyone that pretends that this isn't the obvious case, is showing you that they are a liar, that they are willing to lie for Ethan. Okay? Everyone that does this is showing you they are willing to lie for Ethan.
Do I have any more
list? In fact, they're
drink
the
at all?
only 3, as far as I could tell, that reacted to the full video. Drum roll, please. Who's sweating at home, guys? Casey Tron.
You know NCC is sweating, Ethan.
Queen of ripping farts and bong loads.
They do musicals. They're
damn.
Are you being serious? Dog, what are you?
No, again, user. Not.
I mean, chat. I can fart too if that helps.
You've already engaged with that about 6 different ways, but I understand you are legitimately mentally disabled. So I'm going to answer your question and time you out for the rest of the day because you are literally disabled in chat every day. Now I will respond to this. These people, the only ones dumb enough to openly admit they're taking views from him just because they hate him. To say it's just because he hates them is disingenuous. Please engage with this. It is just because he hates them, because the point of registering it was not to protect his copyright. It was to lay a trap to attack these people. That was the point. And the reason for doing that is because he hates them because of this ongoing beef. That's obviously the case.
You think I made this?
Frogan, who bless her soul, she's still rising.
Can I walk away and use the bathroom? Do I have permission? Can I use the bathroom, please? I'll leave it playing.
Yeah, there it is, chat. So he's got a clip from Casey Tron showing Casey Tron smoking. If she's smoking this much, she can't possibly be providing good commentary on the video. A clip from Denims showing Denims saying, you know, thanking her audience for watching it with her rather than giving Ethan's channels a view. And then Frogan committing the innocent sin of needing to pee and thus incurring Ethan's eternal punishment as a result. Legal Mindset said he was unbiased and then proceeded to call Hasan a pseudo-intellectual. I feel like there's another word that starts with P that somebody could call Legal Mindset, but as I don't want to incur a lawsuit, I think I'll stay mum on that. But I do believe there's another. Yeah, it starts with P and it ends with an O. Chat, you can do the math yourself.
Apparently thinks Twitch is liable for me interviewing a Yemeni teenager who's only known.
You can keep it. You can do the math yourself at home as to what exactly I might have in mind to call Adobe Mindset.
His entire life.
What happened?
And Denims, the queen of self-owning. And my God, is she the queen of that?
It's very obvious from the way that guy's talking, he's a Sneeko fan.
Oh my God, bro, I love you, Hasan. Can I give you a hug, bro?
I'm so sweaty, bro.
I love you, bro.
None of the hostages that have been released so far have said that they have been raped. The hostages have public statements. You can go look at them.
The sexual assault I experienced should never happen to any human being.
This Yemeni kid is just a Yemeni kid with a gun and is not a Houthi, and there is no proof of him being a Houthi.
Are you a soldier? Yes.
Dude, like, wait, no.
Chat, obviously, the word I'm implying is Plato. He's a student of Plato. He's like
Wait, he's still pushing this.
Is not a Houthi, and there is no proof of him being a Houthi.
Are you a soldier?
Yeah, psycho.
Bro, he's actually forcing through
Filipino
points here. He was wrong on like every count here. I think all the points he just showed, he was wrong on.
Lady Badass just says poo. I mean that fits. Starts with a P, ends with an O.
So that guy, I'm pretty sure, actually is a Sneeko fan.
Oh my God, bro, I love you, Hasan.
That guy, I'm pretty sure it is shown. This guy actually is a Sneeko fan, I believe.
I'm so sweaty, bro.
I love you, bro.
None of the hostages that have been released so far have said that they have been raped. The hostages have public statements.
Yes, he's A-locking Hasan. He's like hassling Hasan. He is a Sneeko fan.
Look at them.
The sexual assault I experienced.
Did I hear that right? Did Quitman just say Denims was right?
Should never happen to any human being.
So in this case, Denims, I believe, was talking about the fact that it was like Ethan accused her.
Yeah, speaking of Plato fans,
of denying an Israeli woman's rape, but Ethan was claiming that the wrong woman was raped.
Yeah, he's a parole officer. That's right.
Sorry, I keep
Yeah, no, he's Mr. Popo from Dragon Ball Z. He's a racist stereotype.
My eyes, it's fucking me up. Ethan was claiming that the wrong woman was raped. Ethan claimed a woman was raped when she wasn't.
Didn't Eric Adams get caught? Yeah, he had Sneeko to Gracie Mansion, right? He brought Sneeko to Gracie Mansion.
Ethan mixed up different testimonies in the documentary. As far as I'm aware, this is what happened. From what I saw, I watched the video.
This is true too. Quiham, you actually paid attention to that video, right? This is the difference, chat. If you watch the video and you're just like, you want to see Femoid Bad, Hasan Bad, right? You know, then you accept Ethan's thing. Oh yeah, that's terrible that she's denying this woman's testimony of being R-worded. However, that woman that Ethan pointed out did not say that she was R-worded. She said that she had talked to someone in captivity who described that kind of an experience, right? She was not giving a testimony of her own personal experience. She was relaying what she'd heard secondhand, right? I'm actually surprised he clocked all of these. His side of the internet usually takes that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. yeah, this guy, I don't know, maybe just born on the wrong side of the internet, right? You know, that you just don't see a lot of moral consistency here, right? And so I try to point it out when I do, especially if I can feed the fires of a burgeoning civil war on Sloptube.
Ethan mixed up different testimonies in a documentary. Denims had said one of them wasn't raped, and that was true. That one didn't even claim to be raped.
Yemeni kid is just a Yemeni kid with a gun and is not a Houthi.
He's a Placo, a bottom-dwelling suckerfish. I mean, that may be true as well.
And there is no proof of him being a Houthi.
Are you a soldier?
That's entirely correct, and what he's just shown does not disprove it. There is.
But anyway, just so we're clear, chat, I don't have any evidence, and I am uncomfortable drawing any conclusions about any sort of activities that any of the YouTube channels that I have mentioned recently have you know, any kind of behavior they may have engaged in. You know, this is all speculation and rumor as far as I know, and it's all under the rubric of allegedly, just to make that completely clear.
There's no proof of this kid being a Houthi. There's not even good evidence.
Damn.
Sucks.
Damn.
Message where he says, yeah, I'm a Houthi. And he says, we, when talking about the Houthis in Yemen. But he'd also said beforehand, he's not a Houthi, he just stands with them. So when he says we, it's Houthis and those that stand with them. The people of Yemen that stand with the Houthis or whatever. That's what he's saying.
Ethan also said he was Chud Logic consistently for like 50 days.
So there is not good evidence that he is a Houthi.
Just a Yemeni kid with a gun and is not a Houthi, and there is no proof of him being a Houthi.
Are you a soldier? Yes. That seems pretty definitive.
He never said Hassan Nasrallah was a good guy.
I can't believe I'm calling Nasrallah base. I mean, listen.
Now for the fun part. Let's...
Did Ethan put a dunce hat on Denims? Did Ethan put a dunce hat on Denims? Is that like his commentary? Is this live right now? I mean, I hope so. Otherwise, I'm on some kind of simulation, some sort of a matrix, maybe. I hope this is live. More time goes on, the more and more Sloptubers are going to turn on Ethan, especially when he's so cringeworthy. Let's hope so, Alejandro. Look, I think we're just going to have to celebrate, or we're going to have to separate the people with a backbone from the people without a backbone. You look at Nicolas Diorio, and you can see he's just so nakedly chasing clout from Ethan. He is making money. Every time Ethan and Hila say good things about him, people come over to his stream and donate, right? All those H3 Oilers, they become Diorio Oilers, right? He is very clearly, monetizing his lack of moral compass, right? But we'll see who else flips too. I mean, look, Chud is fairly influential in the commentary community. The fact that he is calling balls and strike on this is actually encouraging, right? Even though obviously he's very Chud Logic. Yeah, he's
He didn't say Nasrallah was a good guy. That is literally Hila Klein. Did she not literally use the words good guy about Yov Gallant? And now we're saying that Hasan
good luck suing me in Thailand. Bro lives in Thailand.
Listen.
I'm sure he's got some Thai attorney friends. Yeah, we're not trying to disparage anyone on the internet. All right, there's rumors, there's stories. I cannot corroborate any of these. All right, I can joke around when he wants to call what did he call Hasan, a pseudo-intellectual? Or something like that? That's funny. It's funny when somebody on Ethan's side throws around pseudo-intellectual. Look, legal mind side, I'm not saying you're a pseudo-intellectual, but I am saying the guy that you're defending, fits that to a T. Fits that to an absolute T, right? This fucking English major over here, right, is who uses big words that he doesn't fucking understand is the definition, right? It's what you see when you look it up in a dictionary of what a pseudo-intellectual is. You see a big picture of Ethan Klein looking smug as fuck. Yeah, he's really connecting the dots. Yeah.
To someone saying, natural law is based for once. We're saying that's calling him a good guy. Look at the asymmetry of standards here. Imagine.
I think all Hasan said was that Nasrallah's educated, right? I think that's literally all he said.
People were mischaracterizing Ethan's statements in the way he mischaracterizes other people. Imagine if people were pushing through the factual claims that people make about these other people in the same way about Ethan. One side has become the anti-free speech, pro-defamation side, and the other side is fighting against that. And it's not the side you think. It's not the side everyone's pretending it is. Ethan lies, manipulates, forces through talking points that he doesn't have proof for,
and touches himself on screen while saying vile things to a minor. No, it's not.
And maliciously uses the legal system to try and shut down criticism. He has attacked endless seas of anonymous users, keeps picking fights with the sea of anonymous users that you can never win against, cries when it fucking backfires on him. He is doing everything that any
Quiham, there's a name for the kind of person that you're describing, and it starts with an L and it ends with an ow. Lol. Ow. Lol. Cow.
Expecting commentary YouTuber or anyone giving commentary online, anyone that like cares about free.
And by the way, chat, this isn't my take. This is Tyler's take, that the reason that the commentary community is running out of lolcows, which is the fuel on which that community runs, right? The reason that that it's running out of lolcows is that the Diorios of the world have become lolcows, and they're not allowed to call them out because of the space that Nicholas Diorio occupies on the commentary hierarchy, right? They're not allowed to notice that Nick is behaving like a lolcow. They're not allowed to notice that Ethan Klein is a full-blown lolcow.
Or anything like that online. He's doing everything you shouldn't do in those people's eyes, and they are supporting it.
Let's take a look at the complaints, and let's start with my favorite of the three, the very own
Snowfield, go back and listen to the
highly acclaimed, the highly analytical Casey Tron.
A lot of people have been wanting to watch this without necessarily supporting Ethan.
Yeah, whoever said that he shows names on, I think we somehow avoided the names earlier when I reacted to, maybe I just didn't react to his video, but yeah, that's gross.
Klein.
Look, I mean, I get that when you file a lawsuit, you know, you don't file it against Casey Tron, you file it against real name, right? You don't file a lawsuit against Denims, you file it against real name. And if somebody wants to go and look at the lawsuit, that they can see the real name. I get that the real name is out there is probably the excuse that he'd use, but putting the fucking names in your video, I don't know what that is, but a way to direct harassment at these people. Like, did you see that shit? He also gave Hasan permission to comment on the nuke publicly. True, yeah. That's why he won't sue him. You also don't usually dox people on screen in a video? Well, no, what I mean is that, like, look, I mean, you could make an excuse that, like, you can't sue somebody without their name being on the lawsuit. So you know, if there's a lawsuit, then there is a way to look up the defendant's real name, right? Just by virtue of the fact that there's a lawsuit, unless you're suing, you know, like a company that they own or something like that. But for him to put it up on for him to, you know, show that part and not redact that part of the video, it's just like, it's basically directing harassment, right? You know, like the real dangerous part of doxing is that you put somebody's real information, identifiable information, in front of an angry mob, right? And in this case, the H3 chat and H3 community are that angry mob. You are trying to get Casey Tron harassed when you do that.
So we're gonna watch it.
Well, that's a really dumb thing to say, don't you think? Why are you so comfortable? We've given each complaint a clever little title, and here's Casey Tron's. She smoked more than she spoke. Casey Tron smokes 42 times.
He thought he cooked, or his lawyer thought that he cooked.
During her reaction. And just as a silly thought experiment, we thought, wouldn't it be funny if she spent more time smoking than she did talking? And thinking there was no way that that could be true.
Wow.
Well,
I'm sorry, Ethan, but smoking is transformative. Fight me.
We tallied them up, and lo and behold,
We can,
there's
man.
15 minutes, 40 seconds of commentary.
Well, next year we're saying that Destiny spends more time eating during his reacts than he does talking. Wow.
Like, what I'm trying to say here, chat, is that there's two separate elements. There is doxing, which is, you know, taking a private person and making their, you know, identifying information like accessible, right? There's that, you know, if you put their private information out there, somebody could potentially find that. And then there is the directing of harassment, putting that information in front of an audience that you are ginning up to hate this person, right? And a lot of the real danger comes from the latter, right? You know, as far as doxing, you know, most people are not as anonymous as they think. A lot of people's, you know, information is like publicly available in some way. But when you you know, make it a part of a video that's gonna get, I don't know, in excess of like 500,000 views, right? That's like a whole nother level of escalation. And when it's a video that is ginning up hate against these people, then it's pretty obvious what you're trying to do, right? We're playing a game of numbers here, chat. Some of the H3 community, some of the viewers of these videos are going to be unhinged people. In fact, a lot of the the audience he's trying to invite is literally the incels that have harassed Casey Tron, that have harassed Denims, that have harassed Frogan already. So you are just like, you're basically weaponizing this audience of incels against these people, right? It's a whole nother level.
No other streamers do this, and all the people supporting this are totally clean.
Verse 18 minutes and 55 seconds of smoking. She spent 3 minutes and 15 seconds longer smoking than she did talking in her quote-unquote reaction. And whatever talking she did was just to express how confused she was, presumably from smoking 42 times.
What is happening? I'm trying to follow. I've lost the plot.
The complaint continues. Indeed, Casey Tron is often too obliterated to comment on the nuke, and instead stares blankly at her computer screen. In a span of 2 hours and 7 minutes, Casey Tron smokes marijuana, frequently in highly concentrated forms through vaporizers, on 42 separate occasions.
You're making it sound like vaporizing is like a more extreme version of blazing it up, right? When in actuality, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but the same amount of either flour or concentrate smoked through a, you know, combusted versus through a vaporizer, right? You're gonna get more of an effect through the combustion. Am I right about that? The vaporizer is actually kind of a form of like harm reduction, if anything. Mr. Vape Nash complaining about the concentrated vape, yeah.
Point, Casey Tron is so wasted that she states, quote, "What is happening? I'm trying to follow, but I've lost the plot." To give you an idea, the majority of her commentary comes down to this.
I don't understand this bit that he's doing.
He's red.
Damn, she's got the, does she have the volcano vape?
More books than you could ever imagine.
CPM's coming out of Qatar.
What the hell
you
is
kids
going
love anime,
on?
right?
Is that the volcano? That's she's got like a bag, right? Which I think the volcano vape, like it fills up a plastic bag, and then you can like hold it and like inhale it almost like a balloon. Is too obliterated a legal term? You gotta use my lawyer is gonna be Fulcrum, Chad. If I ever get sued for smoking more than I spoke, I'm gonna have the Fulcrum guy come in to defend me. Your Honor, my client was clearly obliviated. Fulcrum. Sorry. Yodi gang and the jury. There's gonna be Yodi gang in the jury, chat. I'm so good. I'm so good if I get sued, chat. There's Yodi gang. I'm gonna have Yodi gang as my lawyer. There's gonna be Yodi gang in the jury, and they're just gonna he's gonna be smoking in the courtroom, chat. He's gonna get thrown out of the courtroom for blazing 420 in the.
Okay. Well, yeah, it's just bad reactions. Okay, are you doing this to protect your copyright? No? Okay, I don't care. This is malicious.
It's definitely a volcano. I would like to get a vape. I don't know if they're legal in Thailand. I know that the like the vape pens for like nicotine, not legal, right? So I haven't messed with that stuff while I've been here. But yeah, I much prefer vaporizing over combusting. Yeah, faded in a hoe.
Like if you want to,
that's my lawyer right there. Faded in a hoe.
Want to get her on copyright? Get her legitimately for copyright. Someone should DMCA. Someone should go through the process. The idea that you lay a trap in total bad faith, trying to get these people to react to it so that you can go after your opponents is wretched.
Apparently vape pens have a high concentration of lead too. Yeah, but when I was in America, I had a vape that was for flour, right? You'd put flour into the vape and it would heat it up, but it wouldn't combust it, right? So you just are smoking the vapors, or really vaping the vapors. I wish I liked vaping as much or more than smoking. I know what you're talking about, McGoggles. At first when I switched over, I was like always like, but I'd really like to smoke some, and at some point I just lost the desire for that. Ethan sells vape pens on every pod episode. Wait, what? Well, he definitely is not selling those to Thailand, right? For now, and in fact, the legality of cannabis is kind of in question right now in Thailand. We're about to see if they're gonna switch it to like for medical purposes only, or if they might make it illegal.
What is happening? I'm trying to follow. I've lost the plot.
Yeah, like what she's using is just heating up the flour, right? I think. I mean, unless she's, I don't know. Ethan said she's using concentrates. So there we go. There's the proof with Casey. So we're not even showing you like Casey not reacting very well. We're showing you that Casey was smoking during part of this, right? It's not evidence. This is what makes me think that it's more about the real jury that Ethan is trying to convince is the audience, and not. I don't think he's serious about the lawsuit.
They do musicals. They're very musical people. I know. Are you being serious? Dog, what do you look? You think I made this? This isn't a music video, Hasan.
And as dumb as all of that is, this is the part that really got her sued.
A lot of people have been wanting to watch.
I mean, yeah, literally no one fucking likes Casey Tron. Again, it's very easy to act in a completely malicious, disgusting way that makes people betray their principles when it's unlikable people you're doing it against. Yeah, he's picked good targets. Sorry, but listen, I say good targets, but listen, that is literally what's happening. What is this other than no bad tactics, only bad targets? What mindset has nicked?
That's the Dan quote, isn't it? No bad tactics, only bad targets. That's the Dan. Isn't that what Dan said about the lying about Hasan's experience in the brothel in Germany like 15 years ago?
Oreo adopted. Willie Mack adopted. What mindset have these people adopted other than no bad tactics, only bad targets? The exact thing they would have railed against for years. What else have they adopted?
Watch this without necessarily supporting.
Mood was their most prominent sponsor, which sells THC in multiple forms. They also doxed emails of people who complained. Oh, I heard about that. Yeah, people that were writing into their sponsor to say, hey, don't support this guy, got the company sent their emails to Ethan. So I feel like a lot of countries are holding back on fully legalizing because of the West's pressure to be in the war on drugs. I too am in the war on drugs, but on the side of drugs. That's right. The most moral side in the war.
Ethan Klein without necessarily supporting Ethan Klein. So we're gonna watch it. What the fuck is going on here?
Stating outright that her intention of doing this is so that people who don't want to support me can watch it through her is why copyright infringement laws exist. You could not and should not do that.
Jennifer McCabe says, no comment, chick. I don't know who that is. You constant harassment of Ethan Klein didn't go unnoticed. I will let Ethan know and he will deal with you. Does she not know that I'm Chud Logic? Yeah, I'm actually Chud Logic, and I'm borrowing No Comment Chick's channel, and that's who's making I'm Chud Logic actually, right? This is what I look like behind the avatar, and this is what I sound like without the voice mod on, right? So make sure if you're letting Ethan know who's been harassing him, that you're giving him, you're not doing any defamation or slander to any innocent parties, right? This is obviously a Chud Logic stream here.
Especially if your commentary consists of you taking bong loads. At least try to engage with the content. Whoa, what was that? Oh, sorry. That was a flying star. It almost got me. You know her and you love her, guys. Frogan. Reaction by exiting. Here she is getting up to leave the video running as she steps out of the room. Is that transformative? I guess the judge will decide. She said, quote, it's time to watch the—
It's your fault for not taking Dan out back months ago. Well, I couldn't take Dan down if I tried, okay? I did have a very terse interaction with him before stream, though. I did message him and express my dismay. We had a very terse interaction over it, but hey.
New nuke ethically? Hell yeah. Huh. Very smart to say on camera, by the way. She said, quote,
but it's really funny to accuse someone of harassment and say that you're going to make someone aware that you've been harassing them, and if it's harassment, I guess I would ask, then why is Ethan not already aware of it? Like, what is harassment anyway, right? If a tree gets harassed in a forest, does it make a sound? Does it do a content nuke? Does it demonetize people on Twitch? I think not. So my advice to Ethan would be to be more like a tree, right? Trees, they bend with the wind, but they don't break. And Ethan's a little bit more. I'm just saying, chat, that Ethan probably needs to read the Tao Te Ching, and he would be a lot better off at that point. Old man yelling at vape clouds. Quiham having more good faith towards Hasan than Westside Tyler. True.
thank you guys so much. I do appreciate everyone's support. And thank you for watching it with me. Well, you are so welcome, and I'm so glad that you were able to enjoy that day. Her commentary is so non-existent that even her own fans begin to call her out.
I don't have anything to say, dude, because he's cycling the same fucking points over and over again. What more commentary do you need on him repeating the same fucking points for the whole first hour and 1 minute and 32 seconds? It's been the same shit over and over again. This video could have been condensed into 20 fucking minutes. Like what commentary do you want me to add by like?
Did someone actually threaten me? I don't know. It's just a chatter.
Oh, this guy's a fucking idiot. He's mentally ill and he's having a mental breakdown and uploaded it to fucking YouTube.
Like,
they're gonna make at least one good point. What do you want me to make up?
They could easily be trolling.
So,
I forgot.
Well, this is evidence of copyright infringement. This is evidence of copyright infringement. Surely, literally.
Yeah, that's right. They didn't threaten me because I'm Chud Logic. They threatened someone named nocommentchick, who I'm pretty sure is crazy. Last time I checked.
Nobody else has ever said.
I'm pretty sure streams to no audience as well, and is apparently still talking about Dylan Burns.
I'm struggling to react to this right now because I've already responded to these points 6 times, and this video could have been 20 minutes. Surely not literally every commentary streamer has said that at some point.
This does feel like the Dylan situation, though. Like somebody literally doxes my mods on his stream, and then I get Dylan fans accusing me of harassing him. It does feel a lot like that kind of gaslighting.
But apparently that's evidence of copyright infringement now. Apparently that's grounds to start suing someone. You should just sue people if they say that.
She also said, can I use...
Oh, yeah, Demon Mama literally fist bumping my stalker, and no, I'm harassing her. Yeah, it's like he makes a video, like, you know, threatening me and my mods, and I respond to it, and I'm harassing Demon Mama, fist bumps my stalker, who comes into her chat, right, and says maybe he did nothing wrong, and then me responding to that video is a form of harassment somehow. It does feel like some kind of weird gaslighting.
The bathroom, please? I'll leave it playing. You may use the bathroom, Frogan, although I don't advise it.
Can I use the bathroom, please? I'll leave it playing.
This into your stomach. And let me state the obvious. Jew and...
Okay, yeah, chess streaming's bad,
which is
yeah.
liable for me interviewing a Yemeni teenager who's only known genocide his entire life.
What happens?
And they were fucking talking about...
Well, you just pause it. That's it. You just pause the video, right? Like, you get up and you go to the bathroom, you just pause it. They should be watching for you.
Ethan, you're not a fucking streamer, and it's so fucking obvious right now.
But if you get up to go to the bathroom and they keep watching my video, they're clearly not watching for you, right? As lazy and pathetic as her reaction is, this is not why she's getting sued. This is.
Thank you guys so much. I do appreciate everyone's support. And thank you for watching it with me. First time viewer, time to watch the nuke ethically? Hell yeah. I found my way from Reddit. Hi guys, welcome Reddit people. Reddit people. I came from the HP Snark Reddit. Ethan is so pathetic while Hasan is in Japan. I'm bothered having a great time. Exactly. We're gonna watch it live, yes. He doesn't want people to know when it's dropping because we're all watching through other streamers. And I suggest you all watch it through other people as well.
It's the stated malicious intent to steal. They talk.
Okay. Suggesting that you watch it through other people. I don't see that that's stated intention to steal.
Wait, Ethan combed his hair forward, or are you talking about Quitman?
She just said, okay.
He's literally not a streamer. He's been trying. The thing is, that's some of what he does is streaming. It's just really bad. Like, I remember, I don't remember what the first H3 content I watched was, but it was probably something from, it was probably one of his live streams. And then the second thing that I saw was him reacting to Blair White. And he literally just did a live stream. Like it was literally like him, no crew, and he's on OBS, and he's badly live streaming a reaction to Blair White. So yeah, he has tried his hand at it before. He's just no good at it, and he's from a different era, and he's not learning the new meta. Epstein goon sex break from stream compilation needed. Damn.
This is complete bullshit. You cannot simultaneously deny that Ethan weaponizes the ADL and then use this to say that she's
here we go
Snark to steal your content. You can't do both. You can't do both.
But look, the reason they play team sports is because they're disingenuous liars who can't even remember what they said half the time, let alone are willing to defend it, let alone is there any like kind of moral consistency. This is the thing, Quiham, that you maybe don't understand, is that these people are fundamentally different than you. There's something in you, like some kind of moral compass that still functions to a certain degree, and and they don't have it. They don't have a functional moral compass, right? And this is true with a lot of the commentary community.
That's ridiculous. The connection to the ADL, Dan, Ethan, ADL, Ethan, Dan, ADL, that connection is much clearer than anything here. This is just people posting on subreddit She says, hi guys, thanks. Hi guys, thanks. Much clearer connection of coordination in the other case. So what are we saying? What's your retarded argument? You're telling people to watch a person's content while trying to not watch it through any official channels. That's stealing.
No. Epstein watched the content nuke on Ethan. Epstein literally left for did like a chair stream for 5 minutes.
No, it's not. No, it's not. If Rogan tells people to go watch, suggests people go watch the other people, that's not necessarily saying you should go and find a one-to-one market replacement, or you should pirate this, or whatever. That's not necessarily saying.
And even if they said that, I don't think that's a crime. I don't think it's a crime saying, like, is it, chat? Like, endorsing a behavior is different than doing a behavior in general. The types of things that you would get sued, you know, over copyright for are behaviors that you yourself are engaging in. It is not telling your audience to do something or not to do something. I don't think Ethan's got a lot to hang his hat on here.
We won't see in court. This claim won't be hashed out in court. This is not going to be the deciding claim in the court case, Ambro. So you can say that, but you're...
I mean, no, this is just for Ethan's, like, dumbass audience.
Retarded.
It's just for a legion... It's just for a legion of incels and DDGers.
You literally don't know what you're talking about. Ambro, you can say you're more biased. I understand this better than you, and I can understand, I can respond to any question.
So yeah, he's...
and just totally fucking rape any disagreement you've got.
You're gonna rape your chatter's disagreement with you? Okay. Wow. I didn't know that.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking
God damn. God damn. Look, Quiham, like I'm saying, I'm trying to point out that you have a moral compass. It's something that's sorely lacking in the commentary community. And then he goes off and like, look, I will rape your point of view on this. Like, what is that?
Because you don't have a fucking clue what's going on. See, in your immediate...
Well, look, I mean, this is the whole thing that I'm saying. This is the whole thing that I'm saying. He's not a good guy. He doesn't have good takes on a lot of stuff, but even he will not let himself be made into the kind of hypocrite that Nick Diorio, for instance, is willing to allow himself to be made into in order to chase clout from Ethan Klein. So there you go. Not a great guy, not telling you to go follow him or anything. But yeah, even he knows that Ethan is full of shit.
Let's see, because I've just started pushing back.
Ooh, he's essentially trying to make boycotting illegal. Yeah, this is like a very Elon kind of thing, isn't it? Really don't understand how Ethan even has a real legal claim to this point. It seems like he wants to drag out the drama and gain views. That's what I think. I would fully endorse that conclusion.
And you know you don't have another argument to follow it up. So let's just exactly go through this very quickly. So Ambro, what you just said here was you're telling people to watch a person's content while trying not to watch it through any official channels. That is stealing. No, because if you go and tell someone to watch a transformative piece of content, that wouldn't be stealing. If Rogan was sitting there saying, watch here.
Yeah, if Rogan said, this is Ethan Klein archive on like odyssey.net or whatever, right? Go watch it here. But even then, I don't know if that's a crime. Like, it's not Frogan. It wouldn't be Frogan or Denham's doing something illegal. It would be, I don't even think what they're suggesting their audiences do is illegal, right? It's the only, culpability, the only liability would be with the site. It would be, first of all, with the person, that made the archive channel. An archive channel is just re-uploading somebody else's content, right? And secondly, maybe with the with the platform hosting it, if they weren't responsive to DMCA.
I'm exactly replicating Ethan's thing or something like this. I'm going to just air it here, watch here, and take money from him. That would be stealing. That would be saying you're stealing. Telling people, oh, I think you should watch it through other people. I think you should watch it through other people. That's not stealing. That's not stealing. So you've got, so yeah, no response. So no response. Pull proof up. Pull proof up of what? I'm reasoning something out. You can't engage with a line of thought. Are you retarded? Okay, that's an easy.
Quiham, I hate to say it, but this is the audience you've cultivated, right? And I think it would be worthwhile for you to consider how you've cultivated this audience, right? With the content that you're doing, with the perspectives that you've shared, you have invited this kind of person to be your source of income, right? Just maybe think about it. Just maybe think about it, because it doesn't have to be this way. I swear to God, Quiham, I was in a position at one time where I had to, play nice with shitty content creators because of the audience that I had. At the end of the day, I did not indulge that bullshit. I did lose all my audience. Like, as you yourself said, I was, a up and coming streamer on Twitch until I, called out some pretty obvious bullshit. I did lose like the majority of my audience, but then I gained an audience that I actually like, and I'm a lot happier now. And if you're finding that the audience that you've cultivated makes it, unpleasant for you to do content, that you're having to like answer these bad faith, like, bullshit, sea lions in your chat, just understand that it doesn't have to be like that. It's not, it's not your fate.
Easy ban. That's an easy ban. So, any other
I'm saying you can change the way you live, okay?
Do you have a follow-up question there? Follow-up point.
Am I trying to redeem Quiham? I don't think so. It's all on him. All right, it's all on him. If he likes hanging out around groypers and freaks like that, if he enjoys having to say the requisite number of slurs to satisfy his audience, that's on him. That's his choice. I like you. Yeah, I like you a lot, chat. I mean, look, I've had big audiences before that weren't great. That any criticism of like certain figures would get me the ire of, would get me like mass unfollowed, and that's what happened. I got mass unfollowed for just making a really simple observation about Dylan Burns, not an observation that other people had made, mind you. The only difference between me is that when I debated Dylan, I did not roll over for him the way that Chud Logic did, the way that Kevin Logan did, the way that literally everyone that took Dylan on this issue did. I showed him for the charlatan and the naked emperor that he was. And yes, for that, I lost over half of my audience, right? And I went through the dark night of the soul, where I did not know if I was going to be able to, make ends meet. And, through it all, I had faith that what I was doing was the right thing. And at the end of the day, I was rewarded by cultivating an audience of much better people, right? An audience that doesn't want to see bullshit like, what was happening on Twitch poll slide and chat. We've changed the nature of content creation. Twitch poll doesn't exist anymore, right? It's not a thing. There's individual creators that still exist and pop up from time to time, but they're not nearly as influential. They're not nearly as coordinated, right? That shit has, that whole egregore has died out and has been replaced with something that I think is a little bit more real. And I see it coming into focus, and I'm very much encouraged by it, chat. And that thing that I'm seeing come into focus is actually you. It's actually you, right? An audience like you allows a streamer to express a kind of honesty that would not be expressible otherwise. And I am so thankful for that.
And you complete fucking moron with a follow-up point there. Who agrees with what was just said and wants to make a follow-up point in Ambrose's place? Because I saw a couple of people agreeing. No one wants to step up on that one? Okay, we'll move on to next arguments.
Talk about watching ethically, but I learned not to steal when I was 5. Up next is Denim.
Okay, they're antagonizing Ethan. And? So what? What's the point? Yeah, they're antagonizing him. Good. He's retaliating. So so if someone antagonizes me, can I shoot them in the head? If someone makes videos about me online calling me a Zionist, can I shoot them in the head? We can run. Oh, he isn't shooting them in the head. I hope you're not a Destiny fan. I hope you're not a Loner Box viewer. I hope you're none of those guys. Because if your response to me giving you an analogy is for you to turn around and go, but he's not doing that, then you should be seriously fucking ashamed coming from any kind of debate or politics community. Because you've just failed the most classic IQ check on the fucking internet. How would you feel if you didn't have breakfast this morning? How would you feel if you didn't have breakfast this morning, Swaggerpult? But he did have breakfast this morning, guys, but he always has breakfast.
And honestly, just take a look at this, guys. It's a nightmare on Denim Street. Not only did she chair react, but she was kind enough to write her name right at the top just so that we knew that she was
Not so erudite and Epstein actively trying to convince the DNC to adopt saying the R slur. Wait, what is this from, WB? Is this The Onion or is this real life?
stealing my content, and it was her room and nobody else's. Judge, did you know that we're on Denim Street right now? Here's some quotes from Denims. We're relying on you to stay live so we don't have to give the nuke views. Yeah, I'm gonna stream it. Since he's confirmed it's coming out today, I'm gonna stream it. That is very explicit. Denim said, quote, Denim Street right now? Here's some quotes from Denims. We're relying on you to stay live so we don't have to give the nuke views. Yeah, I'm gonna stream it. Since he's confirmed it's coming out today, I'm gonna stream it. That is very explicit. Denim said, quote,
So yeah, you can absolutely make a case that she's trying to replace the content nuke in the market there. Absolutely. Very easy case to make that she's doing that. But then it depends.
That's hilarious. That's so funny. Like, these people are so fucking backwards. I mean, you've seen this behavior, though. You saw when Ezra Klein came out after the election that, you know, he was trying to drop a lot more F words in. He was trying to curse a lot more because that was the assumption that, you know, Trump will say the F word. Trump will fillet a mic. Trump will stand there and sway to the sounds of Ave Maria. We need to be more like that. We need to be more like that, and then we'll win. That's what he's doing. It's got to be the slurs. It's got to be the cuss words, right? And Denims is like, yeah, call them chud logic. Say that they're chud logicked. That way, that's how you show authenticity. Do these people not know what authenticity is? If all you have to do is insert a certain word into what you're saying, that's not authenticity, right? That's the opposite of authenticity. That's looking out. What does the audience want? They want me to say cuss words. They want me to call people chud logicked. They want me to call people the R slur. You know, there we go. Like that's what I'll do, right? That's super inauthentic. They want you to be real. They want you to be authentic. And if you're Chuck Schumer or oh my God, what's her name? God, the CIA chick, Slotkin. If you're, you know, Slotkin, if you're Hakeem Jeffries, maybe that's something you can never do. Maybe you just literally need to be replaced. But yeah, that's wild that Destiny and yeah. So this was what they were mad that Hasan had gotten invited to the DNC, right? They're like, oh my God, but he's critical of the Democrats. You're not supposed to get invited if you're critical of the Democrats. And then they're on there like trying to tell the Democrats, you just need to call people the R slur, and then you'll come off as authentic, and then you'll get votes. Just show them that you don't care about political correctness. That's the answer. Erudite and Counterpoints had a meeting in DC with people adjacent to the DNC. Erudite argued they should be edgier and call people chud logic. Damn.
Depends on the reaction. But it depends on the reaction. It's fine to want to steal views from something, by producing a transformative reaction. If you think you can hit it, but that's where it goes back to next. That's where it goes to next.
Not gonna lie, I enjoy these right-wingers yelling at their chat. Yeah.
I'm going to stream it. That is very explicit. Denim said, quote, "Well, guys, if you enjoyed not giving any views to that terrible video, give me a follow, subscribe, throw a prime if you like my content." Your content? The Queen of Self-Own included a countdown timer so we could tell exactly how long she was away. After being gone for a few minutes, she returns and then sits silently for another couple of minutes eating.
I'm gonna go pee, and hopefully
The femoid was eating? Doesn't she know that that's not, you're not allowed to do that? That's not womanly behavior. You're not allowed to eat as a woman on the internet. That's just not okay. Calling someone chud logic is too far. I think so too. I don't want to cultivate that kind of environment, right? Not authenticity when it's trying to adopt authenticity. Yeah, that's the opposite of authenticity. Some studies have shown that people who are cursed are seen as more. Look, I think that probably a politician that will let a curse word fly once in a while when they mean it, it's probably good to have politicians like that, right? But if you have to have Chuck Schumer being like, I don't know, my political advisors have said that I'm supposed to say that this whole big beautiful bill is kind of chud logicked, then it doesn't fit naturally in his mouth, right?
when I'm back, they're done with this.
You do look better.
She has no shame. Her only goal is to get Destiny back into the DNC's good graces. See, I don't see that happening. I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe the DNC is worse than I thought, but like, I do not see that happening.
305.
So this, just to be clear, this isn't the content nuke that's being shown here, right? This is not the content nuke. This is the stream beforehand. So guys, Ethan said the goal here was to produce a huge, long-form piece of content that streamers would not be able to resist reacting to, right? So, why is a live stream being shown here? Why is a live stream being shown as an example here? Well, guys, that's because Ethan is completely fucking lying to you guys. That's because Ethan is a fucking liar. I know. Whoa, crazy.
Chet, I gotta ask, how feckless do you think the DNC is? How feckless do you think the Democrats are? Do you think that they would be silly enough to somebody could just be like, look at this guy has 10K concurrence. That's a lot of people watching him. He's a pretty big streamer. He talks about politics. Here's one clip of him sounding reasonable. Never mind the torrents of people telling you that this guy like shared NSFW material of himself in intimate situations with other people that were not consenting, right? Like do you think that the Democrats would be that silly to be like, oh no, but this guy's really popular. It doesn't matter. I mean, that's what they're doing with fucking Andrew Cuomo right now. That's what some of them seem to be tempted to do with Mayor Adams, right? That they're just going to go with what they perceive to be the numbers.
Hey, fuck, 1 minute. Oh my god. Isn't that crazy, guys? How Ethan's just totally fucking lying to you? That the goal was just to get a long-form piece of content, edited content, to get people to react to, when... What's this? What's this? Is this Countdown to Doomsday? What's Countdown to Doomsday? Registered in the Library of Congress. So remember, he said explicitly, my plan, my idea was to create a long-form edited piece of content that streamers could not possibly resist reacting to. Remember that? So why is this registered? Why is your content nuke dropping stream registered. Why is that the case?
If
it was just about the long form edited piece of content.
Dude, you should do this.
I have an alternate.
We're relying on you to stay live so we don't give more views on the nuke. Yeah, I'm gonna stream it. Since he confirmed it's coming out today, we're gonna stream it. If you want to watch it with someone else who's already.
Captain Dan the Fireman, thank you for showing that you're a complete fucking idiot who isn't listening, but I could have figured that out a long time ago. For statutory damages, if he also sues for that. Yes, but Ethan's claimed principle about fair use and about content, earlier in this, was I'm going really high standard. Part of it is that it's going to be a long-form piece of content that's been edited. That was part of what he was laying out and stuff. In the React meta, I had an idea that if I could get these people to react to a piece of content that was so salacious, a long-form edited piece of content, the moment it drops, that's what he laid out. Those were his standards. He was laying out to try to avoid criticism for using the copyright system. That's what he was trying to do. And he has broken that standard, because he's obviously trying to use this as well. No, he didn't say copyright the stream at all. Not yet anyway. He might say at the end. Thank you, Rock Royce. Thank you. You say he wanted Hasan to watch content nuke so he could sue him. Is that why he crashed out since Hasan refused to watch? Certainly an argument there. So people claim he couldn't do that because he gave explicit permission for Hasan to watch it. But that's complete bullshit, because Ethan has given explicit permission for people to use all of his IP before. He said, I'm opening up, again, we played the clip earlier.
Yeah, he said anything with me in it, basically. Play something. Dems don't see or understand most of the internet. They just see Destiny's TikToks of him taking easy shots against the worst of the worst. Oh my god. I think I just aspirated a fucking watermelon seed. It's okay, chat. The worst thing that can happen, a watermelon grows out of my lungs, I guess. And be like, he's our Joe Rogan. Did I seriously like inhale that thing? Oh my god. I can't tell.
I'm opening up my IP. You can clip it, react to it, post it, make careers off of it, guys. Make money off of it. He said that. He said that. He said, my IP is open to be used by anyone. He said that.
Watching it, you know, come enjoy the watch party somewhere else. If you enjoyed not giving any views to that terrible video, follow, subscribe, throw.
Weed. Will weed help me? Oh, it'll make me cough. True.
If you like the content, if you enjoyed your time here, because I'm going to be honest, I did not want to watch that by myself.
Let me also commercialize it by asking you to reward me financially for stealing his content. That is like chef kiss. By the way, Denims had a very successful stream. She had 43,000 people watching her live. Take a look at the title of her Twitch stream. Ethan Klein Hasan Content Nuke Watch Party. A watch party? I don't think that's fair use. Now, Denims, of course, always delivering the goods. She went on this dude's podcast to debate fair use. And would you be surprised if I told you she said a lot of incriminating
So this
things?
was, he's about to play a Chud video, but he has actually stripped Chud's logo from the video. He's not even sourced. So totally, dishonestly, cropping a video to remove the person who originally made the content and then taking it from them, taking that content from them. Curious.
In that podcast. The queen of self-own never disappoints.
I want to be clear on my opinion.
Yeah, this was on Chud's stream, and he's cropped this to remove Chud. Just take.
Is this Denims talking to JXC?
Taking that from a small content creator and not crediting. Is it in the? No, not in the description. Not in the description.
Like filler content and stuff. Like I think filler content, like you shouldn't do it. I know I do it as a React streamer. And I try to do it only when I do it with like Vox videos or Vice videos and stuff like that. Because at least I'm not like directly ripping from one content creator and not like a whole team and stuff. And most of those videos have like 5 million views. I only get like 500 viewers. Like I'm taking maybe 50 views from the video. It's a lot harder to feel like, I guess, bad about that. Whereas like I would feel very bad about doing that to like a single.
Yeah, this is like circa ReactGate that this conversation is taking place. I didn't realize Chud. Yeah, I guess Chud covered ReactGate pretty extensively, so it makes sense. Chat. I'm looking at the time. I'm looking at the bonus goal, and I wanted to show you 2 Quitman videos it's kind of looking like I won't be able, like, it's kind of looking like we only have time for one. What do you think, chat? Do you want to watch the other one tomorrow? And that way we have time to get to Sean the Black reacting to Ethan's lawsuit. Ethan Klein responding to Vadim, and I think Asmongold subreddit. I think that's what we're doing. Is it okay if we put the second Quiham? I mean, do you want to, the other option is just like we leave it at this, right? If you're sick of seeing Quiham, because there is another video. Let me see what it is. Trying to remember. And Quiham, like, I gotta give him credit. Like, look, he's really climbing up there in numbers. He's almost at 10K here.
It could never. The way you were feeling.
Good job, growing your channel. Let's see. What was the other one? Oh my God, Xander Hall. So he's doing some Chud Logic. This is kind of like a Chud Logic video. Oh yeah, what is this? This is Pisco, friend of the VOD, Pisco, Pisco Liddy, a friend from way back in the day. I haven't talked to him in forever. Taking down an absolute creep who I can't believe still exists on YouTube. Over the Ethan Klein lawsuit. That actually sounds pretty good. Although we might be better off just watching the original rather than Quimon's reaction to that one. I'll keep that in the hopper. I'll keep that in mind. I didn't realize that Pisco had, I don't know why Pisco would debate this loser, to be honest. This guy is like when I say Twitch poll, like, anyway. Oh yeah, so we also have Quiham, looking into the whole, you know, Vadim situation. Oh wait, so we're watching Fair Use Trader, and then Snark Must Stop, I think, was the other one that I kind of wanted to watch with you. But yeah, I didn't realize there's also this Vadim video. He goes over the Vadim thing and essentially exonerate, like, so Vadim said that Ethan is dodging him. Ethan said that Vadim is dodging him, right? They're both making accusations that the other one is unwilling to debate them. And Quiham goes through it and I think ends up deciding on the side of the washed up SJW, which is what he calls Vadim. I wonder what he'd call me. Probably something that rhymes with tune, chat. Probably a word that rhymes with tune.
Could have been that serious if you're so happy to come and just joke about the fact that you were in like a self-destructive.
What am I doing? That's not right. Okay, I pressed the wrong button. That's embarrassing. Oh my God, what's it doing? There we go. That's what I want.
The majority of people say that they literally wouldn't watch Hell's Kitchen unless I was streaming it. And it doesn't necessarily mean that I'm reacting hard enough. You know, I'm sure if you click on a random part in the video, I might not be saying anything, sure, whatever. And I might walk away from the screen. But it's about like the communal thing. It's why like fucking Toast started streaming.
He did a hit on Tom Nichols. Yeah, I think Chud did too, maybe. What is this, MILF Manor and adopting Aiden Ross? I'll take a look.
Death Note. It's not about the actual show at a certain point. It's the same reason you watch shows with your friends. You want to watch it with other people. A lot of people.
Yeah, look, I can just show you it here.
Letting make that decision.
Look at the crop. Cropped exactly where the chat is, above Chuds.
If he admits that.
Go to watch streamers on Twitch for their React content almost as a curator. So they don't actually want to go through YouTube themselves and watch a bunch of videos, and they probably never will go through YouTube and click a bunch of videos. They like going to Twitch because they like to have it as like, this streamer is curating fun content that I want to watch.
Like, I'm sure
From the people that I've talked to, the people who watch Twitch content are specifically there to watch it so they don't have to scroll through YouTube and find a video they like. If someone watches content, I already said this, if someone watches content on someone else's stream, there is a very...
Wow, this is a long segment of video here.
low likelihood.
With no reaction.
I'm not even saying anything recently.
With no reaction, with no input from Ethan. Yeah.
Curated Twitch content on Twitch aren't necessarily people that would be watching content on YouTube.
That, my friend, is called theft. And you're a thief. And now I'm suing you. This is just a testimony to how brazen and how safe they've, gotten.
This is a testimony to how entitled this millionaire fuck actually is. Living in his $1 million mansion out in Beverly Hills. This is he just thinks the fucking world is his oyster, right? He can get away with anything. Oh yeah, well I can call you a thief based on fucking nothing. Based on something that I do every single day, based on something that's the essence of my show here, has been the essence of my show ever since before, like the bold guy situation, right? We're reacting. It's a gray area of the law. And yes, if you have a fucking lot of money, you can make people's lives miserable. But when one of us starts doing that, that makes that puts a chilling effect on all of us, Ethan. And I don't think that YouTube is going, and by YouTube, I mean YouTubers. I don't think that YouTubers are going to put up with this bullshit for much longer, all right? ReactGate was bullshit from the get-go. I mean, yeah, Sniper Wolf sucks, SXQC sucks, but it's not theft.
She can go out in public on video and say shit like, I'm stealing this content because I want to. I'm coping even though I know it's stealing. When people watch it with me, they're definitely not going to go watch the original. Like, you are way too comfortable committing crimes out in the open. Well, there you have it. 3 separate lawsuits for 3 separate geniuses.
Again, like anyone that's fucking moralizing over fucking IP law, who gives a fuck about IP law? Seriously, I'm sorry, but
yeah, Chud was silent this whole time. I guess he was rebooting the video too.
You're stealing. You're stealing. You wouldn't download a car. You wouldn't download a car. You wouldn't steal a policeman's hat. Like seriously, like literally, this is Ethan right now. Just Ethan just hitting it. Just upload this next time, bro. Just upload this shit next time.
Okay, I'm not sure if that's copyrightable music. So you know what Quimon's doing here? He's just showing here. I'll mute him. But it's just this classic video again. What was this, like against torrents or something? You wouldn't steal a car. You wouldn't steal a handbag. You wouldn't steal a You know, actually, the comparison to this to video to like piracy isn't really stealing a handbag. It would be buying a fake handbag, which I'm told you can do in Bangkok. Anyway, you've probably seen this commercial before. I'm just muting it. Piracy, it's a crime.
Guys, it's stealing.
Now, I want to make it clear again, and I hope it's been obvious about why I'm suing these 3 people and not others. These people not only violated all of the principles of fair use, they also did it maliciously. And that's the part that really got me. I think if you're a reactor on Twitch, for the most part, if you make a...
Why is he protected? So this is complete bullshit. This is just pretext because he hates these people. Total bullshit.
The British show IT Crowd had a parody of this very same commercial on one of their episodes.
Bullshit. Just total bullshit. You don't give a fuck about that, obviously.
Good faith effort to comment. And if you make a good faith effort to promote the author, to link to them, to try to drive traffic...
I want to see Ethan get the Metallica treatment. Didn't Metallica become like a lot less popular after they started like going after people on the P2P the P2P sites?
To the original.
Yeah? To link the author, drive traffic to them. Huh? So Ethan, you're saying that if you use it in a transformative way and you credit them, you try and drive traffic to them, Well, Ethan, well then why a moment ago did I hear Denims and JXE were on some guy's podcast with a cropped video that removed...
There you go. There you go. You just stole from Chud. And now you will face the wrath, Ethan, of Chud Nation. Ethan, welcome to Chud Nation.
Came from. Interesting. Strange stuff.
If you think those FUPA troopers are bad, wait until Spicy Chat gets a hold of this guy. No, what am I saying, chat? Spicy Chat is probably glazing this guy up. It's probably only Chud and Quiham that are calling him out. Any Spicy Chatters in here wanna let me know what is the lay of the land? What are people saying about the Ethan Klein thing? Chud's rise up. Wait, no.
Video. I think you're probably pretty much doing the right thing, and that's fine. And I would never sue someone for that. Take it to these three absolute morons to state their intention to steal my property on video. You know, and to all the detractors who are saying that I'm targeting women, that I'm a hypocrite for suing for copyright infringement, I just have this to say.
Spicy Chat is actually Team Quiham. Amazing. What is Spicy Chat? You don't want to know.
I don't care. What I do hope, though...
That's not true. You're totally lying. He's misrepresent Ghoul X. Why are you people... So how, like, truly, how are you so dumb? How are you so dumb? He has not been transparent about why he's suing them. He is saying he is suing them because he is protecting his copyright and against the abuse of the fair use...
Oh, that's a great freeze frame, Quiham.
...system. That's what he's claiming. That's not why he's suing them, and you're admitting that's not why he's suing them. He's suing them because he hates them. He's suing them because he hates them and he thinks this is the only way he can get them. This is just the best way to get them.
I wouldn't want to be in those circles. I bet it's very toxic. Yeah, probably so.
It's not about the copyright, and you know it's not about the copyright, and you admit it's not about the copyright in your message where you try and defend his argument claiming it is about the copyright. Fucking idiot. Seriously.
Is that you'll support their crowdfunding efforts.
It's like the defense is so dumb at this point. I watched Lonerbox, and Lonerbox, being a smart guy, isn't stupid enough.
How many times did these three women say that this was Ethan's video they were watching? Was about them. Yeah, that's the other thing, especially Frogan. There's a lot of time spent talking about Frogan.
To full-throatedly defend it. He does instead a much more dishonest, mealy-mouthed thing, where he sits there and simply talks about, oh yeah, I'm stealing too. I'm stealing too. Maybe Lonerbox should get sued. Ethan thinks Lonerbox should get...
Is it just me, or does Ethan look more and more like a creepy old man every day? Look, Lady Badash, Ethan looks like the kind of guy that, like, I would wake up to a sniffing sound, and I would look over to my nightstand, and I would see my my HRT all crushed up on the desk, and this guy snorting it, right? That's how much like that's the kind of creepy old man he looks like.
Get sued, no? He goes out there and just says he's stealing and he's coping. Sue him then. Someone should sue Lonerbox.
The kind that snorts your estradiol thinking that it is Adderall.
Themselves. Because let's face it, I want to make sure there's money left over for me when I win my lawsuits. Thanks for watching, everybody. It's been a great time. I'll see you around.
That's a joke.
Not if we see you first. No, just kidding.
I don't actually think someone should sue Lonerbox. I like the guy. But it is ridiculous. This is total dishonesty at this point, and we're not bullshitting around anymore. We're not fucking around. Nick Diorio, Lonerbox, Willie Mack, all these guys.
Like Ethan, you thought that was Viagra? What the fuck, bro?
Are sweeping like crazy and trying to get people.
That's kind of the opposite of Viagra.
To sign on to things that are totally against the principles they once claimed.
I hope you've got a I hope you've got a sports bra, Ethan, because. Did you eat all this estradiol? That's right. Did you eat all this estradiol? That's right. Put that tape on, man. Music. Like, sorry, I'm reminded of the I'm reminded of the scene from Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas where his lawyer takes all the acid and gets in a bathtub, right? That would be Ethan snorting like a month's supply of estradiol because he thinks it's Viagra. Did Ethan get permission to put Denims in Frogan's stream in his so-called copy? I know, that's right. There's such obvious hypocrisy in this. There's such blatant and obvious hypocrisy that yeah, you know, I guess I shouldn't be surprised that some people in the commentary community refuse to swallow this jagged pill of lies that has been presented in front of them by their intellectual leader Nicholas Diorio. And you're seeing a little bit of a civil war here. And I'm here for it. I am here for it, right? This is I gotta say I'm impressed. I mean, obviously, I mean, you saw that I'm not promoting this guy. You know, obviously he's got some real drawbacks to him, but even he can see how full of shit Ethan is. Chat, like I said, there's more that we could go over in Quimon's recent catalog. It's a video about the Vadim situation, a video about the Reddit situation. And you know, this isn't something I'd watch from Quimon's point of view, but apparently a friend of the VOD, Pisco Liddy, debated a disgraced, a guy that got banned from Twitch, I think, for talking about, and I kid you not, though, I think the words that he used were PDF, and you know, obviously the real word is something different. Porn. Like, right, he said he was like in favor of PDF corn. And it's just like, you know, and then he got mad at me for not defending him. This guy like went off on me. This guy like crashed out on me back in the day, and I haven't really talked to him since. But yeah, Pisco is debating him, and yeah, he's on the wrong side of the Ethan Klein thing. Anytime these assholes have to come up against real, you know, like a lawyer like Pisco, they're gonna get thrashed. They're gonna get rinsed, right? And then we watched Fair Use Trader. Yeah, this Cowardly Klein is about Vadim, and then Snark Must Stop. These two videos, an hour. Oh God, all of his videos are like an hour. Oh well, yeah. Well, I'll try to see if we can have time, maybe tomorrow, to watch one or both of these. At the moment, though, chat, I owe you three pieces of bonus content. So strap in and strap on. Anyway, chat, I don't know where that came from. What are we looking for first? We're looking for Sean the Black, because Sean is the winner of our poll. Someone needs to own a live Destiny for saying the N-word. No, he didn't. He literally muted himself. I don't know what you're talking about there. There's the definitive streamer N-word tier list. Wait, the tier list of people of white streamers saying the N-word? Damn. All right, so let's take a look here. This is Sean's channel. Oh God, AI getting racist. Yeah, I've heard about this shit on TikTok. All the gorilla videos. Like, yeah, there's some fucking cursed racist AI slop out there. Yeah, here we go. Ethan Klein is suing me. Oh my God. Wait, chat. I gotta go back to this thumbnail. I am not sure, but I think that the thumbnail that Sean is using here, do you see this? It's Ethan Klein saying, "I'm suing you, N-word," and Sean DeBlack as Phoenix Wright, right? I don't know if this is really the reference. I don't know if this is the reference I'm thinking it is, but there was a YouTuber called Scorpio, I think, that made a video, you know, one of the first Vosh call out videos, and he used Phoenix Wright. He used this game, like, right? He used like he made it like a scene from Phoenix Wright, right, where the lawyers were debating or arguing about Vosh, right? I don't know if this is a reference to that or not. I guess probably not, because, you know, it's an old reference. It's fairly obscure, but it just, you know, seeing Phoenix Wright in a debate, sort of in this context makes me think of that.
So we'll start with the context. Apparently, here, let me pause. Okay, it's not letting me.
Okay, so let me see what we're watching.
Pause. Apparently, Ethan Klein posted this on his Instagram story yesterday. He said, "Good evening. I've been thinking deeply about everything going on, specifically about the accusation that I'm a misogynist for suing 3 women. You are all correct. It's not been fair. That's why I've decided to add Shauna Black to the lawsuits for gender equality. Shauna, be sure you, to thank all your snarker friends for their..."
Yeah, it looks like this, Asmongold's subreddit, and then Ethan Klein's response to Vadim are what we're choosing. I don't know why get Sean involved? Yeah.
Constructive advice.
That's Ethan doing blackface. Yeah, what's that from?
But yeah, imagine, okay, chat, let me set the stage for you. Imagine you turn 30 years old, 40 years old, excuse me, jeez Louise, he's too fucking old. Imagine you turn 40 years old. You got a wife that you met in an apartheid state, and you have some kids. I don't know how many kids he has, and I don't really care. You have children, progeny.
Yeah, you're right, Miku's headphones. Ethan is swiftly becoming part of the Sonichu cinematic universe as we speak.
People who look to you for guidance. It's your 40th birthday. You're on...
What was the deal with Vosh? Well, okay, so... there's a lot of deals with Vosh, all right? Like racism, misogyny. There's a lot going on with Vosh, right? He was like a lefty content creator that hated the left, right? And just created this weird little kind of like silo for himself where, you know, he wasn't really hearing much criticism. But one day he was showing his chat some of the clothes. He got into fashion at one point, and he was showing the chat some of the clothes that he was buying, some of the clothing items that he was buying. Oh yeah, that's right. And so like as he's doing that, he opens up a folder because he wants to save this, but he doesn't realize that that is the folder with his porn in it. And, you know, at first it was just embarrassing for him because he showed his, you know, he showed it off his spank bank unintentionally, right? But then people took a closer look at some of the thumbnails and determined that these weren't just, you know, it wasn't just porn, it was hentai, and it wasn't just hentai, some of it was loli. Some of it was loli. And so, you know, he tried to defend himself. He made a big video about context. Ethan Klein was actually one of the people taking him down. Vosh he emasculated a black man as a joke like Andrew Schultz did Kendrick. He's putting Sean in a group with, oh, is that what he's doing? I didn't even think about that. Yeah, you're right. The insult to Sean is, I guess, being demasculinized. And then the joke he's making is that like he doesn't want to be sexist, so. But yeah, we don't really talk about Vosh anymore. His community still exists, and they are kind of sequestered. They're under a quarantine, let's just say, chat, because these are all people that have decided that they are going to stick with their parasocial daddy, even though he spanks it to loli, even though he is jerking it to underaged anime women. They're sticking with him because that parasocial bond is just that strong. So yeah, it's kind of but you don't see them go into other communities these days because it's kind of a self-own to call yourself a Vosh fan. So they're very quiet Vosh fans these days. Today, Ethan backed out of suing Sean. He said that he was just trolling. He's losing his mind. I guess we should take a look at that as well, maybe after Sean's video. Stopped listening to him when I heard there were pedo allegations. Figured I would just stay away until it came out in the wash. Yeah, I mean, he's not beating those allegations, right? The people that have stuck with him, like, right, and this isn't that uncommon in the debate sphere, right? Destiny remarked when Vosh got caught doing it, Destiny's commentary was, yeah, God, Vosh, it's too bad there's nobody willing to defend you over this. There's nobody with actual arguments that the shit that you're spanking to is, there's nothing wrong with it, right? And what he was basically saying is, like, if you had stayed on my good side, if you had been a good little orbiter and stayed under my wings, right, and not, you know, gone out on your own, not superseded, not, you know, kind of passed me and intellectually left me in the dust, then I would be defending you right now. And that's because Destiny and his community have always defended that kind of shit, right? They will make the argument to you that there is nothing wrong with spanking it to, yeah, depictions of underage, I don't know. Yeah, it's wild, right? So in other words, the people that stuck around with Vosh were, I guess, like true believers in that shit, right? They're you know, they don't see the problem. They don't see the problem, I guess, right? And that's true for Destiny's community, and apparently that's also true for Vosh's community. But it kind of makes it hard for anybody else to want to be a part of it because, you know, being a Vosh fan sort of implies that you're okay with that stuff. And yeah, I don't think Vosh is going to be doing a lot more debates anytime soon.
What is essentially PTO from your job, vacation. You spend that entire time yelling about leftist content creators on the internet. Daddy, who's Sean the Black? The worst person to ever exist. But also, I don't know him. It is also kind of funny because, like, I haven't really talked about Ethan Klein much for the past, like, 2-3 months. And so it's not productive. So honestly, you can probably read it as, it takes like 5 seconds to post an Instagram story. Chatter, if you're 40 years old and it's your birthday and you're posting, like, not just one, right? But like 60 Instagram stories. Like, if you think that that's like the sign of a mentally well person, I genuinely, I wish you well. You know what I did on my birthday, chat?
Play something. What was the time stamp for that MILF Manor video you sent me?
Not post Instagram stories about Ethan Klein. Not with his kids. Yeah, maybe that's an issue. You know, maybe you should think about that a little bit. Right? The fact that I occupy more space in Ethan's mind than his children do. I don't know if Ethan doesn't know, right? He's not my father. Doing blackface does not make you black. So we are not
Chud logic
related. I know he might be confused. Just because we use the same words, maybe that starts with N, does not mean he's one of us.
Chud logic.
But yeah, so this was posted yesterday. I was like, I think someone posted in Discord. Right? And I was just like,
oh my god, I can't find the timestamp.
Actually, it's a real thing that you put.
Sorry, play something. I just lost a hold of your chat. Or can we turn up the volume? Has the volume been low? Has the volume been low this whole time, or are you just now noticing it for Sean?
Right.
Just on Sean.
About, Hasan and Zoran. Right? And this is the story.
Why are you calling Ethan a chud logic? Oh my god, Irene's being ableist.
So it's real, it does exist. Right? And then he posted his dog for some reason. So like, did you get served papers yet? This happened like 9 hours ago. I don't think so. Unless I missed something. And he's doing this because he realized that
play something. Is this about the dog situation? Is this about Shredder?
People just aren't taking him seriously. That's why he did the first lawsuits. Right? This is why he's doing this one. He's trying to pull like Hasan into this conversation, number one. which I don't even think he should get involved, by the way. Because that's what Ethan wants. Right? I think even with this, right, the support should be for the people getting sued, the victims of Ethan's harassment. And past that, let it rock. Right? If I need something from y'all, I'll ask for it. Right? If I need support with legal funds, I'll ask for it. Right? If I just want y'all to support the victims wholesale.
God, chat, the only anime the only anime stream notification I have, I think, is when we get raided. You get like a JoJo one. But I'm seeing that Sean's got DBZ, that Quimon's got Persona 4. Or no, actually I think it's Persona 4 what is it called? Dancing All Night? Persona 4 Dancing All Night. It's the rhythm game from Persona 4.
Caseytron Denim's Frogan.
The Giardia clip? Wait, no, they're discussing Jimmy Lee using bots. Oh, okay. I just queued it up to the place where near the wait, 300? Oh yeah.
Other than that, don't feel the need to like go to battle on my behalf, And I'm gonna get shitters in the chat.
We're close to a record, I think.
I'm gonna get shitters in the my replies on Twitter. Let it rock. If it don't bother me,
turn the video up a bit more. Chat, is the video still too low?
It shouldn't bother you.
I'm seeing him.
As Ethan wants.
I think what it is that and Sean, if you end up watching this by chance, I've got one little tip that'll make your audio better. If you're interested, if not, it's fine. You're doing much better than me. Far be it from me to give you advice, right? But there's one little thing that I think would help here that I might actually engage on my end. Do I have a compressor in my chain? Oh no, the compressor's on. Oh no, that's what, right? The compressor is it's doing the side chain ducking. Sean has a soft voice. Yeah. I mean, I can turn it up slightly. It's just that we're already hitting on the peaks. We're already hitting the red. So if I turn it up much more, then we'll be close to the. There we go. I'll put it up like 4 more decibels. Let's see if that. Tell me if this sounds better. He's just missing a compressor. That's all it is, right? Compressor is what takes the low end, the soft end of your voice and the top end of your voice and kind of compresses them together to make it so that there's less of a difference between your softer spoken words and your louder spoken words.
Ethan wants this back and forth. Ethan's trying to swing his dick around, being like, I have so much money to spend. Right? And he gets off at seeing people like scared. There's a reason why Caseytron being vulnerable on her stream is getting posted everywhere. That's what he wants. What feeds him.
Well, I'm not worried about my sound. Like my sound is separate from his sound, right? But I just if I put him up too high, you'll hear him peak if he shouts or something.
These shitters.
Which is not the end of the world.
Don't give it to them. They want the back and forth, right? So you spend your time, this is exactly what I was saying before as well. I've been saying this for weeks, even before this happened. Right? You should spend your time supporting the victims instead of trying to like enact righteous justice on their behalf. Not saying to let people, talk shit or whatever. Not saying let people run with disinformation, but like pick your battles. Don't feed into this complex that Ethan clearly wants. He wants the back and forth. He wants me to be talking about this right now. And in his mind, he wants me to be scared. He wants me to be afraid. He wants people to bring his name back up, because that gives him more content. So don't give him that content. I think because she's taking it seriously, man, it could ruin people. 100%, right? 100%. But my take is that Ethan wants that fear. He feeds off of that fear. I'm not chastising.
He's kind of like Freddy Krueger, yeah.
Tron or Denim or Frog ever having the reaction that they have, right? But I'm just saying that
I'm just saying don't go to sleep. Like if you have to take ADHD medication or drink a lot of coffee or exercise obsessively, whatever you need to do to stay awake, right? Because if you die in your dream, you die in real life, right? And that's the only way Ethan can get to you.
I want y'all to continue to engage with him. That's why he's doing it. He wants to exert control. So don't let him have that control.
Yeah, you control your dreams, Denims. Don't let Ethan come in there and
his army of incels to harass people till they end themselves. Well, yeah, which is kind of funny what he said a few days ago, talking about like, oh, this is the goal of stalkers to get me to kill myself, but I won't do it. Anyway, let me just further stoke harassment into smaller creators who, may or may not be able to deal with such harassment. If we're going to pause, I guess he's taking time off. Denim said lawyers will talk about that, and this is why. Denim said lawyers will talk about that. This is why this is stupid, because you talked about it and shit. And after this, people don't have as much to say and probably won't. So he's trying to keep trying to stir shit. Yeah, he's going to keep expanding his base. This is like a death kill. This is his like final move, is to just lash out at everybody to make people pay attention to him.
It does. I think, yeah, there's like a certain degree of desperation in Ethan's latest moves.
And I don't think we should give him that. How do his fans not see him constantly suing spawn creators and not see him as a rich bully? Because his fans are no longer his fans anymore. The fans that he had before.
Because Femoid bad, right? He did this thing with the CPS thing where like everybody on the other side is endorsing an innocent man having his children taken away, right? He's been able to set up this fucking false dichotomy between himself and his detractors, right? Where everybody's Snark, and we know that Snark got the CPS called on him, and therefore anybody who's making a criticism is now responsible for his children potentially being taken away from him, even though he is the one who told the fucked up story about, everybody getting giardia from his dog, from eating dog shit off the floor, right? That's
or gone. His fans
that was you, Ethan.
Freaking pedophiles, like Nux Taku or wherever it is. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's the drama Sloptubers. That's who his fan base is, right? And they get off on seeing people scared and afraid, right? That's their entire thing.
Ethan has actively said like 10 times he knows it will never go to a judge and a jury. Yeah, here's what he's anticipating, right? He wants for them to crawl to him, be like, Ethan, please, what can I do to stop the lawsuit? And for him to say, you got to go on stream and say like, Ethan is the best. I disavow Snark. They're all evil. They should all be arrested and deported to CCOT. Like, it's going to be something ridiculous like that. It's going to be something absolutely, he's going to ask them to debase themselves, right? And maybe, I don't know, maybe, pay him. Remember, he never said Snark called CPS. He just titled the video, Snark calls CPS. Yeah. Wow.
Right, which is why Keemstar and LSF will post like Tron crying to like dunk on her. That's what they want.
They've created a world of acceptable targets, right? And anything is acceptable to the it's very Trumpian actually, chat, when you think about it, right? You have Republicans that were a few years ago bitching about free speech, now cheering on Trump, making it illegal to say free Palestine. Right, you've got it's just because of the creation of acceptable targets. If you're on this list of acceptable targets, anything, you deserve everything. Like there's nothing like he could execute you on Fifth Avenue, as he said when he ran in 2016, and none of his fans would leave him. Right, same thing with Ethan Klein. He can be the bad guy to the acceptable targets. I brought this up during the whole thing, you know, I think I recognized what was going on with this acceptable targets thing during the dog pile on me over beating Dylan Burns in a debate. And it's just because Dylan wasn't an acceptable target, right? Because there wasn't what would have had to happen for Dylan to be criticized would be that, I don't know, like Destiny makes a video on him or Vosh makes a video on him, right? Then he becomes an acceptable target. If he is not an acceptable target and someone smaller than him criticizes him, then they become the acceptable target. And that's how this shit works. That's how this game is played. That's how Vosh plays it. That's how Destiny plays it. And Ethan is very much picking up where Destiny and DDG left off.
Trying to craft and create locales. So, in response to this, I said TF. Oh, that was funny. Right, because I woke up. I woke up. I was it was like 11 o'clock at night, and I opened up my freaking Discord. Right, and this was my response.
Woke up, I looked at the computer said,
Choky super chatted $6.77. Butterfly, good to be in chat, missed you all.
Butterfly to you as well. Good to see you, Choky.
Fuck T.I., fuck Nelly, fuck 50. I'm like, what did he say fuck me for? Woke up, I looked at the computer. Floyd said, fuck T.I., fuck Nelly, fuck 50. I'm like, what did he say fuck me for?
That was my response. I'm just like, what did I do? What did I do? And so I tweeted this. And then the resident lolly enjoyer tweeted, oh no, how could this happen?
That's Nux Taco. Yeah, it's a weird, isn't it weird that these guys, like, that's never far behind. The lowly shit is never far behind with these assholes.
And I said, and you got Lolly to watch or something?
Wait, chat. Oh my god. Oh my god. Do I have to ask? Is Quiham into this shit? Has Quiham made his opinion known on the issue of short stack goblins? I'm just like, I gotta ask, chat, because he's in that sphere of things. I don't know, right? Maybe I think Chud is against that shit. I haven't heard Quimon's take.
5K likes. Also, it's quiet, ain't no back talk. He ain't reply. He ain't say shit. Cause you know it's true. Go watch your lolly, Nux. You're drawn child pornography.
Wait, Nux Taku streams from Israel, so in addition to being a fan of lolly, he's
right. I don't take the opinion of lolly enjoyers seriously, and neither should you. He's too busy watching lolly. True. He was obeying orders. I mean, at our community for constantly asking why you're not getting sued. Like, bro, come on, guys. Yeah, again, this is something I talked about. Somebody can find me the clip where I talked about that a few days ago. It'll be funny. But this is exactly what I said as well. Right? I was like...
Well, I mean, I guess a good litmus test would be like, did he defend Vosh during the Foldergate, right? That's generally how you tell, even with somebody that doesn't, like, isn't, like, saying that they're into it, that maybe they're...
Why y'all dragging me into this? People be like, oh, why is he only suing women? Which I'm like, okay, fair. He's like, yeah, Sean the Black reacted to it. He didn't sue him either. Why we dry snitching? It's like playing hide and seek.
Yeah, Nux Taku is also a very, very right-wing, like, he used to not be very political. He used to talk more about just, like, non-political issues, but the stuff that I've seen from him lately is just very, very right-wing.
Right? And your boy gets found.
Do people actually eat breakfast in this economy?
All right, come out, bro. They found us. Fuck you mean they found us? We? You speaking in French? You speaking in French? Leave me out of this. Leave me out of this. Teacher, he cheated too. You gotta laugh at these people. They want to be taken seriously. But I call you and not when XG and Asma reacted. To be fair, they probably didn't think this through. They probably didn't think that far ahead. They were trying to call out Ethan's misogyny, which is a good thing. About gotching Ethan instead of being normal and having lives. Yeah, it's true. Right, which is why I told y'all to be normal. I told y'all to be normal. Right? Y'all so worried about like, oh, this is how I'm gonna call out Ethan for his misogyny. Y'all drug me into this shit. I think, you know, Ethan was gonna do it regardless. When it was gonna fall off anyway. I think this was in his back pocket. But like, y'all need to bring me into this. Right? I should only be mentioned in the
Yeah, has anybody figured out what that leaderboard means? Is it the first person to chat, or is it like the first person to
in the most handsome streamer conversation? That's it. Other than that, you know. Or rising star, which you should still vote me for, by the way. Voting hasn't opened yet, but soon. Soon. Are you worried about the lawsuit? Like, it happening in general, or like the outcome? I haven't thought that far ahead, honestly. For my defense, it wasn't me. Can I but wonder if he saw you popping off on YouTube and decided you were finally big enough to go after? He's obsessive, and I fully believe he keeps tabs on everyone who criticizes him. No, because that would imply that he waits for people to be big enough to go after them. I think he saw that like his conversation about Denims, Frogan, and Caseytron was starting to slow down, and he's like, "Oh, guys, stop talking! Don't stop talking about me. I'm still here."
I think Sean's right on as far as Ethan's motivation. Yeah, why he did this. Like it's like this, right? He made a content nuke part 2. It was underwhelming. The content nuke part 1, he had over 50,000 in chat when he, like the day after he made that, right? For comparison, he had like 32 concurrent smacks in chat this time, right? So it's not worth going to the drama. The drama well again has not worked out very well for him, and his nuke honestly just was not as influential as the first one, right? So people stopped talking, and also there's like a whole bunch of shit going on too. There's like the LA protests, the war in Iran. There was just a whole bunch of stuff going on. So like, people are gonna forget about it, right? He wanted for that nuke to be relevant for the entirety of his break, so that even though he's not making new content, that people keep talking about him, and it wasn't working. So I think that's why he that's why he added on like Sean, right, to just get that attention.
Right, I'm still here.
I'm gonna pee. I'll be right back.
Sean as well.
Don't sue me, Sean.
Right, keep talking about me. Keep posting about me. That's what he's doing. Here, I'm guessing that this has to be Ethan Klein since it mentions suing you. You know what, Chatter? You should buy a lottery ticket because you guessed correctly. But yeah, that's the this take. I haven't seen any other replies, nor do I really care to look. But this is just one that I saw before this started to do well. Because hey, if you get a chance to call it a pedophile, you call it a pedophile. You know what I mean? You call it like it is. If a pedophile comes and you replies, you call him out on it. At the very least, I don't have to worry about like Nux Taku coming around me, because my phone will let me know when he's around. Ding! Sex offender in the area. Nux probably. That's fine. So I'm chilling. At least in this regard. But yeah, so that's that information. There's nothing more to that. from what I understand. So I don't want to focus too much on like the shitters and the haters and things of that way. To stand within 100 yards of a school, they can't find you. True. I'll pick up my little cousin from her elementary school, right? Safe. But yeah, that's the this information of Ethan Klein threatening to sue me. But I don't want to focus too much on the negatives of this. There's actually one post from the Snark subreddit that I think I want to highlight because I was a fan of this. I was happy about this when I saw this. Right? Person said, I'm so fucking pissed. Sean has done amazing work for the left. He's a labor organizer. He unionized his own workforce and has suffered immensely as a result. He used his coding skills to target anti-abortion efforts in Texas and also large corporations trying to hire scab workers. He makes incredible content on discrimination against Black people that has been formative in shaping my worldview. I've been a sub for him for 2 years. I watch his stream daily. He cannot afford this. He does not deserve this. I don't have any words to describe my anger in my heart right now. If I said what happens to Ethan, I would get this sub banned. Again, that having millions doesn't stop you from being a total loser. Yeah. As a wise man once said, money can't unlame a lame. Money can't unlame a lame. And also, as another wise man once said, look what that money make a bitch do. I don't know if that one really applies. That's kind of funny. I like that one. It's one of my favorite ones. Are you going to make a GoFundMe?
Mr. just subscribed.
Just look up for me right now. I've talked to my legal counsel. Speaking of which, I texted my a lawyer friend of mine today. Or yesterday. And this is what she said, bro. If this is my lawyer, I'm going to jail. I said, I didn't catch this message. Let me see. I said, hey, blank, since you're my lawyer, I have to let you know that this washed up Zionist YouTuber is threatening to sue me. Right? And she said, I'm not your lawyer. I was like, oh, so you're quitting right now in the midst of litigation? What am I even paying you for? And then she just laughs at me, bro. If this is my lawyer, I'm going to jail. If this is my lawyer, I'm going to jail. Ethan Klein is taking everything I own. Jeez Louise, I'm not even gonna have this suit left if this is my lawyer. If this is my lawyer. John Lee's person to be locked up in a civil suit. Yeah. Racially motivated? No, it's racially motivated. Anyway, I don't know if I have anything else to add. I'm gonna be real. Oh, okay. Actually, there's one last thing, right? And there's a lot of attention right now. And if you actually want to do me a solid, chatters, right? If you actually want to support me, this is what I want you to do. I want you to go to gz4c.org/fight, right? For the organization that I work at, Gen Z for Change, we have this very handy tool. If you go to H, hold institutions accountable. If you hate ICE, I don't like ICE. One's in the chat if you don't like ICE, as in like immigration enforcement. See, if you also don't like ICE, right? You might not have known that Hilton, Marriott, Choice hotels in Los Angeles are housing ICE, allowing ICE to conduct their raids, right? Now, two's in the chat if you think that that's unacceptable.
I never got a chance to cover this, chat, but there was one protest movement that was specifically, I think it was called like No Sleep for ICE or something like that. And they would find out where ICE was, what hotel ICE was, that ICE was staying at. And they'd go there and they'd protest and they'd try to get the hotel to kick them out. And I think they were successful in some cases, right? was a pretty interesting protest. But if they weren't able to get the hotel to kick them out, then they just made a lot of noise around, right? So either way, no sleep for ICE, no rest for the wicked.
See, that's a lot of twos. I too think it's unacceptable, right? And so if you want to support and put pressure on these hotel chains, right, to push for them to end their collaborations with ICE, it's a very simple thing. gz4c.org/fight/h, or you can scroll down on the main page and click on hotel action. If you have an iPhone, right, if you have an iPhone, you just click download the shortcut, and it's an iOS shortcut you can download. You can set up an automation to automatically send emails to hotels and the corporate offices for these hotels to get them to stop housing ICE. I would appreciate it if you did that. That's how you can support me right now. It's very simple. It's 3 clicks. You click download shortcut, you click get shortcut, and then you have the shortcut. You can either click the shortcut and run it on the shortcut interface, add it to your desktop to like run it like an app, or you can set up an automation to have it run every time you open up TikTok, every time you open up Twitch.
But what about MSNBC 13? And what about trendy agua?
Every time you open up Instagram, every time you see a tweet about Ethan Klein, if you so choose to, you can have it automatically send an email to these hotels to tell them to end their collaborations with ICE.
Chat,
to protect your.
I apologize that I'm so tired. I don't know what's wrong with me. I think I got a decent amount of sleep last night. I don't know. And I still want to do the like we got 2 days left in the month. I still want to try to do the Jubilee stream on Twitch, do like a subathon on Twitch where I'll watch the Sam Cedar appearance on Jubilee, and if you can keep me on if the subathon works out and I stay on longer, I'll also do the Jordan Peterson one and the I can't remember his name, but Ethan's Palestinian friend is on Surrounded and gets roasted pretty fucking hard by actual Palestinian activists, and it's like I know do this on Twitch, of course, because YouTube they take down my stream anytime I react to Jubilee. YouTube takes down my stream, so I thought maybe we could watch it on Twitch.
And if you want to see other other ways you could help other initiatives, right? My day job.
But yeah, I'm still trying to make up for the $300 that I blew on tickets to Vietnam. So thank you everybody for all the support today.
Is Agency for Change, where we do fun stuff like this. We'll work with Android. We have not posted the Android instructions, but like between you and
I'm
me,
just really behind this month because I didn't stream. I think I took a few days off because I just like the Ethan stuff died down and I was trying to figure out what to cover, and so I've just missed it's more days this month than usually. My influence is still being felt. Well, yeah, with calling it trendy agua. Trendy agua is delicious.
I can give you the Android instructions, right? It's just not on the website yet. I'm just gonna find it.
Oh, by the way, I did find a water that's not on the BDS list. It was actually kind of hard, right? A lot of the waters are a lot of the bottled water, is actually like owned by Coke. Or what is it, Nestle?
The boys are lying. I see really head over to people over papers.
Uh-oh. I don't know if we can. I'm always afraid of music.
You just have to download an app called Automate from the Google Play Store. You download this. This is actually not correct. This should be this. There's a automation called gz4c-fight, and then you can do the same thing. You set up your email account, which uses Gmail, and then you run the extension, and then every day at a certain time, it'll send an email.
It's a pretty cool extension.
An iPhone emulator.
And it sounds like a pretty cool org to support. So yeah, go check here. Let me give you Sean's channel if you are so inclined to maybe go over there. Give Sean a subscribe to Sean's channel and click on this video maybe and download this app, right? Because you could do some real action to make it difficult, to make it more difficult on ICE, and that we love to see that, chat. We love to see that. Here, I put it in. Where am I trying to put it? I'm trying to put it in the YouTube chat as well. There we go. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I gotta find that. So Ethan backed out of the Sean lawsuit as well. Let me see if I can find that really quick. Before we shift gears, and it looks like, what have I got on here next? Ethan Klein responds to Vadim and Asmongold subreddit. Oh, here we go. All right, so here's the latest from Ethan's IG. Okay. I was kidding about suing Sean the Black. I thought it would be funny to add the guy after being called a misogynist. We do a little trolling on vacation. Yeah, because you're not doing your vacation. The truth is, if I thought I had a good case, I would have added him from the start. He was pretty close to making the cut, though. Anyway, pretty funny how you all went from calling me a misogynist to calling me a racist, for the record. I didn't even know Sean was black. Yeah, I thought he was called Sean the Black as a reference to Goku Black. That clearly you thought that was a Dragon Ball Z reference, right? So it turns out my lawsuit isn't racist, just misogynist. If you ask me, I am a true feminist. Hold people accountable regardless of gender. But yeah, it was only the femoids that violated my that peeved me. Oh my god, he looks old as fuck there. This guy is just 40. This is wow. Okay, anyway. Oh yeah, and he puts the time and date on it. Somebody said that they thought that he did this in order to because maybe his lawyer told him to retract the threat. I don't know. Go ahead and tell the judge about how it's not fair that I'm only targeting 3 women. Let's see how that works out for you. There we go. All right. H3 now. If I can find, I'm supposed to find the Vadim, or wait, no, what is, actually we're doing Asmongold subreddit first. Asmongold subreddit, is it truly evil? Let's go.
Hypothetically, let's say I've been maintaining a spreadsheet of the top posts on r/Asmongold every day for the last month. Hypothetically, of course, because no one sane would ever actually do this. But let's say, hypothetically, I did do it because I've been particularly curious about the rapidly expanding cesspool of hate in broader gaming communities and content creation since around, 2014, just picking that number off the top of my head for no reason, don't worry about it at all. I picked this subreddit as my testing ground because not only is it a very, very large gaming space, but I gotta say that having highly upvoted neo-Nazi propaganda on the subreddit makes it a very, very enticing option to look at.
What's the problem with xenophobic nationalism? Don't you think that's better for Americans in general?
Like xenophobic nationalism is better?
We should have a coherent culture. Everyone should be a part of the same culture. We should have assimilation.
Which, do you get to choose what the culture is?
That's what Asmongold's subreddit was saying about this clip. Why are people making fun of her? She's right.
We already have a dominant culture
based on
European and Christian values and identity.
Are the things that I see randomly pop up on R Popular really that bad, or really just outliers? Spoilers, that shit's actually pretty bad. First, look at my very cute house mug that I painted. Amazing. And second, I was originally going to spend 3 months documenting this for a larger data source.
I'm curious now.
We have a dominant for Americans in general. Like
xenophobic nationalism is better.
We should have a coherent culture. Everyone should be a part of the same culture. We should have assimilation.
Which, do you get to choose what the culture is?
We already have a dominant culture.
What is
based
the
on
dominant
European
culture?
and Christian values and identity.
Are the things that I see randomly pop up on Are Popular really that bad, or were these just outliers? Spoiler.
Oh my god. Oh my god. This is Black Book of Communism shit. / Nazi, like, revisionism. Oh my god. 300 million dead thanks to Islam. There we go.
That shit's actually pretty bad.
Do Christianity. Do Christianity.
First, look at my very cute house mug that I painted. Amazing. And second, I was originally going to spend 3 months documenting this for a larger data set, but around day 20, I decided to start hating being alive, so I cut that short for my own well-being. And holy guacamole, if my mental state cratered that bad as an outsider sightseeing my way through their swamp for a few weeks, I can't imagine what it must feel like to be here and in other places all of the time, constantly wallowing in the torrent of malice like that part of gamer YouTube whose entire existence is predicated on having an audience too lazy to fact check anything that they say. Did you know that exposure to hate speech literally deteriorates pieces of your brain? Like, it's no wonder I got the urge to do an Elon by day 10. I just don't really understand why people would hang out here instead of, like, playing repo with their friends.
They get in the toilet.
Oh?
Now get small.
Oh! No!
Well.
What is this game?
Yeah.
Oh my.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sponsored by Repo, but I can be. And look, if there are any Asmongold lurkers here, I'd love it if you leave a slur in my comment section for the engagement. I really miss getting slurs. I'm getting way too many nice comments recently. Now come with me as we go down this great journey to determine if
Who is this? Who are we watching right now? This is Crimes New Roman.
certain gaming communities really are all just self-perpetuating hate
The vod's too
machines.
loud. Thank
Or
you.
maybe it's just not that bad and I've gotten a rather paltry first impression. Fuck.
Hey, you found a treasure.
There room for one more?
No.
No. Friendly reminder here that I'm not a data scientist or a numbers guy, just someone with very poor decision-making skills and access to Google Sheets. The organization is very simple. I focused on some traits I thought would be the most relevant to my search at hand. I just messed around for a couple days, changing some things as I went until voila! I saw patterns and repetitions and I landed on this beautiful, beautiful masterpiece that we see here, which you can check out in the description.
I'm very low compared to the video. Yeah, so what happened, chat, was people asked me to turn the video up. And when you do that, make sure to also ask me to turn the video down. So thank you, Woody Red, for mentioning that in chat. Because, yeah, Sean's sound is very low. This person is a video essayist, so they have their sound normalized, which means that adding 13 extra decibels on it will indeed make it kind of clippy.
Please, be careful. It's nasty in there. Obviously, since hate was what I was looking for, I have a checkbox for if a post is hating something. Obviously, we got to break down the hate by flavor, so we got a column to point out some obias and isms. I'm very proud of that name, by the way, because it lets me include game journalism and fascism, but not the disliking it kind of way. What is
Based
the
on
dominant
European
culture?
and Christian values and identity.
I also noticed a bunch of scapegoats or dog whistle type beats showing up every now and then, whatever you want to call them, which are basically just repeated signals, phrases, or vibes largely attached to coping. For example, here we got the good old East and West complaining about women. In this one, we got some straight up White Lives Matter energy because people are mad that they cast a black dude as Snape in the new Harry Potter show. I don't think anything could make me care about that. Also, they're just straight up posting far-right propaganda accounts, which happens a lot more frequently than you might think. Or not think. I'm sure many of you recognize End Wokeness and Libs of TikTok, but AF News is an openly anti-Semitic right-wing news.
AF stands for America First. They're signaling their alignment with Nick Fuentes, right?
Outlet, as they illustrate on their website. Definitely a reliable source on trans stuff. Very, very cool. I also have a conspiracy checkbox for definitely unrelated reasons. Outside of that, I got pretty basic stuff like the date it was posted, the link to the post, and the upvote count, of course. I also have the political leaning of said posts and a very
Chat, did I make the right decision by getting rid of my green screen?
simple number of categories
Anybody missed the green screen?
based on what I saw to be most common.
I actually had a lot of the same problems that you're seeing show up on this video. I mean, this might be, you know, kind of tongue-in-cheek. I know that JREG does messy green screen stuff kind of on purpose. So no judgment, right? But yeah, I would always end up with a little bit of, there was like a little bit of a shadow. There'd be like, you'd see these like black pixels where my shadow was on the green screen, and I didn't think it just made it look like I was dirty. You know what I mean? It made it look like I had a dust cloud around me. He's not getting that, but he's getting or they're getting they're losing some pixels on themselves, right? Which is a little bit freaky. Found something terrible about Novara Media. Mahmoud El Kurd asked his interviews to be removed. I don't miss the green screens. That's choky. Yeah, I covered a little bit of Novara tried to do a heel turn like TYT. Only instead of it just being like obvious in their content, they actually made a video like calling out the max left, right? Novara is pretty much doing pretty much doing TYT shit, but for the UK. So, but I don't know what you know, chat. What do you know about Novara? Maybe there's more.
Most of these should be relatively self-explanatory, but slop is a general catch-all for outliers, really. Some examples of this include a post about somebody being mad that an AI wouldn't acknowledge that Roman emperors weren't all white, which is objectively true, by the way.
Aaron Bastani is on the turn, not so much the rest of Novara. No, Ash was on there with him, and then one other host as well. Wait, what? Why are we getting Persona 5? Wow. Also, whiteness is a concept of modern invention that can't be applied to Roman Empire. Yeah. They hadn't invented whiteness. People don't recognize that nobody was white until like 1600 and something. Like, right? There wasn't a concept of whiteness. People didn't like be like, okay, so this group of people are white, and then this group of people are not white. Like there was no consciousness of that. You could be from another culture. You could be a Greek person living in Rome. You could be a Gaulish person living in Rome. And you could be like an Ethiopian person living in Rome, but there wasn't like a thing where like, okay, this Ethiopian guy, he's different. He's not like us. There just wasn't that thing. And if you really think about it, it's kind of unnatural. People act like it's obvious. People act like, no, white, that means the phenotype of your skin is demelanated, right? Very obvious, very clear. But it wasn't always like this. There was a time in which Irish people weren't white. There was a long time in which Italian people weren't white. And some people will still make that argument, especially about Southern Italians, right? And I mean, you can see where this is not, this is not a real concept. Whiteness is not real. All right. But because people that are included in that in-group believe in it, it is functionally, yes, a basis of discrimination. But it's not, it's not an actual like thing, which is what makes it so weird. Put it in Discord. I can't access my account, but I'm getting it sorted later. The Novara story. Okay. Michael Walker was always bad. Yeah. I can't remember who, but there was like 3 hosts on a panel, and they were just literally doing the TYT thing. I don't know how else to describe it. Like calling out the max left.
Or this perfectly nice post shouting out the badassery that is Christopher Lee. RIP.
Was an invention to justify colonization. Yeah, among other things, yeah.
I also have the very special just hating category, which is when it's a post.
It's like just chatting, but for hating.
Made to just hate on something. Usually minorities, women, or leftism. Like this one, or this one. They also hate fat people. Or this one, hating diversity. Or this one, just projecting. Because Twitter is Twitter for pedophiles. And because I'm a charitable person, I also included a nice category, which is when it's just a post about something nice, something positive, not at the expense of something else, like the Christopher Lee one. And I'm sure you'll be very surprised to know that out of the over 200 of these, I found 7. 3%. Shocker. 47% were right-leaning, 27% were doing a centrism, usually in favor of the right-wing stuff. 29% were politically neutral, and a big, fat goose egg for left-leaning sentiment. Wowzers. Shocker. Color me surprised. I also have fun little breakdowns, like politics counting for 45% of all content, followed by just hating at a whopping 21%. I'm honestly a little shocked that games is only at 16%, but hey, gotta go where the money is these days, right? At least one obia or ism was present in about 69%, nice, of posts, with racism, sexism, and transphobia being the most popular. Scapegoats were in about 79% of the posts, with leftism being the top at a whopping 40% presence. Shout out leftism, let's go. And the number we have all not been waiting for, because I showed it at the beginning, is nearly 90% of posts were hating on something. 3%, a measly 7 were nice. God damn, dude. That's rough. That study about exposure to hate reducing empathy has to be true, because that is the only possible reason why so many people are glazing Elon and the Tesla stuff. Thank God these brave soldiers are standing up for the fraud billionaire as people rightfully protest him fucking up the country. Our poor billionaires get so much unjust hate. If Tesla dealerships aren't supposed to be burned, why are they burning shaped? Now look, I'm gonna be one of those 27% of people and do a centrism here, and just for a second say, isn't being around this much hate just like awful, regardless of what it's at? Let's pretend for a minute they aren't doing their best to mimic our conservative. Let's pretend every post actually is about games. And let's say, even if this place was hating games and game culture for reasons unrelated.
Chat, I realized I was supposed to mention the Blue Sky thread. I'm just not in the habit of doing that. You know, I kind of see it on Hasan, where, you know, he just puts it up and pins it and mentions it once, and everybody kind of gets that, you know, you're supposed to go over there. Now, obviously, this doesn't mean you have to repost my blast off thread on Blue Sky. This doesn't, you know, like, right, because I get when you repost stuff, it's on your timeline, and, you know, if your followers aren't into it, then there's no point, right? It might even get you unfollowed, so don't do it then. But you can, you know, if you want to like the post or more likely comment, that's supposed to be what it's for. It's supposed to be a comment section it's supposed to be a place for chat to spill out onto Blue Sky and get some attention there. Instead, it is just only a hater has commented, and it's making me a little sad. So if anybody out there has Blue Sky, the link should still be pinned on YouTube and on Twitch. If you want to go over there and help me out with that, I would really, really appreciate that.
Related to easily.
Wait, Giovanni Bradley has a very comprehensive statement on one of his debates about the subject. Oh, how Italians were not considered white.
Disprovable Gamergate era narratives like ethics in games journalism and forced diversity made to take advantage of white masculine nerd culture's latent insecurities due to late stage capitalism in order to have a plausible cover to force women and minorities out of gaming spaces because of politically unaware gamers are slaves to the market forces and the status quo because it validates their existence without needing them to change themselves. Wouldn't it still be ass to see people hating on things all the time? Hi there, I'm a different Noah. You can tell because my legs are crossed a different way. I'm just popping in real quick to say that some people might say that Gamergate is
more Persona music.
It's about ethics in games journalism.
That's the connecting thread, chat, between this content creator, Crimes New Roman, and Quiham.
This is a lie that some people might not know is a lie and feel legitimately concerned about, but it is a lie nonetheless. Gamergate is a very verifiable hate campaign started by 4chan losers against women and minorities in gaming spaces, primarily focused on 3 very unfairly.
Oh, you fell for it. Look, I know that you saw Brianna Wu in the bus crash, but like, please understand, she was not in the bus, the Gamergate bus, with Zoe and Anita when it crashed. What happened is the bus crashed and Brianna Wu climbed into the wreckage, okay? She put herself there. She tried to make herself a victim of Gamergate for fucking clout, and I'm about sick of people buying her bullshit. Right? Brianna Wu didn't make real games. Brianna Wu made... Do you want to see Brianna Wu's game? You want to see this shit, chat? You want to see how shitty it is? Let's see if I can find this. Brianna, what, I can't, Revolution something. Brianna Woo, what is it called? Revolution 60? Revolution 60, yeah. This is fucking Brianna Woo's game trailer, all right? And honestly, I'm showing you the trailer here, so it's probably going to look better than the actual game. All right, this is the kind of game dev that Brianna Woo was, right? This is absolutely fake, stolen valor for her calling herself a victim of Gamergate. Giant Space Cat, that's her company.
My friends are dying here. It would do a lot for my morale if I understood what they were dying for.
This is the mission briefing I received before we left center.
Your mission is to infiltrate N313, arm the core, and pass control to...
So this is the kind of game that nobody would ever look at, nobody would ever play. The art is painful to look at. Like, I don't know, having a body like that would subject you to like all kinds of, like, where are your internal organs supposed to go, right? I don't know, chat, but yeah, this would never have gotten anywhere if it weren't for Brianna Woo trying to make herself an e-celebrity by pretending to be a victim of Gamergate.
If you fail this mission, it will mean an all-out nuclear war. End of line.
So, if Minuet is the commander...
And that's the gameplay right there. Do you see that shit?
Unknown is the
that is the gameplay.
pilot, what do you do?
In fact, that makes it look a little bit better than it actually is. Is that the self-insert of Brianna Woo? I can't remember. Here, this is somebody doing a walkthrough. I want to show you the gameplay.
I nearly killed myself getting here.
Adjusting projections. Preparing next instruction set.
Just tell me in one sentence, chessboard. Not optimistic, not pessimistic. What are my chances?
If you follow
Here, this is the gameplay.
use your...
Like, it's not... The point is... The point is that it's not really a game. It wouldn't have anyone playing it. And the way that she tried to force this meme was by, you know, presenting herself as a victim of Gamergate on the thought that people would, I don't know, buy her game out of pity, play it once and then put it away forever. I don't know. Yeah, there's just like Brianna, everything is fake about Brianna Woo.
Targeted women, in which people tried to ruin their lives. Ethics in games journalism is a cover-up created by the main agitators to reframe their desire to destroy these women's lives into something more palatable for the average nerdy guy in 2014. This is very well documented, and you can see the evolution through the original Burgers and Fries IRC chat that they planned things in which one of the 3 women they were harassing got into and leaked. Very funny. Don't believe that the harassment was truly that bad? Well, one of them posted a week's worth of harassment from just Twitter, not including other places by the way, on their blog one time. You want to see it?
Feminist freak, femfrec. What this at, right? Feminist frequency. That's Anita Sarkeesian's.
Very cool. Wow, that was fucking awful. Imagine that every week for years of your life. However, some people can't or refuse to because they see it as something done by just a few bad actors and otherwise just movement, or that's just what being online is like. And this is cope. Anyways, if you want to know more, I've linked well-documented...
Look, it is somewhat what being online is like. You know, everybody deals with a certain amount of harassment. However, you get extra harassment for being a woman on the internet. You get an extra harassment on top of that for being a woman in video games, right? It's kind of on another level.
Recommended sources below because Google search is fucked and it's easier than ever to see misinformation in search results. Boy, I wonder if this is going to come up again in the future of this video.
No, it's in the freezer.
They put me in the freezer because I'm so cool. And I'm not the only one saying this kind of environment sucks big balls, by the way. Along the way, I found numerous posts on the Asmongold subreddit of people saying that sucks now because the dude spends all his time barfing out empty, stupid opinions on politics he doesn't know anything about. And as such, the subreddit has morphed and attracted very active, agitated people, like this guy I found, who spends all his time posting on Asmongold and very other normal subreddits. I also found another post in the other direction that said the subreddit is feeding into Asmongold the other way around. But my personal theory is that it's one shitty feedback loop, with the only ones winning being the agitators and the guy with not a single care in the world outside of lining his pockets.
Although I do have to mention, chat, that Asmongold recently came out in support of Zoran Mamdani. More on this later, right? You know, I guess we'll have to figure out what this is all about, where it's going. If this is, I don't think that Asmongold has had a change of heart, right? I think if anything, Hasan's takeaway from it is that Asmongold is feeling the winds of change, that there's more movement in a left-wing direction at this point, and that may be why he's supporting Mamdani.
Man, I wish when people just didn't feel the need to post all of their opinions online, like, man, those were the days when we just didn't need to have...
Oh yeah, yeah, that's right. Zoe Quinn goes by they them, and a lot of people, yeah,
have a care in the world, and the only thing we really wanted was some uppies.
Can I pick you up? I wish I could pick you up.
You can. Here.
If you pause that speed run of hateful comments, you can see one from Jink Euger inviting Brianna Wu to join his political... Are you serious, Crotchy? Or is that...
Puppies.
Puppies.
Puppies?
Puppies?
Puppies? Puppies? I rotate you. I rotate.
Oh my god, this is very disorienting. If you subscribe, I will personally come to your house and give you uppies. And things are changing over time in the sub, by the way. I have actively noticed sentiment adjust over time on similar flavors of posts. Like, remember this one I showed in the beginning? Obvious bait. Comments are shredding it, agreeing that it's obvious bait. However, this post, pretty wide agreement. Kind of scary. Kind of scary. A result of this increase in radicalization over time is that some people who actually have a limit for this stuff and, you know, would rather just hate on women and fat people are gonna leave. But some will get even more radicalized until it's nothing but people who make active Nazi dog whistle posts. Hello, what the fuck is this? But fret not, they're very consistent about hating women and minorities over time. Gotta love it. To keep my enlightened centrism going here, I might ideologically be on the side of someplace like r/gaming circle jerk, which exists to mock capital G gamers, but even being there just feels like an exercise in making me feel better than the capital G gamers, even though I obviously know that I am already. And even ironic exposure to stuff like this just like makes my little brain hurt. I do want to be crystal clear here, though, and say that the side that is posting bootlicking, racist, transphobic, right-wing hate speech is objectively worse by every metric than the side mocking the side posting bootlicking, racist, transphobic, right-wing hate speech. But I do not know how much more productive it is. I do not want my experience to...
I was a friend of their ex back... Oh, Zoe Quinn's... not the ex that... that threw them to the wolves in Gamergate, right?
Defined by only hating people whose existence is defined by hating people. I'm a complex person who just wants uppies.
Uppies. Uppies.
Existing in spaces and posting things like this all the time, it is not fun, it is not productive, and sure, it might be funny sometimes, but it's not gonna get me any tall all women. That last part turns out to be wrong. I'm gonna start hating so fucking fast. Awareness of shitty rhetoric and dog whistles is very important, mind you, but let's not pretend that making memes is activism, all right? Please, go volunteer.
It was after Gamergate, nice.
Go distribute food. Do something for your community. Be a hero.
Yeah, that shit, chat. You see the like black like dust next to them, right? On the woman's shirt with volunteer. That's actually the green screen kind of failing right? And I used to get that a lot. That's why I stopped using green screen. I did have it dialed in at one time where it was perfect, right? I did, and it, like, think of my video, like the last video I did on Demon Mama is the one that I remember where I had it all dialed in really well.
Human being. People in these types of environments feel stuck in the hate machine, largely shadowboxing what the agitators tell them to be angry at, even if the reality is something else, because not going along with what's being hated on means you are open to get hated on. It's some serious in-group, out-group shit. I mean, look at the rhetoric. It is literally everywhere. These people this, these people that. More like these nuts. I genuinely believe that a lot of the guys in these communities are perfectly normal dudes in real life who have just been poisoned by the bad apples that are trying to radicalize their communities, not realizing that they're being played like small, misogynistic fiddles by people who make money off of them performing the mental gymnastics of it being women and minorities and not capitalism ruining video games and media. And this was going to be the end of my spreadsheet saga. But as if God himself moved the universe in
God said you need more watch time.
My favor. I got the opportunity to put that belief of mine to the test.
But they were perfectly civil guys. It's just very much like they're young men who are lost in a cesspool of information.
Do you think you changed any of their mind?
I don't think so, but I want to keep talking to them to hopefully slowly de-radicalize them. That's kind of my
Can you teach them how to mix their audio? Because it's causing me physical pain.
I'm just kidding. Some up-and-coming reactionaries reacted to one of my old shitty videos about the whole Sweet Baby Ink thing. You can go watch it if you want, because I linked it in the description, but it was really just a whole lot of the same old "these people are wrong," in between frequent bursts of stuff like
Oh my guy, please.
and then
Is Mudahar.
Was he about to Persona 3 himself there? Is that an evoker that he has?
Muda may not be perfect, but he is like amazing compared to this idiot. Oh my god, it is so refreshing to hear from an actual good YouTuber.
Yep.
Mudar?
I am hurt and crushed. However, being the virtuous messiah-like creature that I am, I saw this as an opportunity. So I reached out, and to my surprise, they reached back. We hopped on a call and had a discussion, which, instead of being like this, it was actually like this.
I just want to say that I think it was good talk to you. You have a good day, man. If you ever want to participate in any of videos yourself, it might be too late on your end, but we'd gladly have you on.
Very curious, isn't it? Well, to be honest, not really. Because if I'm being real with you, I figured there would probably be a 90% chance of this happening because realistically, outside of the agitators, most of the people who talk like this are just normal dudes who become enraged by the fictional version of these people online. However, when they are isolated from that and actually talk to one of these people, they're perfectly civil. Much like a large majority of the dudes in our Asmongold, I'd wager, these strapping young lads that I spoke to were perfectly nice, just woefully drowning in the hate machine. If I'm being honest, probably their biggest sin is not linking anything in the description to the stuff they're reacting at. Come on, boys, it's basic courtesy. But you know what? This is an educational opportunity. Why don't I show you one of the ways that people fall into this hate machine? Does that sound like fun? No? Too bad, we're doing it anyways. One of the things that they didn't really like at all that I did for my video was I cited an article covering the whole Sweet Baby Ink Gamergate 2.0 debacle last year, and it was written by a Alyssa Mercante.
And of course, it was made by Alyssa Mercante.
Yeah.
God. I could go on a whole friggin' tirade about how awful Alyssa Mercante is. Again, this is an article from Alyssa.
It's a games journalist that, from what I can tell, guys like this are trying to chase off the internet.
Yes.
Like, oh, read the article. Why? It's like so dishonest. It's like listening. It's
a fucking puff piece, my guy.
Do you know who that is? You shouldn't, because that means you'll be a normal, well-adjusted person. I mean, from how they talk about her, she sounds pretty bad, right? Like, immediately discounting the article just because her name is on it. Like, that's definitely not a little suspicious. Before this video, honest to God, I didn't really know much about her other than I liked a couple of her articles on diversity stuff. Seems cool. I like that. Poggers. Very neat. So,
very poggers.
Of trying to be fair and balanced, I tried to learn about her and why they hate her so much. And in the process of doing that, I got the best example.
Oh, there's Turkey Tom. There's Turkey Tom.
Could of how this hate machine.
Oh, she has a channel.
Works. Baba booey. Where to begin my great quest? Why don't we start with YouTube, shall we? What do we have here? Let's see, she was fired from Kotaku. Let's see, ooh, she's attacking some guy's family? I wonder who this is. Very curious. Let's see, ooh, she's in a lawsuit? Boy, this sure is a lot to take in.
A lot from the Smash JT channel.
And it sure seems like my YouTube senses are tingling, and every video here appears.
Ooh, we got the JoJo. Hey, I have that. I have that same green screen effect. That same the same like, yeah.
To be rage bait coded. My search is neutral. Very curious. Very curious. In fact,
although I haven't used it in like probably 3 years.
Ran the numbers here. Out of the 41 videos in this screenshot of my search, 4 of them were not rage bait stuff, counting 1 video from her channel. And the most interesting part is that 22 of these 41 videos, over half, were from the same guy. Boy, I wonder if he's important. Okay, maybe YouTube is a little suspicious, so let's check out Google. Let's see, we got some pretty standard stuff here at the top. Then we got, oh, this video again. Man, this guy sure seems to talk about her a lot. Damn, there's that lawsuit again. That must be pretty important. Let's see, curious that Google is pulling from this guy's article on her work history. Man, he just really keeps showing up, huh? Okay. Now we actually got some of her work. Whatever, that's fine. Let's see, second page, almost all spam links from weird sites and blogs. Sure. Okay, you know what? Fine. Enough of this. Let's actually check out a video, shall we?
What's going on, guys? Welcome to another episode of Smash JT. Alyssa Mercante thought it was going to be a good idea to go on David Jaffe's live stream and proceed to talk for hours on end about anything but the lawsuit. Except for while they're talking, many of the things they discuss were directly related to said lawsuit.
Chat, can you remind me again what's wrong with Zens? Like reasons that I shouldn't get nicotine pouches.
What I did, because I did briefly do cam work, just like digitally stripping.
And I gotta be honest, she's even dumber than I gave her credit for.
Wowzers. That was just the little intro, by the way. Okay, even though I don't know anything about it, first off, if you're in a lawsuit, you're generally not supposed to talk about it. So
like does Zens cause like mouth cancer or something? Or esophagus cancer? Isn't there there's something, nicotine is highly addictive. Okay. Nicotine itself is carcinogenic? It's not the like, is it mouth cancer? I know that like with like chewing tobacco, you'll get that.
Like, I don't really understand what he's...
I gotta go to bed. Night, Irene in chat. Okay, I guess no chance of talking me out of addictive, apparently. I've been considering Zens too, but I keep getting yelled at. Okay, the addiction is a good reason to stay away.
Upset about in terms of that. But how did that clip of her saying that she used to cam matter? Man, this is really confusing. I wish I could just read like the whole lawsuit and whatever that was about.
Oh wait,
I actually can, because every lawsuit is public record. And you know what? Because I'm mentally unwell, I did. I read the whole thing. And I suggest you do too, because the lawsuit is her suing him for damages to reputation and harassment. Because he said, knowing it was a lie, she sucked dicks for money. He claimed she said this. He never, ever, ever provided a source. Very normal. Before it got to this part, by the way, she even sent him a cease and desist to have him detract the statement so they wouldn't have to deal with this. But he didn't. But wait, there's more, because the lawsuit has an entire section for just harassment. Remember that screenshot I showed earlier where half of the videos were from him? That isn't even half of them. There's also
just smoke weed. Oh my god.
A whole lot of tweets, a whole lot of blog posts, a whole lot of videos.
Look, I can't make it like a stream goal or anything, but I would love to let chat get the THC version of me for like a week, and then ask chat, how do you feel about that? Like, is this a good thing? Is this adding to the stream?
Most of which involve her doing something completely unrelated to him, and then him just kind of inserting himself for some reason, which he kept doing after she blocked him, which eventually led to her personal info being doxed on Kiwi Farms, in which him and others openly mocked when it happened. Very cool. Please, somebody tell me how any of this is related to ethics in games journalism. To quote his...
Wait, you've always got my THC version? Wait, of Zens? There's like pouches? There's like THC pouches?
Own words. Man, I wonder where he heard that one. Because I actually like to do my research here, I started to check out the rest of these videos and do a little fact checking of my own here. First one, this is a lie. A completely unverifiable conspiratorial take that was never even close to true. Second one, also a lie and falsely framed. He made a shitty tweet on an article she posted, and then she clapped back. 3, also a lie. Remember that clip before?
What I did, because I did briefly do cam work, just like digitally stripping.
A, camming is not prostitution. And B, he made that claim before she said—
Oh, the THC version of you?
In this clip. What the fuck? 4, different guy, but this video is basically just like a summary of all of the hot talking points around her that are just incorrect, so like useless.
And chat, these are the same Sloptubers that I'm talking about. When I'm talking about Sloptubers, when I'm talking about the commentary community, right? Like Turkey Tom is almost like the platonic ideal of that. And the fact that he has been on this fucking train, right? That there's just such little substance to all this Alyssa Mercant, I think it's Mercant, Alyssa Mercant, hate. And yet, because it's rage bait, because it's working, because it's driving views, Turkey Tom and the rest of these jokers are willing to just sop it right up. And their hogs eat it like slop, right? They just keep on doing that. And this is the whole thing, right? It's not like Quiham was kind of acting like, you know, everybody's gone crazy. Like we had like principles that we acted on, didn't we? And it's like, no, you didn't. You didn't have principles that you acted on. You're part of this slop, you know, ecosystem. And, you know, it works with in-groups and out-groups. It is team sports. That's what it is, Quiham. And if you don't feel like you fit in that, you know, ecosystem, that's actually a good thing. That actually speaks that maybe there is some hope for you, but not necessarily. And no, chat, I don't see myself reaching out to Quiham to try to get him on
this one. The framing of this title is very we're
gonna bread pill Quiham next stream, chat. I'm gonna have him on.
Funny because he is trying to move to have the case dismissed. This is literally nothing he's trying to frame against her somehow. It's pure bait. 6, this is just empty commentary on her lamenting the downfall of legacy media and replacing it with shitty blogs like the one he's on. This one is about Destiny tweeting about Alyssa being down bad for Hasan. But like, who isn't? Also, how is this news? How is any of this article worthy? Why does he keep doing this? Like, this is so weird. I don't know what's going on here. Anybody who's watching this, fellas, if you're watching this, please, what am I missing? What are you seeing that I'm not? Please tell me why you and so many others seem to hate this person, because I'm just not seeing it. Like, what am I missing? The only thing I'm seeing here is a bunch of losers continually injecting themselves into nothing that has to do with them, lying about something, or both. Ethics in games journalism. Also, this guy keeps a very normal list of gaming journalists he thinks are bad on his website, and conveniently, most of them are women, people of color, LGBT, or Jewish. Ethics in games journalism. Okay, that was a lot. I apologize for all that. Just to lighten the mood, here's a clip of me getting murdered in Repo.
Oh, baby.
It's fine, he probably...
Chat's not here for the... Chat's not here for the gameplay.
So excited. First off, what you saw when I searched YouTube and Google is an example of a data void. Unfortunately, it's not nearly as cool as the name suggests, and actually, quite terrible. There are a handful of different ways that these work, but this instance is when people create new terms or build strategically optimized information ecosystems around them before those terms become mainstream and open to more credible sources, if ever. In this instance, what that means is if people like—
Oh my god, no, that's actually really interesting. What do we see there? Data void.
Unfortunately, it's not nearly as cool as the name suggests, and actually, quite terrible. There are a handful—
Okay, wait. So report identifies 5 types of data voids now in play. Breaking news: the production of problematic content can be optimized to terms that are suddenly spiking due to the production of problematic content can be optimized to terms that are suddenly spiking due to breaking news situation. These voids will eventually be filled by legitimate news content, but are abused. Yeah. So nobody has, like, for instance, we know there's a shooter in Nashville, but we don't know anything about them. So all of a sudden you get these stories, the shooter was trans, the shooter was, you know, like, right, insert marginalized group, right? Right. So I'm sure you're familiar with this kind of content void. Second content void, strategic new terms manipulated. This is the one that he's saying they're using on Alyssa Mercant. Manipulators create new term and build a strategically optimized information ecosystem system around them before amplifying those terms. So they create a new term, like Gamergate? Build a strategically optimized information ecosystem. So if you could create something like Gamergate that eventually is going to be talked about, then you can set the terms for what it is, which, if you're one of these guys, it's ethics in games journalism, instead of the truth about what Gamergate is, which is a giant misogynistic harassment campaign. Before amplifying those terms into the mainstream, often through news media, in order to introduce newcomers to problematic content frames. Okay. Fragmented concepts by breaking connections between related ideas and creating distinct clusters of information that refer to different political frames. Manipulators can segment searchers into different information worlds by breaking connections between related ideas. How does that work? Problematic queries. Search results for disturbing or fraught terms have historically returned problematic results, continue to do so unless high-quality content is introduced to contextualize or outrank them problematic content. And then outdated terms is the last one. When terms go out of date, content creators stop producing content associated with these terms long before searchers stop seeking out the content. This creates an opening for manipulators to produce content that exploits search engines' dependence on freshness. Okay.
Full of different ways that these work, but this instance is when people create new terms or build strategically optimized information ecosystems around them before those terms become mainstream and open to more credible sources, if ever. In this instance, what that means is if people like this decide to abuse SEO and search terms around her name, they can fill this data void that doesn't have anything in it with whatever they want. So new people who search for her name will only find one-sided spam like this. Funny how the both sides crowd always seems to be pretty quiet with things like this, Like, let's be real here. How is a newly birthed gamer supposed to break through this wall of information, And then when there's actually the rare legitimate example of counter-arguments, oops, just kidding, it's Kotaku. And also, games journalism as a whole is bad, and also the people who are writing these arguments are bad, and are liars, and are activists and bad. Can't trust them. No, sir. I'll believe a source that you show me, but only if it's one that I like.
Like, oh, read the article. Why? It's like so dishonest.
That's how this hate machine works. It's how Gamergate worked. It's how the Sweet Baby Inc. thing worked. It's how our Asmongold worked. It's how the illicit thing is working right now. I want to reiterate again. Most people don't know all of this because they're normal. Most people just want to be all happy-go-lucky and play their little games because politics is bad, remember? But most people also realize it's real hard to do that because the world is kind of on fire right now. And so we look for answers. But we are fickle creatures who care more about belonging and comfort than the truth. DEI, forced diversity, ethics in games journalism are not real problems in any way that they describe, but they are real concerns to them, to these people. That anger is authentic. It's real to a lot of people on Asmongold. It's real to the boys. It's real to the people who hang out in the weird YouTube areas comment section. But so much of the origin of all this stuff is obscured and propagandized, and works so well at taking advantage of existing insecurities. And they get hooked into it because it's so easy to believe something that makes your feely wheelies feel nice. It also makes framing obvious hate campaigns that way easier to justify harassment of someone. I don't hate them because they're a woman, because they're black or gay. I hate them because they're ruining my video games. They are invaders in a space they have never been in. And it's fine for them to be there. It's fine for them to be here. Black or gay.
What is this list of SJW games journalists? They've got them. Wait. These are different platforms. These are different like magazines, I guess. The Escapist, Rock Paper, something, Kotaku, and Paste Magazine.
I hate them because they're ruining my video games. They are invaders in a space they have never been in. And it's fine for them to be there. It's fine for them to be here as long as I don't have to interact with them. As long as they pretend to be like me. That's how the machine works, baby. One day, you're just scrolling Reddit, and then the next, you're fully in an in-group, out-group mentality, upvoting neo-Nazi propaganda on a streamer's subreddit, and have a media diet of slop videos that man-children spew out because it's monetarily beneficial for them to poison the minds of otherwise normal little boys on the internet. In talking to these gentlemen, I got my proof. I knew this was how things were 10 years ago when Gamergate happened, but I guess on some level it's comforting to know that things work the same way. I don't know, maybe it's not. I'm not gonna pretend that I know how to solve this great divide, but just having conversations with other people instead of shadowboxing fictional versions of them in your head really does go a long way. I mean, shit, after talking to the boys, I got called the first left-leaning person they talked to who isn't crazy. But honestly, it's probably because they haven't talked to many. Or they're talking to, you know, young high school level lefties who are just as brain damaged as the young alt-righters. Making a Blue Sky account is not activism. Shut the fuck up. We're all just
little bit of false equivalence there. I mean, I'm sure, look, chat, I'm sure there are annoying assholes on Blue Sky like there are anywhere else. It's just like, I wouldn't compare them to the Asmongold subreddit. But anyway.
dumb idiots trying to figure shit out. And the internet makes it so much harder, which is why you should not be on it nearly as much. Boys, Asmongold watchers, slop enjoyers, please let these agitators choke to death on their own drama. Let them drown into obscurity. Please stop making content, just hating on people online and yelling into your camera.
The Andor Season 2 trailer is here. If you follow my channel, you know that I'm a huge fan of Andor Season 1.
Yeah, of course you are, you fucking Disney shill, you fucking consumer, you fucking jackass who sits on his ass and just accepts fucking everything.
Andor is good though. Like, chat, I'm fully on board with there is Disney Star Wars that's really bad. Like I finally got around to seeing, oh my god, what is it called? The something Rise of Skywalker, right? Is that the last one? And it's really bad. It's really fucking bad. And like, you know, like no amount of you know, themes or whatever is gonna make up for it. It's just it's a fucking bad movie. That's all there is to it, all right? But Andor is fucking good.
They get shoved in front of your face because that's a Star Wars name on it, you low standard, low.
And look at you missing out on good Star Wars content. You like Star Wars. I don't like Star Wars. I have watched it, you know, just because it's such a cultural touchstone, and I want to know what the fuck people are talking about, right? I'm not Star Wars's target demographic, right? But even I can admit that Andor is really fucking good. I liked Acolyte too. Oh yes, Asuka. I've heard a little bit of mixed things about Asuka. That parts of it are really good and parts of it are same thing with The Mandalorian. People say that season 1 was good, and what was it? The last season was like they were tying in too many things to other series apparently. But Andor is probably the best of the franchise. Nice.
Loser.
I'm serious, brother. This is.
Where do you watch Andor? Is it on? Is it Disney Plus? Is that the only place you can watch Andor?
Isn't healthy. I wish we lived in an environment that wasn't run by algorithms that loves drama and hate. Like, I really wish I was less confident that a drama video like this one is gonna do better than the ones I pour my soul into talking about stuff I love. But unfortunately, Mark Zuckerberg can suck my fucking ass. Please do better things with your internet time. Please watch better things. Please make stuff about things you love. Please stop just hating on bullshit. Hate is not criticism. Play the Talos principle. Capri Sun, please sponsor me. Also, Repo, please sponsor me. Your game is very, very fun. My friends.
Okay, well, if you're a, you know, if you're a company out there, consider sponsoring Crime's New Roman. If you are a viewer of mine, consider following Crime's New Roman. I'm gonna leave you the link so that you can do that. There you go. And there you go. All right, so we have one more thing to watch here for bonus content, chat. I am a woman of my word, all right? You hit 300 on the bonus content goal. I'm going to watch 3 videos, even if it makes me stay on until 5 o'clock in the afternoon my time, which is probably like, what? It would be like, it's 4 o'clock in the morning for the East Coast. And we're not even done yet. We're not even done. We got to watch H3. If I can figure out which one of these, the Vadim, I think it was the second to last, maybe? Is it this one?
I want to ask him if you've always been shitting your pants.
No, that's nope.
I mean, that's a great place to start out. Nothing wrong with the little pants shitting. God damn it. No, it can't be this one because there's no timestamps. I swear to God. There were timestamps.
Hello, everybody. This is it.
There's timestamps in this one. There we go.
Dumbass.
Before we get into that, I have to give a shout out to my buddy Vadim, who is potentially the weirdest and dumbest human being alive.
You know what? Weirdest, you can say, because I don't think you used that one. But you've
Wait, he went after Taylor Lorenz in this one too?
presented so many potentially dumbest people
We'll have
alive.
to do a tier list.
That would be interesting.
Maybe a comeback episode.
Like, I feel
dumbest person tier list.
Whenever he's beefing with somebody, that's always
Yeah.
and possibly the dumbest person alive. I feel like
I mean, there's
we
been
need
a
to make
lot of
call.
contenders lately.
Yeah. Well,
looking at Miss Denim.
They can't all be the dumbest.
Right.
Okay, maybe I just needed to be more creative.
We need, we need a scale for sure.
So we talked about Vadim briefly. He had a debate with Hutch where he looked absolutely insane. Insane. I'm just completely blinded by hate. Doing all the talking points, not listening to reason, and he's just like doing all the talking points. So he's back. I said, Vadim, listen, you don't need to speculate. Call in, and I'll answer any question you have. That was 2 weeks ago, right? Since then, I haven't mentioned him, which, as far as
It's 5:30 a.m. on the East Coast. Damn.
concerned, was a mercy. I did a mercy.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah, it's 1 hour ahead. Whatever I am PM, whatever. Okay, so it's 1 hour ahead of me, and then the AM flips to PM, and you're like usually like a day. Oh my God, Chad, I don't know how to make it make sense. Look in the mirror, Ethan. Yeah.
But a mercy letting him down gently, more like sending him off mercifully. And here's why. We were talking to him in the DMs, and we had invited him to call into the show that week. It was 2 weeks ago now, I think.
No, it was last week.
It was last week. We said call in on Wednesday.
It was going to be Wednesday originally?
I gave him a couple days to prepare. It wasn't like calling now. It was like calling on Wednesday, right? And he agreed.
Okay.
Then he messaged us the next day or the day after, and he says, first he said, hey, I was for Friday. I'm all good for Friday, but if...
No, it was Wednesday. He also
okay. He says, also, I'm good for Friday. So we said, come in on Wednesday. He says, if that's the case, please give me a heads up, blah, blah, blah. And then he says, June 10th.
Same day? It looks like
it was like later.
Same day,
later.
but late in a big gap.
We were planning to have him call on Wednesday. June 10th was the day before, I believe.
Oh, that's right. You're on daylight savings time, and we don't even have that out here. We never change times.
He says, hey guys, I know you're going to roast me hard for this, but something came up. This is serious, and I have to take care of the situation. Now, he's right that I would have and should have roasted him hard for this. It's pretty pathetic after all the hub.
Okay, so here's the deal, chat. Because people said that they wanted it, I'm going to cover another Quiham video tomorrow. I'll probably start with Quiham debunking what Ethan is saying right here. All right? I mean, the natural flow of things would be to watch the Ethan video and then to watch the Quiham video debunking it. Unfortunately, I have my limits, and I am getting very close to reaching them right now. So yeah, we're just gonna watch this Ethan clip, and then we'll watch the corresponding Quiham video debunking it tomorrow, if that's okay with everyone. I think I got the go ahead from people. I think people were wanting to see more of Quiham's coverage of Ethan. We might try to throw in a little Chud Logic if we can find the relevant clips. I know that Chud Logic has talked about Ethan, and I know that he is sick of everybody glazing this guy up. However, I'll have to see if I can. I'm not sure if I know where to find the videos, because the feeling that I get is it seems like a video that Chud wouldn't put on his channel. He might put it on his second channel, but more likely I'm gonna have to be scrolling through. I'm gonna have to be scraping through VODs for this, right? So that should be fun.
All the calling out. He's got notes on notes when he's talking about me. He's pulling up notepads and flipping.
Weapons grade incel enrichment done by Ethan to Klein. Yeah, no lie.
Through and going through drawers of notes and all. He's an expert on the topic. It does look pretty pathetic, frankly, to cancel the day before. But you know what looks even more pathetic is to now pretend like I'm ducking him.
I don't get it.
It's remarkable. It's truly remarkable.
And also, can you explain why it's so funny that he did that? Because I didn't know the lore. Because he's like, you're probably gonna roast me.
Yeah.
Why did he say that? Explain.
No, because he knew. He knows.
The history of him making fun of, who was it, for canceling?
Did he?
You explained it to me.
He can't. No, he canceled. No, this funny is he canceled on us on Wednesday. That's what's ironic.
No, but before that, that's why he says you're probably gonna roast me.
Is there a cereal? I don't remember.
Oh. I'm being informed it was because he was making fun of Hutch.
Yes.
Because Hutch recycled on him.
So that happened, and then that's why he says you're probably gonna roast me, because he did that to Hutch.
So there's layers of
layers
to it. Vadim, so I'll read this. Ethan Klein, this message is for you. You think you can cancel on me? Once again, draw your attention. Hey guys, I know you're going to roast me hard for this, but something came up that is serious, and I have to take care of it. Really, Vadim, you are leading me to believe that you have anything going on in your life.
Well, who knows? I mean, maybe he had a family member
Nah,
of emergency or something.
It's bullshit.
No, but it's still. Why is he now calling you out for ducking?
That
I mean, you canceled. You were the one who canceled, sir.
You think he was
It's as simple
canceled
as
on
that.
me? Think again. I challenge you this Friday, which is today, by the way. Don't be cowardly, Klein. Uh-oh, hit me with that hashtag. Just be there. And then
again,
he tagged AB, Olivia, the podcast, and for some reason, Dan's Funger.
No, what?
Which, I mean, to be...
Yeah, I saw that too. That's definitely... I don't think that's actually Dan Swearlove's Twitter.
Hey, what?
On Twitter.
That is not me.
I'm getting a lot of shit on
I'm sorry
Twitter.
if that's ruining the illusion for the parody account, but that is.
Oh my god,
it's not, I'm getting a lot of shit
They're
because
not
you're not on
claiming to
Twitter.
be
So
you.
if you guys could divert from me and maybe you
could
Dan
send all
Funger
of
a little
that
bit.
hate to that account.
Yeah,
for
no,
sure.
Dan
Stereo on the right.
That's where we all congregate. So anyway, and he also put some effort into making a video about it. Of course, starting with the best faith possible and making it seem like I'm accusing a Jewish man of hailing Hitler when criticizing Elon Musk, and he's going to come lecture me.
Accusing a Jewish man of hailing Hitler. I'm sorry, dude, but when you say that shit, it's so obvious. I would guess to people on both sides of the political spectrum how full of shit you are. Right? That might have cut it back in 2016. That is a tired warhorse at this point, right? And you're trotting it out again, despite the fact that it is skin and bones at this point.
Being fair and honest.
This is next level, though, because not only is he taking out of context that you were slamming Elon Musk for it, but now you're like Nazi high-fiving with Elon Musk.
Yeah. It's like, bro, you are so pathetic. And you're going to come on here and accuse me of being Islamophobic and racist and shit, but you refuse to understand.
The point is, Ethan, that Elon did a Sig Heil, and you wanted to show you did one too, because you like I don't know what the fuck that was. Look, you don't need to do the motion to show your chat what they just saw on the clip, right? Like you don't have to be like, no, it was like this. It was like this, right? You don't have to do that. You don't have to do it, and it's fucking weird. It's almost like you've always wanted to do the fucking Sig Heil, and now you're like, here's my chance. Like I can be like, no, I was just showing you what Elon did. Like I don't know what if you fucking are you gonna say the N-word to show that somebody's racist? Are you gonna?
And why framing a Jewish man doing a Nazi salute when he was actually criticizing a Nazi isn't fucking
framing a man. Yo, he was framed, chat. He was framed.
Right.
Yeah.
Go on, Vadim. Tell me.
You don't understand. As a Jewish man, I get to do all the Sig Heils I want to, and it's not Nazi shit. It's
Other than that, though, I do I like the editing in this.
The editing is impressive.
Honestly, now watching this, I think this is what came up. What he got busy with was making this video.
He went in deep on the edit. My edit isn't ready.
Well, and also this guy is like a bad imp but not a simp. Like he's just in deep with all this pathetic bullshit. So who knows what he's. I don't care. I gave him I was like, dude, if you want to plan like some kind of hijinks, I gave him ample time from the first invite. You know?
Right.
I'm not taking that away from you. But go on, Vadim. Tell me how I canceled.
Hey, it's Vadim, guys, and this message is for Ethan Klein. Recently, you invited me.
I mean, imagine like me taking. I'm not. You know what? I'm not even gonna do it. It's honest on its face that it's racist.
Yeah, you don't have to. You don't need to.
Like, use your fucking imagination.
You don't need to explain.
Yeah,
it's racist. I didn't realize that was the mute button. It's racist for you to show me doing a Sig Heil. That's right. He didn't say Ethan Klein, the Nazi, is doing this. He didn't say Ethan Klein and Elon Musk are doing this for the same reason. You did it. You created video. He cut the video out, and yes, had you fist bumping Elon at the height of a I don't know, chat. Why am I acting like this is good faith?
Like literally,
It's not.
you're gonna. How dare you accuse me of being Islamophobic and doing something anti-Semitic brazenly? And you're gonna be like, oh, you're hallucinating. It's not anti-Semitic. Okay, bro, you got a blind spot.
So, what I was referring to, Hutch had to reschedule with Vadim, and Vadim leaked the DM and called him a coward.
Bro, what?
Can you believe that?
Even out
Can you believe this guy?
We didn't even out you.
He said you could roast him.
That's what I was saying. Like, he goes, I know you're gonna make fun of me, and I was like, you know,
I know
what?
we didn't, by the way.
I'm over it. I'm like, I don't care about him anymore. I don't care about you enough to even do that.
But who does that?
Well, this guy, I guess.
No, you are apparently afraid of debating him, right? You said anytime, any place, I will debate you, and now what? This is he missed the scheduled date, and so now you're like, no, I'm not gonna. No, you don't want to debate to Vadim. You're scared of Vadim. You are scared of a man who says that he has terrible debate skills.
Hey, it's Vadim, guys, and this message is for Ethan Klein. Recently, you invited me onto your show, and I accepted. But then you made up some
The tone of this is so bizarre. Why is this like Pee-wee's Playhouse?
Like Vadim, if you want to do comedy, go do comedy. Like this doesn't add up. It just like you want to do politics or you want to do comedy. I don't get.
Is there no self-awareness here? Hila, what podcast are you on right now? Is it the H3 podcast? Is it a comedy podcast? Or is it a politics podcast? Because apparently you have to choose. Now, chat, I don't think that you have to choose. I think you can be funny and be political. And I think that my stream, is that at its best in the good moments, right? But you do have to know what you're talking about, right? You can't use comedy as a substitute for politics, just like you can't really use politics as a substitute for comedy, right? You know, you can't just be like, oh, look at my political opponent. I don't like this guy. He's bad. He's stupid. Ha, 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 ha. You know, you still have to make a joke, and you still have to analyze the politics, right? You can do it. You just have to be good at both things. And Ethan, you're not. It's arguable whether you are funny, like, ever. Maybe your crew is sometimes funny. And it's really, there's no way in hell you know what you're talking about politically. That's been shown times and times again, right? Brown versus the Board of Education. Is that the one about, or what was it? Oh my God, I'm trying to remember. Was it Loving in Virginia that he was like, is that the gay marriage one? Or so, I don't know. It's just.
Get it. Like, what's with the edit?
I'm going to make a comment here. And I know I'm not the most fashionable guy in the world.
Oh, it hurts my eyes.
But something needs to be said about this V neck with the necklace.
It's painful.
It's not working.
You guys are.
He wears your grandpa's clothes. He looks incredible, Ethan. And he's twice the man that you'll ever be. Whatever.
And not that I'm don't take me as a defender, but you are the world's #1 V-neck haters.
Okay, yes, we are.
Really
this is particularly bad.
I just feel like every time you guys see a V-neck, you have to.
We are, and I own that. Ten toes down. I hate V-necks.
I don't know nothing about him, but I will say the V-neck with the buttons is.
Was it Roe versus Wade? Somebody mentions Roe versus Wade, and he asks, "Is that the gay marriage one?"
The buttons itself, like I think there's a world where you can wear V-neck.
Yeah. Hila's the proprietor of Teddy Fresh, the toddler core clothing brand for maladjusted individuals of all age groups, I guess. And she's gonna call. Yeah, he was like, "Is this the one that's the gay one?"
They make fun of you. It's the buttons and then the positioning of the little pendant. It's like, bro.
What does it look like when you button it up?
I don't think you can.
I don't think you can. Yeah, I don't think you can button.
But also, like, this kind of
it's more formal.
This kind of edit is like 10 years ago. Like, I'm sorry, get with the times.
It's MLG.
This isn't like MLG. Tim and Eric just showed up. Like, everybody's excited.
It's called irony, Hila.
About this. No.
It's an element of comedy. You're supposed to be on a comedy podcast. You should understand that.
MLG is more like just GG. Get good and do something else. Avery's here.
Get it? Because he gives up? Get it? Get it? Get it? Because he's not good at...
You just look so confused, Vadim. Find your calling and commit to it. But this is giving confused.
You know what's annoying too is like, our interactions through the DMs, like...
Yeah, the Irony police are here.
Pretty normal and chill.
That's the thing. I thought he was normal and chill too, but until I saw his debate.
Right. Oh, right. You had said that you had some history with him.
Yeah.
You had like spoken to him. I really have no idea who this person is, but just, you know, compared to other bozos that we've gotten into beef with and I had to help set things up with, it was all very like professional. And like I said, when he said he couldn't do it, we just kind of shrugged and we're like, okay,
whatever.
We didn't roast you for it.
But anyway,
so I don't understand the call out.
Listen to what he says here.
You invited me onto your show, and I accepted it. But then you made up some lame excuse about having to meet last minute with some billionaire who was suing you for defamation, and you wussed out.
Now,
bro,
he is being sarcastic. This is funny. I don't think he's actually calling Ethan out here, right? He just said, and you said that just because you had to meet with some guy that was suing you for millions of dollars, that you had to cancel the debate. Yes, of course he has to Of course Ryan Kavanaugh is going to be, his first priority. Getting that fucking lawsuit, off his chest, paying the settlement or whatever the fuck he has to do to get that in the past, right? 10 years ago, she was filming her husband sexualizing an underage Boston bombing victim. Hila doesn't get comedy. I honestly don't. Oh God. Comedy's hard to get between cultures, right? That it's funny because I use comedy a lot. I love comedy. I communicate via comedy. And the hardest thing in the world for me in learning another language is like, I want to make jokes, but when I'm when I haven't understood the language yet, or haven't fully understood the language, the kind of jokes that I make are just, they're like not going to be funny, right? I'm not able to see the, you have to be kind of immersed in a culture to be able to create humor in that culture. And when I was learning French, I thought I was making jokes, but it was just like jokes that would only be funny to somebody that was learning French and it was the same level of understanding as me, right? It's not, in other words, not funny.
Hey, now hold the
It's hard. It's hard. Israeli comedy is the worst. Yeah, I have seen some comedy from Israel that is in quite bad taste.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's thinking of Bergfell and but like, it was like they mentioned Roe versus Wade and he's like, is that the gay one?
Let's please backtrack here a little
Why would he do that to himself?
Hey guys, I know you're going to roast me hard for this, but something came up that is serious and I have to take care of this situation. Now let's hear again how he described what happened.
I'm not
Comedy could also be generationally specific. Yeah.
And I accepted it. But then you made up some lame excuse about having to.
Yeah, this is banter. This is a wrestling promo.
Last minute with some billionaire was suing you for defamation, and you wussed out.
Now, why should I have a conversation? This guy doesn't operate.
I like his delivery though. I gotta say,
he operates in irony. He operated. Yeah, that's right. Maybe you shouldn't talk to him because Vadim actually knows what humor is, and apparently you don't, Ethan. Apparently you don't. Apparently you thought that was Vadim saying, yeah, you wussed out. Obviously, if you get challenged to a debate and at the same time you're trying to make some settlement to get a lawsuit off of your chest, you should do the debate first and tell Cav to wait. Tell Cav and his lawyer that they can wait, right? And maybe lose the chance to settle the case out of court, right? No, obviously you go talk to Cav, right? Vadim realizes this. He's treating this as if Vadim has just no self-awareness, right? When in actuality, Ethan has no comedic awareness. Ethan has no comedy IQ.
Well, like I said, I've enjoyed some of his content.
Sure, right. Yeah, I guess I see why.
I've never seen him before this, but first of all, I immediately was really weirded out by the whole debate with Hutch because we watched that and he's like, oh my god, such a mess.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's such a mess.
No, he was a mess, and I don't mean that he wasn't prepared. He was wrong about everything.
Hila, would you like to debate me? Real offer, okay? If in fact I am being reported to Ethan by H3 fans, if you're out there hate watching and you are tired and sick and tired of this harassment that I've been visiting on the lovely Klein family, right? Hila and Ethan. you know, endorsing, calling CPS and sending skulls to their house and all kinds of bad things, you can shut me up by getting Hila to come and debate me, because apparently Hila thinks that debating somebody on stream is a very easy thing that anyone should be able to do, and the fact that Vadim didn't perform up to her standards, up to her expectations, is just like really weird. Hila, I'd love to give you a chance to prepare for a debate with me. Your topic, your choice, let's do it. Come and debate me, Hila. Let's see if you're better than Vadim.
Just the way he
and then when people will
concerned.
ask him like the most basic questions, he's like, actually, I'm tired and I'm not ready to answer.
I can't do this right now and I haven't eaten.
Like, do you think it should be...
What's your excuse going to be, Hila? What's your excuse going to be when you can't answer simple questions?
State or two-state. He couldn't answer. He couldn't answer that.
Wait.
Yeah.
I swear to God.
Yeah. It was like
a spectacle. It was.
It was a spectacle.
Maybe I'll have to check this out.
And then Muda went in there because he was talking shit about Muda, and then Lonerbox went in there because he's talking shit about
To me, it's hard.
It is a good watch, frankly.
But yeah, if Hila comes on here and beats me in a debate, I'll stop talking about Ethan. I'll never talk about H3 again. All right, that's my offer. You can shut me up by beating me in a debate, Hila. If you can put your money where your mouth is. Yeah, I get some money though if I win.
Now, I'm not all that great of a debater. In fact, during my last debate...
Say that again.
Yeah, she'll say I'm being anti-Semitic by rushing her.
That's fair.
Right. In fact, say that again.
Now, I'm not all that great of a debater. In fact, during my last debate...
I'm not a great communicator, or thinker, or researcher, or debater. But
it's okay, Ethan, because neither are you.
I feel entitled to a slot on your show.
I cannot manage a schedule.
I had a 5-hour debate with Hasan. You're not going to add anything of substance. You're just regurgitating his points, but dumber and worse.
Did someone already say Pee-wee's Playhouse? Someone said that.
No, I don't.
Yeah, I had that.
Yeah.
What
like
about
that energy? I mean, it's not like he has like a puppet chair or anything, but
it kind of looks like it in a little way. Like you got Zombie in the corner.
Oh yeah, and like the walls in different colors is so schizo.
I think that's part of it too. Is that it's the multicolored room and like just the bubbly energy that he has. It's giving kids show.
It's somehow bubbly and both depressing at the same time.
The pocket has a zipper, bro. What are you?
Oh wow, it does.
This is a perfect embodiment of his personality and like just his vibe. It's like you're wearing a freaking V-neck with the buttons on the V-neck and a zipper on the pocket. Bro, get your shit together, man.
That's fucking sick.
Where do you even buy a shirt like that?
No,
the fucking thrift store, Ethan.
That's an assault on fashion.
Where do you even buy that shirt? Yeah, and
you could probably get something similar from Teddy Fresh.
It's not a puka shell necklace. It has some.
It's like an amulet.
I think it is a. It might be a shell.
Wait, is it a shell?
But he's wearing it like a choker too.
Oh, if it's a shell, that's even dumber. What are you, a merman?
Why is it a choker?
What do you love?
Yeah, Ethan loves those freaks who do grape review, and we're gonna maybe see if we can get into that tomorrow. Send me if you've got clips of Chud Logic actually being based about Ethan Klein. Send them to me. I'd love to look at that. And what is the other thing? Oh yeah, Diorio. We need to get a hold of, and I don't know if we're gonna be able to do this, but I know there's a conversation between Diorio and Dan Saltman, which would be great for some bonus content, I think. Right, so we'll see. I'll see if I can get a hold of that as well.
The ocean so much you got to wear a shell all the time? Like, what's the problem?
Well, maybe he's a surfer.
Yeah, he's a surfer. I'm the fucking new pope.
I think if he takes it off, he'll turn back to a merman. So
that's like, why do you feel the need to wear a shell?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
you love the ocean that much?
Have you
Do you
ever,
hold it up to your ear and hear the ocean?
have you ever heard of the super famous scary story about the girl with the green ribbon around her neck?
No.
I have.
Oh.
Is that the man with the brown choker around his neck?
I thought it was a red ribbon. Was it a green ribbon?
They always go, why are you always wearing this green ribbon? And it turns out if you take the ribbon off her head.
She lives her whole life and she never tells the love of her life why.
Oh my
and so finally
God.
he's like, show me, and she's like, fine.
That's a stupid story.
It's
What?
no.
Wait, it's a reference to the Green Knight, isn't it? The Green Knight that like they like cut his head off and then he gets up and he picks it up, right? Is that why the ribbon is green?
There's nothing scary about that at all.
It was about
Sir Gawain and the Green Knight.
It's about trust.
He's Nick Diorio's deep in Saltman's ass. He's looking for a new daddy. Yeah, apparently. Well, he had a whole ass conversation with Saltman. I would love to see what that was about. Unfortunately, Nick, he's got his content on. His old VODs are on members only, so I can't see it.
He says you have to show me what's under the ribbon.
Yep.
Although, frankly,
It's a totally unrealistic situation.
The story doesn't work because there is no good reason to not explain what's under the ribbon.
And my head will fall off.
Actually fall.
I actually can't do that because my head will fall off.
What are
it's
you
super
hiding
easy.
in real life that makes you that vulnerable?
Yeah.
It's so true. What were the conditions that resulted in her head?
They're saying he looks like a 2000s Disney show, the way he's dressed.
And talks and acts.
He's in the suite life. He's
It also looks like a barcode, somebody said.
And
Which
here's
I
the
agree,
thing,
it does
like,
look like a barcode.
Listen, this dude is dressed like a barcode. Somebody zap that. What does it say? You know,
Anna's ass.
And look at you now. You're being roasted. You're being humiliated. And we could have just gone our separate ways. And now look at you.
What is happening? I'm trying to follow.
And you
I've
really
lost.
Who were we saying that Ethan Klein looks like? Who is the person that we were saying that he looks like? Who does Ethan Klein resemble now?
I think that I'm going to spend my final day here.
Like who are we saying that he's starting to look like? Because I feel like it's not a barcode, it's actually a QR code, and if you scan it, it goes to the website. Ethan Klein looks like what is it, chat? Who does he look like? A 40-year-old man.
Talking with you, I don't.
I was trying to get a thing going like the Ryan Kavanaugh looks like Harvey Weinstein.
I don't care about you, bro.
I guess we should. That's worth saying is that there was a thought to follow up with him and like reschedule, but we knew it was the last week. You knew you had the big video coming out.
Yeah, he looks like Trotsky a little bit.
It just, yeah.
You had your moment.
Maybe
We've
when we
been
come back
busy.
from break. Although now I imagine you're probably.
But before he did that, he had no way of knowing that we wouldn't have replied and rescheduled. We've just been busy.
I've been very busy. So.
But he's the one that canceled.
Yeah,
That's why we didn't feel like in a rush to get back to him. Is like he ducked. So it's kind of
mind blowing.
We'll get to you when we get to you.
And I know you're gonna make fun of me for it.
I made this genocide-denying farthead that you praised.
I'm sorry. That's just, dude. You need to fucking
not call people
first of all,
farthead.
genocide denying is one thing, but farthead.
Yeah, I was gonna say farthead is way.
That's
too far.
defamation.
Yeah.
Actually, no. You calling Hutch a genocide denier is so unhinged. It's so pathetic. It's so bad faith. Like. Nobody should honestly even engage you in conversation.
I mean, Hutch, to be fair, from what I saw, is just not like there's no one home. I don't know. None of his beliefs seemed, firm enough to call him anything denier or an anything believer. Like he is just a kind of an empty. He's a fucking Call of Duty streamer that Destiny tried to like rehab into I don't know, a Dylan Burns guest, and he sucked at everything he ever did. He just sucked. He's just worthless. He's not. There's no point, chat. There's no point in talking to Hutch.
If this is your starting point.
On your show, do this.
Palestinian faction that says from the river to the sea.
You're showing him. So in this scene, he's arguing with somebody else. I believe it's Mudahar. And it's so cringe how embarrassing Vadim is. Hutch turns around.
Yeah, but the face that Hutch is making is kind of cringe too, if you notice.
Saying he owned him.
In fact, he looks like a penis. Dude straight up looks like with his, with the dividing line of his headphones. He literally looks like a penis.
He's using this as an own.
Oh.
Watch this.
Farthead that you praised on your show, do this.
Palestinian faction that says from the river to the sea. The popular faction in the Middle East.
Maybe I do need to watch this.
You need to watch it.
It is good.
I don't like.
Look at that. How did Vadim get Jill Stein and No Fuckers? Those are pretty good guests, chat. These are like A-grade guests. Look at that. He got Jill Stein and No Fuckers to come on with him.
That's not my content cup of tea at all, but this does seem kind of funny.
Of the ones that I've seen, this is one of the more entertaining. For sure, yeah.
Oh, so I have a correction to make. It was not Vadim, apparently. It was a different leftist commie person that did that too.
Okay, correction. Hila does not know what the fuck she's talking about.
Vadim didn't leak.
So it wasn't Vadim.
Yeah, he was
I don't know why he said you're probably going to roast
Because
me.
it's pathetic, because he canceled the day before. He said you're going to make fun of me because he canceled last minute the day before. That's why he said you're going to make fun of me.
Okay.
Because it's pathetic and obvious and transparent. He goes, no, something came up, guys, I swear. Really?
I mean, things do come up again.
Not for him.
Like,
what comes up for Vadim?
When you schedule stuff, we wouldn't have made fun of him for that. Like, that's cool.
That's what I'm saying. Is like it was so fine that something came up. Like that's why we didn't even mention it. So, yeah.
Anywho.
I should just stick to scripted content. But then I've also managed to get under the skin of every single one of your sycophantic, propagandizing, human colostomy bag foot soldiers.
Okay, I don't know who you're addressing. I'm not friends with any of these people. I've barely communicated with. I don't think
Saint Nick, like Hila's favorite streamer. Hila famously loves to watch the rape reviews, right? That's what she's tuning in for.
Never communicated with Diorio. I've messaged with Hutch a few times.
He's in your fucking chat. What are you talking about? You call him out.
To Destiny.
Well, the
you're literally sending your donors his way. That's what you're doing when you call him out and you glaze him the fuck up. Like Diorio's making Ethan Klein money, like on his stream now, right? He's got Ethan's like Oilers are going over to his stream and donating. Like he's making. That's why Diorio's doing this, right?
You do call him Pope Diorio on the show.
That's true.
It's a one-way communication.
Saint Nick.
You're his simp. It's not, he's got it backwards.
Right?
You're the Diorio simp, not the other way around.
It's true. It's true.
I mean, the difference is that somehow we all kind of have similar opinions when it comes to like not being okay with supporting terrorists and not hating America. I guess I don't know.
Yeah.
And so now we're all besties to these guys.
And also genocide supporters.
Yeah. We all just love killing children.
Propagandizing human colostomy bag.
And then you go, well, what did they propagandize? I'm hungry. I'm hungry. I'm not prepared for this. That's him, literally, during the whole debate.
I have a headache right now. Yeah.
Triggered?
So,
who's triggered? You're the one that made this video freaking the fuck out.
I appreciate the production value. That's all I'm going to say.
But I was like calmly ignoring you. And now, who's triggered? You know? What's
triggered?
So I think I can take you on. And you even said yourself.
Now, Vadim, I'll tell you this. I'm here with open palms, open mind, in honor of the friendship we once had. I would love for you to call in at any time.
Well, then, anytime.
Bro, you're doing any time is carrying a lot. We scheduled that anytime, and you bitched out, and then you made this bizarre video. What is wrong with you, bro? Who is this man?
It is Ethan, or more specifically, this Friday. Hey, it's Vadim versus Ethan Klein. Be there, or be a pussy.
Oh no, he called me a pussy. Golly, my masculinity
Ethan is a pussy,
can't tolerate
so
it.
GG on that one.
I need to call. I need to talk to him on Friday. It's great. Do you think he actually thought this would work? That I would like just be like, okay, Friday.
Ethan,
I gotta talk.
did you think this segment would work? That's my question. You got like less viewers than you did, every other time you've done drama. You've got diminishing returns. Your channel is dying. Do you think this segment worked? And second question, do you think that a segment of you debating Vadim might have actually worked better? What do you think, Ethan? What is going to keep the audience entertained? What is going to get those numbers up? I would say a debate with Vadim. You had that offer. You could have used this time instead of to talk about Vadim, to talk to Vadim, and I think it would have helped you. But if you're too scared to even debate Vadim, then I don't know what to say, bro.
Vadim,
I think he was trying to bait you into engaging with it. It's like it was like a wrestling promo.
It was like a wrestling
like going for like a WWE thing.
Except we're actually busy. Like this was kind of like a really big week.
You're not busy. You're talking about him on fucking stream. Of course you're not busy. Of course you're not. You literally have. Let's count this out, chat. Let's look at this. All right. Starts at 20 minutes, ends at, oh my God, chat, 30 minutes. You could have had a 30-minute long debate with Vadim and not even bumped any of this other schlock, which definitely, I mean, I feel like some of this stuff could get bumped, right?
Right.
And so, yeah.
Well, anyway,
we could just reschedule instead of doing this whole thing, but he chose to do that.
I was already over him. You know what? The cowardly Klein, though, oof, that shit hurt.
That probably hurts. All right, we gotta thank our sponsors.
What's all the beef
today?
So yes. Anyway, Vadim, enjoy your break there from me, and I wish you all the best in your future endeavors. Bye bye for now. All right, let's thank our sponsors, and then we got all kinds of other stuff to get into.
All right, who's our sponsees?
Dan.
It doesn't matter, chat. It doesn't matter because I gave you your bonus content. All right, I gave you the Sean the Black reaction. I gave you the Asmongold subreddit and why it's evil, and I gave you even the Ethan Klein, his response to Vadim. I think that was the most lackluster. I think that my stream could have probably benefited from me having better bonus content than that to give you, but I did give you 3 items as you hit 308. Damn, chat. That's pretty impressive. It's near the record. I think the record is somewhere like 400, 500 or something like that. Of what we've So pretty close to the record today. That being said, chat, I have streamed now for 7 hours. I am wearing myself the fuck out. I don't know why I'm so tired. Trying not to show armpit here. I keep on forgetting that is sexy, and I'm not trying to, not trying to engage in that way. I'm gonna get off of here. I am going to, I'll be streaming again as soon as I can. I keep on saying that I want to do like, double content, like come back on in what would be the morning for you, and which is night for me. And every single time I get tired and I fall asleep, and it doesn't happen. So okay, create and beyond and never. This is a Minecraft mod pack with Twitch integration. Who mentioned this? Who mentioned the Minecraft cabin mod? I am tempted to just raid you into somebody who is covering that, right? Just so we can see what that's about. So if you're watching on Twitch, you're about to get raided into Generic B, an old school, I think what was it called, chat? Mindcrack? Was that the server that he was on back in the day? It's a really big Minecraft server before the Dream SMP and all that stuff. And then he was on Hermitcraft, and then he got kicked off of Hermitcraft, even though he's the hermit. He's the reason that it was called Hermitcraft, because he's too old, and everybody else on Hermitcraft was like a Zoomer, and I don't know. So anyway, go over there, see what Generic B has got going on. I want to know about this mod pack. I might watch a little bit of this just to see what it's about, because chat was talking about it earlier, and I do love some Minecraft. So you're getting raided into Generic B. Go and say hi and NCC raid and all that stuff, and give Generic B my love. I will see you again tomorrow. Thank you, mods. Thank you, Patreons. Oh yeah, Patreons. I'm supposed to shout you out twice, not once, but twice every stream. So I'm going to shout out everyone at the $5 level or above. So shouts out to go to Or Else Ellipsis, Temporal Insanity, Steven Sayers, Funky Monkey, go to Sarah, Nadia Yvette, Moe Noe, Jules K, Izzy Mandius, Infallible Foul, Hot Ham Radio, Good for Gabby, Buffy Geek, Animus, and a fancy shout out to Zara Xerix, to Rachel K, to Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star. With that, chat, I will bid you adieu, and I will try to be back as soon as I can. Look, I really do want to do this subathon on Twitch, so be on the lookout for that. We'll be, oh god, Twitch just raided. But yeah, we'll be reacting to Sam Cedar's Jubilee, and if like the subathon actually, if we get some subs, that'll be the extra time will be used to react to other Jubilee content, and there's a lot of good stuff on there that we never get to watch because Jubilee just they come after me anytime that I try to stream a Jubilee piece of content. My stream gets pulled down, so it won't happen on Twitch, so we'll be able to watch it there, and that should be fun. Much love, everyone. Take care of yourselves and take care of each other, and I will see you. It didn't raid. Wait, what happened? Did Generic B did I get banned? No, I got a shout out. Follower mode disabled for 10 minutes. Yo. Disable. What is Generic doing? He's fighting he's fighting a slime, a magma.
We got a thing. So the way it works is whenever someone raids, because it's the worst, right? You come in, you're awesome enough to raid people. You come in, and all of a sudden it's like no one can chat. It's got a script. We've written a script that it will. No. Get away from me!
All right, well, that is just too much fun. Yeah, Generic be having fun over there in Minecraft. Oh my God, Chad, I need to play some Minecraft. That mod looks pretty cool too. It's got tools that that don't exist in the regular game. So I'll have to look into the, what is it called? The Cabin Create Above and Beyond in Newer. That's what it stands for. It's a mod pack for 1.2.1, and it's got Twitch integration. Chat, that sounds like the perfect thing for me to play. But anyway, like I said, I will see you again either tomorrow at the same time, or hopefully earlier if I get my ass up, or maybe even I'll try to, I don't know, I'm gonna, like I said, it's the end of the month, so I'm gonna try to stream as much as I can. So you may see more of me at different times than you're expecting, or I may just be fucking tired and go to bed. We'll see. And I'll see you soon. There we go. With that, much love and good night, everyone.